and 0.5 away from home. So he still gets seam movement, but it's a swing that's really interesting. He swings at 1 degree away from home and half a degree when he's travelling. And I think that that's the big problem. He's losing what he does. But I think that a lot of it comes back to something else that Gough was talking about, not just the technical. He just seems to bowl a little bit shorter. When you look at his record with a new white ball, he's incredible, but he bowls it a little bit shorter with a new white ball. It swings a little bit more early on. People are attacking him. In Test cricket, they wait a little bit more. But I do definitely agree with Jade on the technical thing. We saw in I think it was his first 13 overs across the 2 innings in the last Test, he bowled 11 or 12 balls down the leg side, missing leg stump. That is not something we think we would ever see from Chris Woakes. So perhaps it's pressure, perhaps it's technical, but it might just be that he's playing it a little bit safe as well at the moment.
Okay, I'll pick up on that then, and come at it as a captain. And I'd like Jade and Alex to come in now. I felt when bowlers lost form, I wanted them to have a plan. So I would sit down with them and say, okay, this isn't a case of just running up and bowling. This isn't a case of trying to sort your action out, I need you to have one thing in your head, and only one thing. And it might be bowl full 3 inches outside off stump. It might be hit the pitch harder, straighter. It might, whatever it might be, I want you to have a plan. Let's decide what that plan is. And what we do is we bowl you in 4 or 5 over spells, and you only bowl to that plan. And it may feel as if it's a slightly negative way to go about finding something, but at least we understand what you're trying to achieve, and we can set fields to it, and we can see how you respond to that discipline. See whether you've still got the game to bowl that consistent line and length, even if it's not necessarily the most likely thing to get you a wicket immediately.
Mark, you speak so much sense. Like, listen, it's what I say to guys now when I speak to young bowlers. I said the relationship you need to have with your captain, and also the relationship with the team, because as an individual you need to know what it is that you're being asked to do. I was not going to bowl like Matthew Hoggard and Martin Bicknell. My job was, when I come on, I need to get a wicket. Adam Hollyoak, Mark Butcher, when they use me, are not using me to dry up a batsman. Generally the game's going nowhere, or they need someone out of there. That's when they would get me on, and he would say exactly what you said there, Mark. Jude, you're going to bowl no more than 5 overs. Give me everything. You may go for 25. I do not care. Get me some wickets in that wicket column. And more often than not, that used to happen. But in doing so, Mark, my field would be according. I would have a man out on the boundary, maybe a short leg, man round the corner, a couple of slips, a gully. No one really too much in front of me, because I'm not looking to pitch it up. That's not my length. And I'm going to go hard. And it varies to the batsman, doesn't it? If a batsman's good on the back foot, if he likes to flay it outside off stump, and is having that plan, that clarity when you're on the top of your mark. What is it that you're trying to do? You're in control of the ball. The captain and you can work together, but at the end of the day, you're in control. And that's why I would always say to young bowlers, you must decide what field you're going to bowl to, because you are going to bowl that delivery.
Well, okay, Jade, just hang on one second. I'm going to pick you up on one thing you said there. You see, you are an attacking bowler. You immediately said to me, my job in the side is to take wickets. So that explanation is for you. What would you pick Woakes as? Would you want Woakes to bowl a series of maidens, or would you want Woakes to pick up a wicket? Because I would tell Woakes to bowl fuller and straighter, and they'll have another man on the leg side, right? But I would be very happy if he then bowled me 4 maidens in a row, because I think that would subtly, imperceptibly lift his confidence.
Yeah, it would have given him control. For me, he is a fuller bowler, because he gets that nice shape. He has great seam presentation when he bowls high, nice arm, right arm, and he would pitch it up more, try and attack the stumps more with the length, with the areas that he bowls, because if it doesn't swing, it nips back and it troubles the right-hander. But for me, he's just bowling a fraction too wide outside off stump, and it's pretty balls going through the keeper where the batsman can leave it. It goes through the keeper nicely, it shapes nice, but it's not worrying anybody. So I would say pitch it up a fraction fuller, get it to move off the seam either one way or the other. If you don't know, the batsman ain't going to know, but look to attack the stumps more.
Jade?
Yeah, I completely agree with that last statement there, Chute. I'm thinking back to a few times, and Mark Butcher certainly did the same thing with me at the Oval when things got flat, or my action didn't feel right, or he felt I needed to do something else to spark me back into life. And often would be what you're talking about, Mark. Extra man on the leg side field, couple of catches in the mid-wicket, a man back on the leg side, deep square, and run in and say, try and get the ball to deck back into the stumps, allowing me to finish off my action, making me bowl the ball into the surface, but fuller, and coming back into the batter. Because often when you try to swing it away, you don't complete your action. You can get lazy, especially if you've got a good wrist. And sometimes I think Wokesy does that. So when his action isn't in a good place, he can rely on his good wrist position, and the ball just swings prettily off to first slip, second slip. Whereas if you're asking him to bring the ball back in, keep the stumps in play, give him protection so he's not going for runs, we're going to have the opportunity to have maidens, and he's going to have the opportunity to take wickets at the same time, as well as asking him to finish off his action.
Well, the reason we're discussing this is Woke's figures. Since 2016, he's taken 31 wickets at 54 away from home, and he's taken, hang on, where is it? I had it somewhere. And he's taken 88 wickets at home at 20 apiece. Gee, that is a staggering discrepancy, isn't it?
Yeah, I think me and Tudes might have talked about this before, where I don't quite trust the away from home record, because he played a couple of series in a row when he was developing. So you talked about since 2016. I think that must be probably 2015. I think he played his first away test at the end of 2015. And he played 2 series in a row where he struggled. Since then, England only used him in single situations. They haven't actually used him over a whole series ever since. They basically discarded him. And now they've brought him back, and they said, not only are you're going to fix your overseas bowling, but you're going to lead the attack without Anderson and Broad. But I think the biggest problem is, in England, he doesn't need much assistance from the new ball. And that's fine, because you've got quite often Jofra, but obviously Broad and Anderson taking the new ball. Away from home, he needs a lot of assistance from the new ball, and he's fighting almost everyone else in that England lineup, except for Mark Wood, also needs the new ball. I just don't think he's ever going to get enough overs to be consistent, so he has to find another way to take wickets, and I don't think England kept him in the side long enough for him ever to actually work that out. Yep.
Do you feel the pressure, you both in your different stages of your career, you had to lead the attack? When some of the senior guys left Surrey for you, certainly in one-day cricket for you, Jade. Does that really weigh on you? Would Wokesy feel that the pressure of suddenly no Anderson and Broad was an issue?
I think in the back of the mind he will know we're talking about it, and people will be talking about it, and he'll be aware of his away record, and people will be talking about that as well. So that's the added pressure of that as well. I mean, Jade more than me, I didn't really play in a time where there was social media or anything, and I actually had my best performance once where I wasn't quite right, and Adam Hollyoake and Keith Medlicott, the coach at the time, came up to me and said, look, because he's not playing, we need you to play. Even 75% we need you to play. It was against Lancashire at the Oval, and I ended up getting my best figures, 7 for 48, and I bowled within myself. But with me bowling within myself, I actually still bowled quite quick, because I wasn't trying too hard and everything was coming nicely, and I learned a lot from that day, and Keith Medlicott said, Chude, you'll learn from that. You will not always be able to bowl at 100% fit, but it's knowing your body, and that was a massive learning curve for me, a massive lesson for me that day.
Oh, lucky you got that 7th wicket, otherwise my 6 for 45 would have tipped you in
against Lancashire as well.
No, Somerset.
Yeah,
really
Lancashire
really
had a serious batting
side.
They had a serious batting lineup.
And your thoughts on expectation?
It's obviously different with different characters. Knowing Wokesy as I do, I don't think that would affect him too much. I don't imagine the kind of tag of being the leader of that attack would faze him too much. He's a very level-headed guy. I guess the bit that's worrying for me with the whole scenario is it's actually his action, which for me I think is the standout problem at the moment. Whether he's home or away, if he bowled like this at home, he wouldn't take wickets either. That would be my opinion. So actually, I think just fixing himself and not worrying about the rest of the team and what he has to carry and what people are expecting of him, his game's got to be in order to be able to do that, and I just don't think it is right now.
Okay, that's interesting. All right, we've done the England attack. We must now turn our attention to West Indian batsmen. If you're wondering why we're still talking rather than actually calling the action, that's because play's been delayed by 15 minutes after some rain, so it'll start at 10:15 local time and 2:15. We'll call local time in Barbados and 2:15 here in London. Craig Brathwaite yesterday, for all his achievement, and it was a mighty achievement to finish the day unbeaten on 109, and he's been on the field since the start of the match non-stop. He matched Len Hutton in being one of only 2 men to have 3 times batted in West Indies Test matches for more than 300 balls. Those are long stays at the crease, aren't they?
Yeah, he digs in. I don't know if you know the full story about him, but when he was young, he obviously was a young batting talent, and like most batting talents, played a lot of shots. And I think it was when he was 11 or 12, he was watching Shiv Narayan Chandrapal on the TV, and he was like, maybe I'll just stop going out. And he devoted himself to, how do I not go out? And if you look at the footage of him when he's 13, 14, 15, there's all this Barbados, news footage of him and, early documentary footage. I've never seen a child that talented in batting just not play a shot. He just never did anything. And you've got all of his teammates hooking and pulling and going at the spinners. And almost every highlight of Craig Brathwaite is him in that crouched position, just turning the ball for one to the leg side. And occasionally, if a spinner drops short, he cuts them. And that's about all he's done in Test cricket. So he prepared himself to be a Test cricketer at 12, whereas, as you know, a lot of players, they get to the international level with all that talent that they have, and then they pare back their game. He pared it back before anyone even knew who he was, and he's always been that sort of player. I mean, he wears a badge of his grandparents on. He's got an old soul, I think is probably one way of putting it, and he's a very, very patient person.
Well, it is interesting that if you say he was preparing for Test cricket at the age of 12, because when I watch him, and if anybody ever reports this back to him, I hope they put this in context. There's not any standout aspect to his batting, is there? There's nothing especially memorable about it, other than you admire what he's achieved at the end of the day.
And I think that's the beauty of opening batters, or certainly an underrated quality in which we should be looking for in opening batters. We're asking them to go out and face the hardest time against the freshest bowlers, against the newest ball. And all it needs is somebody to stay compact inside a box and just play to your strengths. And that is something he does wonderfully well, with an unbelievable amount of patience. That's the key to it. It's how long can you stay in? Because most players can do that for a little while, but then that juicy half volley outside off stump comes and they have a waft and they nick off and they're out. Craig Brathwaite just seems to stay in that box.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt you because a reminder to everybody that cricket isn't the only thing happening today. Six Nations rugby is close to a lot of people's hearts, the few of us that aren't completely devoted to football. And we can go across to Cardiff, I think, now. Hamish, are you there?
I am, yeah. In Cardiff, where they're just applauding to support Ukraine, is what the noise in the background is. We've just seen Dan Biggar and Alan Wynne-Jones come out. Dan Biggar first, Alan Wynne-Jones with his 2 daughters. Dan Biggar celebrating his 100th Wales cap, and Alan Wynne-Jones, amazingly, his 150th. This is a starter course for Super Saturday, the end of the Six Nations, and then it's the wrong way round. You've got the dessert in Dublin, the main course in Paris. But here, Wales can also set the tone for the day by moving into 3rd place in the table before waiting to see if Scotland and England can overtake later on. But maybe the point, more to the point, is about those landmarks. Biggar and Alan Wynne-Jones, both remarkable. Alan Wynne-Jones even more so because he's returned from injury just to do it. And just one final word about the talismanic second row. I don't know what the landmark occasions for the guys with you in the studio were like, but all of Alan Wynne-Jones's landmark occasions, and he's had an awful lot of them, have ended up in either defeat or serious injury or both. So no one would begrudge him if today it finally goes well against underdogs Italy.
Hey, Miss, don't go. Are you there?
I am still here.
I've got a question for you. Just briefly, the heat is on Eddie Jones. Do you think this performance against France today is make or break for him?
I wouldn't go so far as to say as make or break. I think he's got plenty of support within the RFU, and he's sort of looking ahead, and he's told people he's looking ahead. They've had an awful lot of injuries. This isn't the first choice England team you'd expect to see, in a World Cup. So he's got a few excuses. France at home, a formed team, but I definitely think we need to see more of a performance from England. So I don't think it's make or break, unless they lose by 30 points and they really show nothing, and then England are in trouble. But if they put up a performance, I don't think they need to win.
I noticed he was quick to say the other day, it's only because I'm Australian, they'd leave me alone if I wasn't.
Well, his track record in all his jobs is that he comes in, he has success, and then it fades away. and generally he ends up getting the sack. So we're in the period where in the past things have gone wrong for him. So from an England fan's point of view, hopefully this will break the trend.
Okay, I quite like Eddie Jones actually, but all right, thank you very much, Hamish, very good. We've got cricket about to begin here in Barbados. Thank goodness the weather relents. You do get the odd sort of skidding shower in Barbados, particularly if there's a breeze. It skids across the ground and disappears pretty quickly, and that's what's happened. We've had those trade winds have been there throughout the match, and particularly strong on the first day, so thankfully it's cleared and we're ready to go. The West Indian openers are on their way, the West Indian unbeaten batsmen are on their way to the middle. The aforementioned Chris Wokes is coming down the dressing room steps with Joe Root, and Neil Manthorpe is in position and ready to fire.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, Mark Nicholas. It was raining quite heavily about an hour ago, but it doesn't rain for long. It doesn't rain often or for long in Barbados, and once again we have blue skies, and the sun is shining. I think the late wicket from Dan Lawrence at the close of the third day has just put a very different complexion on proceedings, and England are still leading by over 200. So if they can, when do we start a day's play by saying, well, the first hour doesn't really matter? It's every single day we say, all right, the first hour is absolutely crucial, but really, I mean, two wickets in the first hour, and England have got a real chance of seizing control of this game.
Yeah, they certainly do, and I think the big positive for England is they have one of the bowlers in batting early on this morning in Alzari Joseph. That gives them a slightly better opportunity of getting an early wicket perhaps, and as we know, once you get one wicket, generally tails are up and you can force a couple more very, very quickly, and if that is the case, all of a sudden the game takes a completely different complexion.
Alex Tudor, who bowls the first couple of overs? Who are the first spells going to?
Listen, well, he's obviously got to give the ball who he feels is going to get him some wickets. I mean, in that case...
Okay, go on. Before we see who's it going to be?
I would give it to Ben Stokes. Because obviously when he comes on, he makes things happen. And with the intensity he bowls, his pace was up. He was the quickest bowler. Obviously they're going to look after him. But, it's an opportunity for these young men to go out there and put their hand up. You want the opportunity, and I always talk about you need sometimes the right opposition, the right pitch or whatever, but sometimes you've got to take your chance. When you go into international cricket and you're a freshling, it's about taking that opportunity, and can you take it? If you can grasp it, you're going to play it for a while. If not, sometimes you go under the one test wonder, or you don't play for too long.
Well, it's going to be Matt Fisher with the first over of the day, and we can have lots of fun with Jade Dernbach coming in to replace Darren Gough, because all of our favourite Matt Fisher stories that we've been talking about over the first 3 days, we can repeat them. It's just a fabulous story, and hopefully he'll be able to add to his wicket tally of one.
Jade will not know the amazing stat you gave us yesterday.
There's a few. Here's Matt Fisher. First delivery down the leg side, and it's glanced. It may have been off the pad actually, but it's down to the fine leg boundary for 4. No, it was off the bat, and that was very much a loosener from Matt Fisher. I mean, I'm hoping he did bowl a few proper looseners before, but into some netting that was erected on the outfield, but that did look a bit stiff.
It did. I always remember the great Dennis Lilly when he was out in the academy. He would be furious if he says your first delivery should be your quickest, because he used to hate when bowlers were out there for an hour warming up. He used to lose it.
Here's Fisher. That's much better. Full straight, tacking the stumps, punched up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Like, what are you doing that for? He says 20-15 minutes just before play, you go out there, you have your whites on, and you go out and bowl properly. You should be sweating by the time you bowl your first delivery. So he did not stand anyone bowling a loosener. He didn't get that.
Yeah, and Willie, his great saying was that your first ball sets the tone for the day. Jerusalem being sung. Now, interesting field, just one slip, but two catching on the drive on either side of the wicket. That's full and clipped away off his pads out towards deep square leg. Johnny Bairstow runs around to do the fielding, and the West Indies move on to 293 for 4. Matt Fisher 1 for 49. You know I love a quirky stat.
Jade, if you get this, honestly.
No, we're going to save that one for a little bit later. They have a lot in common. I was going to say, what do Ben Stokes, Mark Wood and Saqib Mahmood have in common? They have lots in common, but if you think quirky, what happened to Saqib Mahmood after 2.5 years is Fisher bowls a short one, and Alzari Joseph, the night watchman, gets into all sorts of problems with that. Tries to duck and it hit him on the thigh pad. So what happened to Jade? You might have missed it, but Saqib Mahmood bowled Jermaine Blackwood on 65 with a no ball, and Ben Stokes and Mark Wood also should have taken a wicket, but their first test wicket was with a no ball. Here is Matt Fisher, and that's clipped away up towards mid-on and straight to the fielder, the man on the drive. Yeah, so Ben Stokes in 2013, Mark Wood a couple of years later. Their first wicket was a no ball. Well, so it wasn't a wicket.
I think Tom Curran also took, wasn't his first test wicket off a no ball as well? I think Warner, maybe in the Ashes.
Jade, I bowled one.
Did you?
Yeah, honestly, at Perth. Who was it? Gilchrist. He was on naught. He was on naught at the time. Honestly, if NASA could kill me.
Slip short leg, two men on the drive. Down the leg side once again from Matt Fisher, and a leg glance from Alzari Joseph hits him on the pad. 293 for 4. First over bowled by Matt Fisher, and it was not a particularly impressive one. So, your first test wicket?
No. I mean, Gilchrist went there.
And how many did
Gilchrist
get?
I just throw it in there. I also bowled a no ball against a dangerous Adam Gilchrist. Just the way I used to get left-handers out, caught gully, no ball. I didn't even look at Nass, honestly. He was fuming because he went on to slap 70 very, very quickly.
All right, we'll start Jade off now. So, how old was Matt Fisher when he made his Yorkshire debut?
I'm gonna hasten to guess, but I think I heard somebody talk about it. Was he 15?
You don't want to say it, do you? Because it's quite... Yes, he was, yeah. So he played a 40-over game for Yorkshire when he was 15, which is pretty impressive, isn't it? But he, born and bred in York, as you may or may not know, still lives in York, and he played his club side was Sheriff Hutton Bridge. Strong team. Club level. Right, it's Jack Leach bowling the second over of the day, and that's down the leg side and clipped away behind square on the leg side, and he too started off with a ill-directed delivery which is clipped away by Brathwaite for a couple of runs. So how old was he, do you think, when he made his debut for Sheriff Hutton Bridge?
First team
debut 295 for 4. Jack Leach prepares once again. Up to the crease now, bowls, pitching leg stump, and turned away behind square. Dan Lawrence runs away from leg slip. Obviously, you know it's young.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But you're just stealing yourself, aren't you?
I'm going to say 12.
Good guess, but you're 5 years off. He was 7.
Wow.
7 years old. And the league immediately introduced a new rule. Here's Leach once again. It's pushed out on the offside, and there's no run. Obviously, the league officials were pretty outraged by this, so they introduced a rule immediately, which said that players had to be at least 11 before they could play first team. Here is Leach once again, and it's pushed away defensively up towards extra cover, fielded by captain Joe Root. And there's no run. 295 for 4. We have been unable to establish whether he batted or whether he just was given a bowl. Here is Leach once again, and forward comes Craig Brathwaite, playing defensively once more, straight back to the bowler. Much was spoken yesterday and overnight about Joe Root's employment of a leg slip, particularly a fine leg slip for Jack Leach bowling to the right-handers. I've yet to see a really good, plausible explanation for it. Dan Lawrence is a bit squarer now, more like a leg gully. Pushed again defensively by Brathwaite behind square on the offside, but it is a peculiar position. It's not one you see very often for a left arm spinner bowling to right-handers. And 2 overs gone. West Indies 295 for 4.
Yeah, it is a strange position, only in the sense of the times you see it is if you get a bowler that tends to get balls more to skid on more often, whereas Jack Leach tends to bowl the same delivery over and over again, side spin, trying to turn away to first slip. So I'm in complete agreement. That seems an almost wasted position there at leg slip. But again, we've seen Jack Leach in that first over still bowling a little bit too flat.
Matt Fisher once again, and defended again off the back foot. He's maybe an optical illusion, but it does look like Matt Fisher is bowling within himself. It's like it's like he's going for a 10k run. He's just going to warm up for the first couple of Ks.
Yeah, but like Darren said when he's on comms, he's not express. He's low 80s, and I suppose when he's at his best, he'll be 85, 86, 87, roughly. But as you said, he's just sort of not ambling in, but not bowling with much vigour.
Up to the crease now, bowls, and that one is driven away behind square on the offside. Nice open face. Chase on for Zach Crawley. He might just get there. Oh, and he trips and stumbles over the boundary rope. He was heading for the slide, wasn't he? He was getting into position to slide and flick it back, and I think his knee caught in the turf. There was some rain before the start of play, so it might just be a little bit softer. And he's pursing his lips and looking a bit ginger there. Oh, he's gone. I'm very glad that this the new rule about the advertising hoardings having to be 2 metres behind the rope was introduced, because he went head first over the boundary rope there, and his knee just got caught in the outfield.
I always get nervous after I was in Australia when Simon Jones did it at the Gabba, and I just don't like seeing lads doing it.
Here's Fisher once again, steered away behind square on the offside. So for somebody who was identified at such a young age as a precocious talent, the fact that he's only played 21 first-class games in 10 years since he made his white ball debut for Yorkshire is just, again, symptomatic of all the injuries that there's barely a part of his body that hasn't been injured. So it's so good to see him fit and finally making his debut. Bouncer, and well, that one actually did bounce. I mean, it was on its way down by the time it reached Ben Folkes, but we always get quite excited when the ball reaches chest height in this test.
Me too. Also, Jade, I was going to just throw at you, say, so when he made his debut at 15, his parents said, well, I'm going to put a little bet on. Went to a bookie. What odds do you reckon they got?
The bet was our 15-year-old son will play for England.
1,000 to 1.
Here's Fisher once again, up to the crease now, bowls, bouncer, and he ducks underneath it and through to the keeper.
50 to 1. 50 to 1, which is ridiculous, but as I said, bookmakers, they're not silly. So because he was in the system, because they would have obviously Yorkshire and stuff like that, because I had a young lad and I was interested to ask, and the first question they asked me was, is he playing representative stuff? And as soon as I said yes, it was like the odds just went
straight down.
So you need to do it early doors, parents, if you're going to do it.
You probably could get 1,000 to 1 if your child was like 10 years old. But having played a game for Yorkshire at 15, 50 to 1 was the best they could get. That's full and wide outside the off stump, and it's left alone. Mind you, they had to wait 10 years to cash in.
Also, I'd just have to say, parents, gamble responsibly, please. Yes, I have to stress that.
299 for 4, trailing by 208. So first 3 overs safely negotiated by the West Indies. We're talking a lot about the first hour being really important for England. A couple of wickets, try and take control of the game. So their approach is pretty straightforward. For the West Indies, is there any approach other than just bat?
It is just a case of batting. They've got plenty of time left in this game. They don't have to make any moves as of yet. They know the ball is firmly in England's court, in the sense of having to come to them. And I think, as we've seen, there's probably been enough bad deliveries on offer already in the first 3 overs or so that they can just sit and wait Brathwaite will certainly play the way he plays, and Alzarri Joseph will probably be on the more attacking side, I would have thought.
Jack Leach. They got rid of the leg slip. Oh, that's good news. An orthodox slip and a short leg now. Where's the extra man gone? You watch, he's going to flick one down the next side. It's going to go straight in the air. No, but I just couldn't work out why they're persisting so long with that leg slip. Anyway, he's gone, and so we've got an orthodox slip and a short leg. Here is Leach once more. He's bowling middle and off, turning slightly, but blocked defensively by Craig Brathwaite, who remains 116. Alzarri Joseph, the night watchman, has 8. West Indies are 299 for 4, trailing by 208. Jack Leach, 1 away from his 100, 1 for 99, but he has bowled 45 overs. So it's not like he's been the victim of an assault by the West Indies top order. Far from it. I think less than 2.5 and over. Leach in once more, and it's steered defensively by Brathwaite behind square on the offside. 15-minute delay in play because of the tidying up process that had to be gone through after a couple of showers, an hour or so before the start of play. 299 for 4. Leach spinning the ball with his left hand into his right hand, and now up to the crease once more. Oh, that's popped off the inside edge, and it's bounced away wide of short leg. I think it was off the inside edge, maybe not. No, leg by, signalled by umpire Nigel Toogood. Oh no, it was. Sorry, it was. There was no call. It was off the inside edge.
Leg slip there, Manners.
No, it wouldn't have gone to leg slip.
Manners. Look at it.
Well,
a little bit more flight, a little bit more bounce.
There was a bit of air with that one, wasn't there? He did.
Few and far between, though, for Jack.
Here's Leach once again to the crease, and the leg slip's gone back in place now. And for Alzarri Joseph, the night watchman, pushed away defensively once more, and there's no run. That was the 300 up for the West Indies off that inside edge. 300 for 4. Leach up to the wicket once more, and that one is blocked easily by Alzarri Joseph, and there's no run. If you're out and about and you want to keep up with the cricket, you can get us on the talkSPORT app. Just swipe for talkSPORT 2, and we're on your smart speaker, online, and now on the talkSPORT YouTube channel, where you can find us alongside a ball-by-ball scorecard. So if you're out and about and watching some school sport maybe this Saturday afternoon, you can pop the earphones in, and you don't have to miss a ball. Craig Brathwaite, 117. Gary Morgan, our statistician, is obsessed with the scores that batsmen resume on at the start of a play, and that's a bouncer again from Matt Fisher, and ducks underneath it very easily, does Brathwaite. He tells us that 3 players have resumed. This is in the history of Test cricket. 3 players have resumed on 109 not out, and Marlon Samuels was one of them, and he went on to make 260 against Bangladesh. I'm trying to work out how many days it would require Craig Brathwaite to get to 260. Here's Matt Fisher once more, up to the crease, bowls, and it's driven gently, pushed, not really driven, just a push up towards Saqib Mahmood at mid-off, no run.
I know there's no flamboyancy in sort of his batting, but that's a skill in itself, Manners. You know, there's different batters out there, and when you're a set-up of a team, and England been looking at it for years, haven't they, with openers, they would be praying for a Brathwaite in their side, wouldn't they? And it's a skill to be able to have that mental strength to play just every ball, just go about your business, manoeuvring the ball.
Bit of bounce here from Fisher, but nicely played by Brathwaite. Takes the bottom hand off the bat and off the handle, knocks it away on the onside. England have got Alex Lees now, and Dom Sibley lining up for a recall.
Oh, yeah. No, they have, but obviously sort of in and out of the side, aren't they? Obviously, Alex Lees in his infancy in international cricket, trying to find his way, trying to find the right tempo, so to speak, because technically he looks good.
Yeah, he does. Orthodox. Here is Fisher once again. Bangs it in, just outside off stump, pushed away out on the offside. Was it fair enough for you, Jade, that Alex Lees batted the way he did? It was 120 deliveries for his 30. Actually, it was 138 deliveries for his 30. I mean, we thought it was fair enough that he was batting time, but he did seem to be spurning quite a few scoring opportunities. He was blocking half volleys.
Yeah, he did. He was trying to be as patient as possible and just waiting for the right opportunities, like I say, and that's the key to being an opening player.
Bouncer, a duck underneath again from Craig Brathwaite.
Yeah, it's having the right mindset. It's being able to stay there long enough to know that you can cash in later on. Your objective is obviously to get the shine off that hard new ball and allow then your middle order players to come in and be more flamboyant, which is what England essentially try to set up and do. Our destructive players are in the middle order, but we need our top order to be able to stay there long enough so that the likes of Stokes are coming in against bowlers who are coming back for their third spell.
Here is Matt Fisher once again. Short, wide, cut away down towards the third man boundary. Nobody down there. Somebody's have to go and fetch it, but that was just too much width and the lack of pace. It was a help yourself delivery.
Yeah, it really was, and the frustration there, I guess, is they've set a straight field as we spoke about previously. He's got two short mid wickets there with the man back on the leg side. And the majority of those deliveries are outside the off stump, and you're asking to be hit on a slow pitch where your only opportunity really to get wickets is probably getting someone caught with those two men there. I just want to see him bowling that tiny bit fuller, bringing those stumps into play and actually bowling to the field, but a short wide one with no cover on the offside is probably not the option.
Right, end of the over. Let's go for a quick Six Nations update. Cardiff, Hamish Stewart is watching Wales-Italy.
We're just over a quarter of an hour gone. It's Italy who are leading by 6-0. Two long-range penalties. Paolo Garbisi took the first one from around about 45 metres and it just scraped over, so a bit of surprise. He handed over to Patavani, who landed the second. 6-0 to Italy.
Jack Leach begins a new over and it's punched off the back foot to Joe Root at extra cover. Yeah, I know you were talking about this in the build-up. Joe Root's reluctance to bowl himself. I mean, Dan Lawrence done a super job, but I mean, given how seriously Joe Root started to take his bowling up until a year ago, that's on the back foot, played away defensively by night watchman Alzari Joseph. Would you like to see a bit more of him?
100%. Yeah, I don't know if there's maybe a slight injury issue we don't know about or anything. There's no reason why Joe's only bowled a few overs. And even Dan Lawrence, he looked dangerous when he came on. Give it a bit of flight.
Leach again. Blocked once more by Alzari Joseph. Joe Root's bowled 3 overs out of 122.
Yeah, there's got to be something in that, man. He might have a little niggle, possibly, after that long batting stint he did on the first 2 days.
Here is Leach once again, blocked once more, right on back onto his stumps by Alzari Joseph. Dan Lawrence figures of 5 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 8.
Yeah, far too many overs left in the bank, I think, as Tudor's alluded to there. Usually Joe Root bowls more overs at home than we've seen here on a surface that's actually offering some assistance.
Leach once more. Oh, that's good delivery. That one has fizzed past the outside edge of the night watchman's bat and into the gloves of Ben Foakes. That was a good delivery.
That's a very good delivery, but they're few and far between, manners, aren't they? Just a little bit more flight. Look at that little flight. It's pitch outside leg. Just gone over sort of middle and off.
Here's Leach once again, and Alzari Joseph, he's going to stand on his stumps in a minute. He's gone right back, both feet well behind the popping crease, and I mean, that good delivery was just wasted on the night watchman.
It is, and it's a frustration for me when I watch that Leach, because he does bowl good deliveries, but he's not able to then back it up. There's just not enough of it. He should be bowling an over of those flighted deliveries, or even more, 3 or so. But it just feels like he bowls a very good delivery, then he fire it in. As you said, Alzari Joseph was able to go on the back foot that time and play that. We need to be drawing those guys forward.
For the next 20 minutes in the commentary box, you'll be with Samuel Badrie and Barry Wilkinson.
Pleasant good morning to you, Neil Manthorpe and Alex Tudor and everyone else listening on talkSPORT. It's been a fantastic kind of morning in terms of how things have started. West Indies look a bit more positive, as a matter of fact. It's going to be Mahmood now as he comes in and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is cutting well. More runs here for the West Indies. He gets one, he's going to come back for the second. Lees picks up and throws but can't stop the second run. And the West Indies, 288 for 4, have now moved on to 306 without further loss. As I say, good morning to Samuel Badri.
Good morning, Barry. Good morning, listeners, wherever you may be. Good morning from beautiful and sunny Bridgetown, Barbados.
Partially sunny.
Yeah, it's a little bit overcast towards the eastern side, but those clouds are relatively high, so it wouldn't really threaten, but always warm and friendly these parts.
As Mahmood in now, bowls to Brathwaite on the line of the all-stump. Defensively pushes into the offside and there's no run. Always a good day when Arsenal win a Premier League match. And they won, the only one this morning in terms of the only game being played, 1-0. So I'm quite chirper.
Yeah, I can well imagine.
Albeit against Aston Villa. But nevertheless, a victory is a victory. And the West Indies have started in a positive vein as well. There's a lot to look forward to today to see how this match will finally shape up on day 4. As Mahmood turns again to Brathwaite, who's 123, and Brathwaite this time is driving, coming off the outside edge. It's going to go into the boundaries, into third man boundary for 4. So the second boundary for Craig Brathwaite, the third, as a matter of fact, this morning. And the West Indies now 310 for 4. They have avoided officially the follow-on. Not perhaps like that would have been enforced anyway, but just for the record, the England team will have to bat again if they build the West Indies out.
And that was the first target for the West Indies, that 308 run mark. They've gone up to 310 for 4 now, and Craig Brathwaite showing some signs of aggression. You don't usually see him playing those sorts of power shots, shots in anger. He usually caresses the ball, so it's a positive start from the West Indian captain.
Yeah, he's come out differently this morning as Mahmood bowls again to it. This time he's turning the ball into the onside. Can't score on that occasion. Johnny Bairstow runs from that short mid-wicket position, and there's no run. He's got 3 4s so far for the morning, 15 all told, and the West Indies looking good. 310 for 4 in response to England's 507 for 9 declared on a very overcast kind of morning. Cricket actually started 15 minutes late because of some rain, and we might get another interruption or 2 before the day is out, that's for sure. As Mahmood back to his mark now in front of the Joe Garner end. The crowd not as big as it has been the first 3 days, with Mahmood running in now, bowling to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite this time is pushing the ball again out to the cover area off the back foot, and there's no run. We had crowds in the first day of 8,250 on Thursday. The official crowd was just under 8,000, 7,900, and yesterday 7,700. I reckon today's so far probably half of that. Samuel Badri's looking very sparse, but if you passed through Oystons last night, you would not have believed that fish was being sold. It looked to me like it was strictly rum and beer.
Yeah, as you can imagine, Friday evening in Oystons, always a busy and active spot as Mahmood comes in once again over the wicket. This one is short outside the off stump, punched off the back foot by Craig Brathwaite. 2 is the call, and gets another couple, takes the score on now to 312. And Brathwaite moving along quite nicely this morning. Over comes to an end. 124 overs bowled now by England for 4 wickets. So it's been an arduous task for them, for all of the bowlers. And the 2 debutants, Chris Wokes, even Ben Stokes, they've all been hard at work, diligently plodding away, but with not much success. I think that Jack Leach, who everyone thought would have been the main threat, has been negated. I just think that he's bowling a little bit too quickly. Too many of his deliveries are just hovering around that 90 kph mark. Should be a little bit slower, maybe in the low 80s. He comes in once again around the wicket to Alzarri Joseph. Another one flat, full, just prodded on the front foot by Alzarri Joseph. He's bowling to a lower order batsman. They don't call themselves tailenders anymore. You want to flight it a little bit more, ask him to play a few shots. As it is, he's bowling too flat for my liking.
So just to remind you that the session will now end at 12:15 local time. Lunch will be from 12:15 to 12:55. Second session ends at 2:55, and then tea is at 3:15. And we go all the way down to 10 to 6. As that delivery is well flighted, but there is Joseph on the front foot on driving, and there's no run, just to try to be at the mid-on position. 3-12 for 4. Joseph has got 8. He has been kept quiet this morning. He hasn't faced a lot. He's faced 37 balls all told. This time he's on the back foot, goes very close to his stumps, and plays it into the onside. Still no run. I guess his situation will be to support Craig Brathwaite as much as possible and as long as possible, as Leach is with it again. Spins the ball from hand to hand, passes the umpire and bowls to Joseph, who's on the front foot this time, and pushes the ball to the captain, Joe Root, at cover. But I agree with you about Jack Leach. I thought he would have used the pitch to better effect, because I think that's what will be giving him the most consistent bit of use out of the pitch, but he hasn't done that. He's been flat and fast, as this delivery again is flighted, played into the onside there by Joseph to end the over here on talkSPORT 2. 125 overs have been bowled, and the West Indies are 312 for 4, with Craig Brathwaite, the captain, moving from 109 overnight quite quickly to 129. He's added 20 in the first, just under the first half an hour. And with him is Alzari Joseph, who is still there on 8. A partnership worth 28 runs after Blackwood yesterday was LBW to Lawrence for 102. Ironically, Lawrence was the man who 2 days prior was out in the similar time frame, just before the end of play. And he was the man in the end taking the wicket yesterday.
And I remember in that first test match as well, late on the evening, when he got Nkrumah Bonner, similar time in the day's play. So he has that uncanny ability to take wickets just before the close, when batsmen might just relax against him, thinking that they've done all of the hard work and just want to see out the day, and that moment of relaxation just brought about their demise.
Mahmood to continue. Bowls to Brathwaite, who's driving out to mid-off. No run there for Craig Brathwaite. Mahmood, 16 overs, 3 maidens, none for 43. Has not been bad, just hasn't been able to get that breakthrough. He should have gotten it yesterday, but he delivered a no ball, so that was his fault. Leach, 48 overs. He's bowled the lion's share, 16 maidens, and he's brought up his century, 1 for 100. People have been talking a lot about the umpiring in this series. I'll ask Samuel Badri to gather his thoughts on the umpiring in this particular match on the first 4 days. Someone is sitting in front of the sight screen. It looks to me like a security guard, wearing a very orange fluorescent top. She was sitting smack down in the middle of the sight screen, and she's been asked to move. So she has, and we're about to resume. Mahmood comes in now, bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is turning this one forward of square for another single. Your thoughts on the umpiring, Sam?
I think in this game they've been quite good. Had a few decisions that had to be reviewed. Nigel Dugan, remember his standing for the first time in Test match cricket. He's had one-day internationals before, so he would have felt a little bit of the pressure in the heat of the moment, in the heat of the battle. I just think that there was one LBW decision that he gave not out, and it was absolutely plumb. But other than that, I think both himself and Joel Wilson in this match, they have been quite solid, quite good. They were quick to intervene in that verbal yesterday as Mahmood comes in once again. This one is played on the back foot by Alzari Joseph, quite confidently pushes it down to mid-on, no run. That verbal spat, as it were, between Ben Stokes and Jermaine Blackwood, they came in quite quickly and they nipped it in the bud, which is always important. You don't want any sort of untoward behavior lingering on. So I thought from that standpoint they took command of the game, and their decision making in this match so far has been quite solid and commendable.
Yeah, one or two mistakes, but I would agree with you. As Mahmood comes in and bowls to Joseph, a short ball that balloons over his head. He ducks and is taken there by the keeper. We did hear Blackwood, though, quickly say in the post-match interview that it was nothing too serious. He said that himself and Stokes have had perhaps a long-running kind of duel that would go back to 2015 when they would have first played together in England, here in the Caribbean. I remember Ben Stokes and would have been Marlon Samuels. They also had a very big duel. I think in that same series in 2015 in Grenada, I remember Marlon Samuels used to do this kind of salute as he got out. Here comes Mahmood and bowls to Joseph, and Joseph is defending solidly along the pitch out to the mid-on area, and there's still no run. I think we might have a rain interruption pretty soon again too. It seems to be coming quickly across the ground, even though the sun is out on one side, it's very gloomy on the other. Like I said last night, around Barbados you would have thought that cricket was being played at venues because there's all English fans out and about. It was superb stuff. It was great to see the tourism industry in full flow last night. Here comes Mahmood as he steams it again and bowls to Alzari Joseph, and Joseph is driving or defending in the end, pushing it to the cover area, and it ends the over. There's no run here on talkSPORT 2. We're West Indies 313 for 4 now. Brathwaite has got 130 and Alzari Joseph has got 8. Brathwaite said that he dedicated this century to his mom, not because she's departed, but she's actually arrived. First time that she's watched him play a cricket match, a test match live. She lives in the USA, and she's actually here in Barbados watching him play a match, and he was quite happy for the first match that she has watched him play that he was able to make a century.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal, and that's the sort of inspiration that players need from time to time, and to have your mom look in and for you to put in that type of performance, not only in front of her but also in your home ground. It's the first century that he's made for the West Indies at the Kensington Oval. Of course, he would have made many centuries for Barbados coming through at different age group levels, as Jack Leach comes in once again, draws Craig Brathwaite on the front foot, confidently played once again, just smothers any sort of bounce or turn there would have been on that delivery, continues to be quite resolute, and comes down the wicket to have a slight discussion with Alzari Joseph, who has been quite patient as well. Leach comes in once again around the wicket. Once again it's driven back past the bowler, but Ben Stokes is in the way, no run. So quite heartening for Craig Brathwaite to register that century, quite a momentous occasion, and to do so with your mother in the crowd.
Yeah, as Leach now, it looks like if someone has turned off the lights at Kensington, it's got really dark. Leach bowls short. Brathwaite punches this out to the sweeper. In normal circumstances that would have been a boundary, but the captain Joe Root has plugged that area, and there is a fielder there, so you only get 1 run. The ground staff are at the ready for what promises to be an interruption any minute now. Brathwaite has gone to 131. Joseph on 8 from 44. He's been there for a while as Leach bowls to him now, and he's coming on the front foot and squeezing this one just past the leg slip. I think that was bat and pad, so it should be a run. It is. And he goes to 9. It's 315 it now for 4.
Yeah, this partnership continues to build. It's 31 now, but more importantly, they're spending time out in the middle, and that's exactly what Alzari Joseph would have been sent out to do. Excellent delivery from Jack Leach, just spins past the outside edge of the bat, misses the stumps as well. Good pace on that, and still managed to get considerable turn, and not for the first time goes past the edge, goes past the stump, and no success for Jack Leach. But what a peach, what a gem of a delivery.
That was a delivery that deserved the wicket, I have to tell you. This time he's bowling again on the line of the middle stump, a bit fuller. Brathwaite is on the front foot. The ball balloons into the onside and there's no run. The over ends. Windies 315 for 4, with Craig Brathwaite, the captain, on 131. Alzari Joseph on 9, the latest score here on talkSPORT 2. So the ground staff, like I said, just moving the boundary signage. I won't be surprised if they come on any minute now, because it is drizzling. Umpire Joe Wilson, the senior umpire, is having a look. We haven't started the overs yet. I think there might be some concern where he is concerned. But we can also see a bowling change as well. It's going to be looks like Lawrence is going to take up the attack. The off spinner from a different end, the Joe Garner end. He bowled quite a bit at the Malcolm Marshall end yesterday. I think he bowled about 8 overs. Only 5 as a matter of fact. So he's actually going to take it up now from the Joe Garner end. Very, very breezy outside. He continues to attack the night watchman. There's a slip and a leg slip. There's a short leg. There's also a mid-on that's in a catching position. And here he comes in now. Dan Lawrence, the tall off-spinner with a very, very eccentric action. Does a couple of hop, jumps and skips before he gets to the umpire. He does so now and bowls to Joseph, and Joseph is driving pleasantly, but there's a fielder there in the deep cover, so he only got a single. But he goes now to 9, and the total goes to 316. He goes to 10, the 316 for 4.
And it's interesting that Jarut has opted to go to Dan Lawrence as opposed to himself. Just wonder if he thinks that Dan Lawrence is the man with the golden arm, and with this rain break imminent, looking to get a wicket on D4. So far they've been blunted by both these batsmen.
Lawrence in and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite gets the delivery on the line of the off stump, takes his bottom hand off of it as he defends it into the onside, and there's no run. Yeah, I think Lawrence has been able to break those partnerships so far in this series, and perhaps that's why he's been brought on. And this delivery is short. There goes Brathwaite and punches it out to the long on area for 1 to rotate the strike and taking the total to 317 now for 4, 317, and his individual goes to 132. As Lawrence now comes in and bowls to Azari Joseph, and Joseph gets a delivery that's short, that spins quite quickly back into him. He's turning it into the onside, and there is no run.
Azari would know how difficult it is to get wickets on the surface, and will be trying not to gift his wicket away to any of the bowlers. Lawrence comes in once again. This one is outside the line of the off stump, spinning back into the right-handed Azari Joseph, who just cautiously plays it on the back foot to the fielder at silly mid-on. No run the result. And the umpires are now having a short discussion, and they're calling the covers on. So we are going to have a pause in play here on D4 due to rain. We did have some inclement weather earlier today, which resulted in a delayed start. Started 15 minutes late due to the rain, and we're going to have the first interruption since we've started for the day, as Barry Wilkinson rightly predicted. We might have a few of these throughout the course of the day. As I look towards my right on the eastern side, very overcast, the sun hidden behind all of that cloud cover, so it's dark. It's a slight drizzle, but it's looking a little bit ominous towards the eastern side, and hopefully the breeze that we have here, the wind, can take those clouds away, and this interruption wouldn't be too long. In the interim, the groundsmen are doing their utmost best to ensure that the square is sufficiently covered. Big white covers being brought on by the groundsmen, the very capable groundsmen here at the Kensington Oval. At the moment it's just a slight drizzle, but it's enough to take the players off the field. The umpires have decided that it's heavy enough for them to go off, and all eyes will be on the cloud and the cloud cover to see how much of a delay this would be. So that's the news here at the Kensington Oval at the moment. The West Indies 317 for 4. Craig Brathwaite remains unbeaten on 132. Azari Joseph alongside him unbeaten on 10 of 48 deliveries. The partnership now with 33, and they've blunted anything that has come their way for the morning so far, which would have been exactly what they wanted. Speaking to Jermaine Blackwood earlier today, he mentioned that the first hour would be quite critical, and they've gone past that follow-on score. They've battled, and they've battled quite competently. So the first port of call has been achieved, and the West Indies on day 4, they remain unscathed.
So England 507 for 9 declared. Windies, like you said, 317 for 4 as we have a rain interruption. Brathwaite unbeaten on 132. from 371 balls, 15 fours. John Campbell was caught by Folkes off of Fisher for 4. Shamar Brooks was caught by Wokes off of Leach for 39. And Karim Bonner was LBW to Stokes for 9. Jermaine Blackwood, he was LBW to Lawrence for 102. Faced 215 balls, batted for just under 300 minutes, 11 fours. And Azari Joseph unbeaten as night watchman on 10. Still to come, we've got Jason Holder, Joshua De Silva, Kemar Roach, Versami Pramol and Jaden Seals with some 21 extras, 10 buys, 4 leg buys and 7 no balls. Wickets going down at 14, 83, 101 and 284. Wokes 16 overs, 7 maidens, none for 46. Fisher 20 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 57. Leach 49 overs, 16 maidens, 1 for 102. Ben Stokes 17 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 34. Saqib Mahmood 17 overs, 3 maidens, none for 44. Dan Lawrence 5 overs and 5 balls, 2 maidens, 1 for 10. And Joe Root, the captain, 3 overs that cost some 10 runs. Remember, England won the toss in this championship, Test Championship, and decided to bat first in that 507 for 9 declared. A total that was dominated, first of all, by the captain, Joe Root. Remember, he made a swashbuckling, well, I shouldn't say swashbuckling, but an impressive 153. And until he was LBW to Roach, we also saw a century that was swashbuckling from Ben Stokes, 120 from 128 balls, 6 sixes, 11 fours. Supporting knocks, of course, from Dan Lawrence, who made 91, 41 from Chris Wokes, 33 from Ben Folkes, and earlier a very, very slow but productive 30 from 138 balls from Alex Lees. Versami Pramol took 3 for 126 and 1 apiece to Seals, Holder and Brathwaite. Well, Roach took 2 for 68, and in so doing overtaking Sir Gary Sobers in terms of the amount of wickets taken in Test cricket. But of course, Roach could not come near him when it comes to batting ability or even runs. So he's got one piece of the puzzle right, at least.
Yeah, arguably the greatest all-rounder to have graced this wonderful game, and his name adorns the Players' Pavilion as well as his statue outside of this iconic venue. And I'm sure Kemar Roach and Jason Holder and the like, Craig Brathwaite, would one day hope to have their names etched on this wonderful facility. Craig Brathwaite registering his 10th Test match century, and incidentally, Barry, 10 centuries scored by the West Indian opening batsmen all have been scored by Craig Brathwaite. No other West Indian opening batsman has scored a Test match century since he scored that century in 2013, I think it was. So it's really a remarkable achievement from him, and it just goes to show of the paucity of opening batsmen in the region.
Yes, it's remarkable yet sad, because when you think about it, it doesn't speak very well or augur very well for other opening batsmen in the Caribbean. He's had a couple of partners. I mean, there's also been, in addition to Campbell, we've also had Devon Smith, who would have opened with him at some period of time. We would have also had, of course, the left-hander from the man from Nevis, Kyron Powell. He's had some partners, and they have come and they have failed, and that has indeed been very sad. So, yeah, you're happy about that, but at the same time, you just wonder.
Yeah, and they're still in the search for someone who can lend that solidity at the top with him. They've gone back to John Campbell. They tried Jeremy Solozano in Sri Lanka, who did not have an opportunity to bat because he was concussed on the first session of the first test and didn't feature thereafter. And consequently, or subsequently I should say rather, he's been dropped from this test series. So they've gone back to John Campbell, still in search for someone who can really stabilize the innings and really support Craig Brathwaite at the top of the order. It's not something that's unique to the Caribbean, however. England themselves, they've had issues at the top of the order with the opening batsmen. Both their openers from that Ashes series are no longer part of the squad, so they've gone for 2 different options in this series as part of their red ball reset. It's not easy being an opening batsman with that new ball in Test match cricket.
when he first started, Lendl Simmons was his partner back in 2011. So that says a lot, because Lendl Simmons hasn't played Test cricket in eons since then. So it's 3:17 for 4, the West Indies. We're going to have a resumption quite shortly. Brathwaite has got 132. Joseph has got 10 here on talkSPORT 2 and on YouTube, as we hand it back to Neil Manthorpe.
Thank you very much indeed to Barry Wilkinson. I'm glad to hear that we will have a resumption shortly. We have Alex Tudor and Jade Dernbach in the commentary box here in London. Jade, thank you very much indeed once again for filling in for Darren Gough, who had a very important appointment that he had to fulfill on a piece of real estate somewhere close to Wentworth, I think. Jade, so we haven't actually... Everyone else has had their say here on talkSPORT 2 about the omission of James Anderson and Stuart Broad, and we haven't had your thoughts. But before, I'll preempt that by saying that Matt Fisher was asked the question. You know, 10 years after his debut for Yorkshire, he finally plays for England, and you know he's played 21 first-class matches and taken 63 wickets, and he's basically taking the place of one of Jimmy Anderson or Stuart Broad. So he was asked the question, and he said, I'm really disappointed they're not on the tour. It would have been fantastic to have them on tour, to learn from them, to talk to them. And he said, look, it's completely surreal, the idea that he's replacing. I mean, he was 5 years old when Jimmy Anderson made his debut for England, and he said, you know, throughout my whole life watching England, Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad have been in the team, and now he said it's just like too big to comprehend. It's completely surreal. You know, the idea that I'm taking one of their places, it's just, it would be hard for him if he could even come to terms with it, but he said it's just too big a concept. So he was not putting himself under pressure.
No, of course, and there's been so much said about it, and I've certainly spoken about it on air previously. For me, the decision just didn't make any sense. Leaving both of them out, I can understand if you left potentially Jimmy at home and saved him for the home test matches, and still send Stuart Broad to do exactly that job, is to mentor the players, to have the likes of Matt Fisher, to be able to grab him at the end of a day's play and say, how do you go about bowling in test match cricket? Somebody who's been so successful. Unfortunately now for Matt Fisher, he's going to learn by himself, which is not the worst thing, but having somebody there who's been there, done that for a number of years, I think is essential for young players coming through.
Oh, and the good news is that the covers have been taken off very, very rapidly, and we're about to get a resumption of play, and a wild swing from Alzari Joseph, the night watchman, and he gets a thick outside edge to one from Dan Lawrence, which doesn't really turn as much as his previous deliveries. That's why it hit the outside edge, and it flies away wide of slip and down towards third man, and they run through for a couple. Alzari Joseph is 12, and Craig Brathwaite has 132. West Indies are trailing by 188. That was the last ball of the over. So they do their showers short and sharp in Barbados, and we're underway.
Yeah, they certainly do roll through very quickly over in Barbados. I haven't been caught in a couple myself, but they do, as quickly as they come, they disappear just as quick. So good to see them back out and us getting some more action here. And again, nice to see Dan Lawrence in the action. It seems to be when he's had the ball in his hand, something seems to have happened. I know Chuge is smirking at me across the comm box in the sense of he's giving it a bit of flight. He's giving it an opportunity to do something off the surface and asking the batters to do something as well.
Got the leg gully and the slip and the short leg in once more as Jack Leach continues to toil away to Craig Brathwaite, the captain. He's 132 not out.
Come in, bud.
Leach disappointed with his returns. This is his 50th over, 1 for 102. Driven down the ground up towards Shakib Mahmood at mid-on. And there's no run. Surely can't be long until we see Shakib Mahmood. I think the workload needs to be shared around as Leach is in once again, and short, wide and cut out towards the man sweeping on the cover boundary. That is Matt Fisher. Go through for another single. 320 for 4 in the 129th over. It's Jack Leach 1 for 103. He was obviously not only hoping but probably expecting for better returns. A quicker one from Leach, and again Alzari Joseph goes right back onto his stumps. He's making himself look like a real LBW candidate, but so far so good. He's relying on his eye. And he's playing back to almost everything in a premeditated fashion. Slip short leg slip. Leach in once again, and Alzari Joseph pushes it away behind square on the offside. And there's no run. Give it some more air, Jack. Every now and then, not all the time, but get it up to the batsman's eye line. Above his eye line, I should say. Trailing by 187, West Indies, as Leach is in once again, and pushed through and played away defensively off the back foot by Joseph. Judes, do you think the fact that, well, I mean, he's bowled at this pace pretty much for 50 overs, but when you've got a night watchman at the crease who's playing back to you, it must be quite tempting to try and push it through and pin him, LBW.
Yes, but the way Alzari Joseph normally plays, he's quite an aggressive player. And I'm sure if you start flighting a couple up there, his eyes are going to light up, and he may hit you for a couple. But no one cares when you've got that big first innings total, which I keep talking about. You've got to have that in your locker where, and I think Jack will need this if he's going to develop, and if he wants to be the number one, he's going to have to get his trajectory, he's going to have to get it up above the eye line. For me, it's just too flat. You can't have batters just going on the back foot and playing you. It's just giving them too much time. Bring them forward. They're uncertain when they come forward. When they go back, it's a lot easier. I know you're saying like to try and push it through. Pitch is too slow. You've got too much time.
Dan Lawrence is going to continue. We've enjoyed watching him in this brief spell. He's bowled 6 overs, 1 for 12. Here he is again, and that's given some air, and it's a half volley outside the off stump, and it's driven quite nicely by Craig Brathwaite. It'll be fielded by Saqib Mahmood, and they go through for 3 actually. Craig Brathwaite moves on to 136, and the total up to 323 for 4. So, Jade, were the West Indies always playing for the draw? I know there's always one character in every dressing room, isn't there? The outlier, the nutter who says we can win this. But once England passed 500, was that it? I mean, the West Indies, I know that they can't win it now because of their scoring rate, but do you think anybody in that West Indian change room would have said, come on, let's put them under pressure?
I don't think from a West Indies perspective they necessarily had to. I think it was a game that kind of got depicted for them. The pitch that was produced didn't enable them to have that opportunity, and I think all they could do was just play that session in front of him and see how the game ended up.
Lawrence once again, forward comes Joseph, pushing defensively, no run.
And I think that's probably the other aspect is to understand that can be quite a difficult position, but the West Indies have covered themselves in glory to the extent of, yes, the pitch is flat, but you've still got to go out there and score the runs and keep the good balls out, and they certainly have here at 323 for 4.
Here's Lawrence once again, forward comes Alzari Joseph, blocking defensively, and there's no run. Dan Lawrence spoke this morning. If you missed our build-up, he was chatting to Samuel Badri before the start of play, and he said that his run-up just feels completely natural to him, but he hates the sight of it when he watches it on replay. That's steered away behind square on the offside. But I think it's delightful. I think there's something balletic about it. I mean, it's almost like you expect him to do a pirouette halfway through. I think it's really artistic. Here he is once again, and spins this one from outside the off stump back in towards the bowler and into the batsman, and there's no run. 323 for 4 the score remains. I wonder whether that was whether he ran up and bowled like that just naturally the first time he tried to bowl, whether he I can't think that he was trying to copy anybody. There's no precedent for that, is there? I don't think. Never seen anybody bowl like that, but it's a nice little leap in his gather, and that one is turned away behind square on the leg side, also straight to the fielder, and there's no run. 130 overs gone, West Indies 323 for 4. Ever come across anybody that bowls like that?
I haven't. You do see some peculiar actions at times, don't you, Tudes? And I think sometimes we're obviously two fast bowlers, so it's a bit different for us. We're trying to run in at a bit more pace, but some spinners are obviously trying to create momentum somehow, aren't they? But before getting to the crease, certainly if they have shorter run-ups, and the arm swinging is probably one of those cases for Dan Lawrence. Or I don't know what I'm doing him a disservice here, but as you say, it's quite ballerina-esque, as though he's prancing in and making quite a show. But it makes it interesting for everybody to watch, nevertheless.
Here's Jack Leach, far more orthodox, and a nice high right arm, and pulls it down. That delivery is again blocked away by Brathwaite out on the offside. Kemar Roach was he was interviewed after the first day's play, and he was crestfallen about the pitch, to be honest. That's pushed away defensively out on the offside. He was, I mean, you expected him to start cussing, didn't you, with the way he was talking? But he said there's just nothing in it. There's such a disappointment. Here is Leach once again. Oh, that one spins and fizzes, and Ben Foakes has taken that one-handed. That one's just come from nowhere. Cannot get a bat on that. Goodness me, that looks like it's bounced out of a hole. Wow. A few more of those, Jack. Forward comes Brathwaite, pushing defensively out on the onside.
As my dad said, it must have hit a stone. It's hit a pebble on the pitch.
Brilliant, mate. Brilliant, bud.
Yeah, I mean, it must have done. I mean, it would have bounced over the head of Zach Crawley. It slipped, and Folks not got a glove there. That's full and pushed straight back to the bowler. And there's no run. 323 for 4. Nothing wrong with the England over rate at the moment.
And you'll get your train on time, man.
It is. They are really rattling through. Jack Leach is this is his 51st over, 1 for 103. As Leach up to the crease once more. Has he gone a bit wider there? Angling that one into Brathwaite. Pushes defensively out, square of the wicket on the offside. It does give me a chance between overs to ask James Dernbach whether you're still playing for Italy.
Yes is the short answer to that. We've got a few competitions coming up this year. I think firstly they're off to Uganda for a 50-over qualification tournament, and then Finland and Jersey later on in the year.
And of the three, which one excites you most? Have you been to Finland before?
I have not been to Finland. I've passed through. I think I've stopped over there once before, but didn't get the opportunity to leave the airport. So I'm quite looking forward to that trip. I've heard a lot of good things about Finland. And I'm not sure about my availability, unfortunately, for the Ugandan trip. I'm having to clarify a few things on that, but I'll certainly be making myself available whenever possible.
And Jersey, that's a terrific trip. Here's Dan Lawrence once again. High arm action, and it's the leap, I think, which is the most attractive thing.
It is, but I like the difference in bowling. You know, sometimes you see some bowling coaches and they're trying to get everyone to, like when I was off at the academy, everyone was trying to get us to bowl like Brett Lee. Don't want robots.
Lawrence once again, high leap, and forward he comes. That's pushed defensively. I loved what he said this morning. It's like, so Samuel Badger's question wasn't how much thought do you put into your spin bowling, but he said, okay, I'm going to bowl some bad balls, but I just try to spin it as hard as I can, which is a delightfully simple, I might say, simplistic approach, and that's played defensively off the back foot by Alzari Joseph.
And that's the right attitude to have. When you speak to the greats, Warne, Sakleh Mushtaq, as I did, the first thing you tell a youngster is rip it. You can teach everything else, but you can't teach someone to rip it. And so that's the right mindset to have for Lawrence.
To the crease now, and that's bowled once again, and played off defensively off the back foot. Maybe Jared Kimber can tell us the most number of overs he's bowled in a first-class game. I'm giving you notice, Jared. Or have you looked that up already?
No, didn't we look it up? He's got 34 wickets or something. It's not a lot, is it?
No, I just wondered about overs.
No, but I'm saying I don't think he's bowled a lot of overs.
No, right, okay.
But I'll have a look.
Here is Lawrence once again, and it's punched off the back foot up towards mid-off. We were saying, of course, that he doesn't get the bowl much for Essex because Simon Harmer won't let go of the ball.
There is that, but as well, what a great man to learn from. Simon Harmer's been a fantastic performer for a long time, and whether he gets the opportunity to bowl or not, just watching that man the other end do what he's done for Essex and bring the success he has to Essex has obviously been a blessing for Dan Lawrence.
Here is Lawrence. He's round the wicket now, and short pulled away by Alzari Joseph out towards deep square leg, and almost a chance for Matt Fisher. Dan Lawrence now stands at the top of his run-up, scowling as if that was all part of the plan, and it's only just gone over Matt Fisher's head at deep square leg. We get him with a long hop, so that was the plan.
Well, he told us at the beginning, didn't he? I'm going to bowl some bad balls, but sometimes those bad balls get you wickets. Alzari Joseph has pounced on that, and he's got a good portion of that. It's sailed over.
Yeah, actually he has, yeah.
Young Fisher there.
A couple of metres over his head.
He's bowled 180 career overs, so not quite part-time. Infrequent is probably the best way of looking at Dan Lawrence's bowling. He's bowled 19 overs in one game. Does anyone care to ask what ground that might have been?
We're going to come back to that because we need to go to Hamish Stewart. He's in Cardiff watching Wales against Jade Dernbach's teammates, Italy.
Jay Burt turn back and celebrate then, because Italy are leading. The players are back out after the half-time break. They're leading by 12 points to 7, and you'd have to say they deserve that lead. 4 penalties for Italy. Wales have scored the only try of the game through Centro and Watkin. They've spurned plenty of other opportunities, and you imagine they had a big rocket in the dressing room at half-time, but it's Italy leading here 12-7.
Well. Ben Stokes is into the attack for the first time, and the first delivery is steered away between slip and gully down to the boundary for 4. Just a little downward chop shot from Brathwaite, and he moves on to 140.
Yeah. I was going to say this. Ben Stokes coming on, something generally happens. Didn't get the bounce Brathwaite was looking for there, but he just stared it down to the vacant third man. And Ben Stokes' first ball of his opening spell gone for 4.
Chris Gale career best for 4. West Indies now 3-3-3 for 4. Stokes in once more. Brathwaite defends out to Fisher at short cover.
So this is currently Lawrence's 7th most overs in a first-class innings. But the great story of that is that it's not even his most overs at Bridgetown. He bowled 19 overs versus the MCC in 2018 when he was over there. So he's a Bridgetown specialist. I think a big percentage of his career overs have been bowled at this ground.
Against the MCC or for the MCC?
No, for Essex against the MCC. It was the Champions County game.
Oh, right. Pushed away defensively off the back foot by Brathwaite back towards the bowler. No run.
I think that's what it's called, isn't it? When you win the championship, you get a chance against the MCC the next year. So it's that game.
They play that in Dubai these days, don't they? Or?
Well, apparently, occasionally they played in Bridgetown. Like in 2018, when he took 2 for 63 in his 19 overs, Dan Lawrence. The man, he's basically a local.
Yeah,
he's basically Bayesian. He might be related to Rana. I don't know.
Kensington Oval specialist. Here is Ben Stokes once more, thundering away up to the crease now. Bowls full. Drivable but blocked by Craig Brathwaite, who's 140. Alzari Joseph has 18. And if we're brutally honest, England haven't really threatened. They haven't been creating chances. 1 or 2 from Jack Leach have turned and bounced. A couple of deliveries were way too good for the night watchman, Alzari Joseph, but otherwise, basically the ball has been meeting the middle of defensive bats as Stokes is in, full and wide outside the off stump. Oh, that one's almost rolled. No shot offered from Craig Brathwaite, but it's almost rolled.
The only thing that's really stood out today is still, even though this is a very placid surface to say the least, there's not been a lot of deliveries on the stumps. Certainly not balls challenging defensive shots of the West Indian batters. Whenever you come across a slow wicket or nothing's happening, the least you want to do is keep all the modes of dismissal in your favour. And unfortunately, I think that's probably the one thing which we haven't done this morning from an England perspective, is keep the stumps in play.
Stokes in once more, bangs it in, and it's pushed away defensively by Brathwaite. And there's no run. West Indies 3-3-3 for 4, trailing by 174.
We've heard that before, manners, haven't we, from the man that was sitting in that chair for the last 3 days, isn't it? The great minds think alike, as you said. When the wicket is flat, the only way you're the Moses dismissal for me really are LB and bowl, and then obviously a misjudgment in shots that get caught. As I said, there's too many balls that are wide of that stump, and I just think we need to be attacking the stumps more. But we should be, these are experienced players now for the majority of them. Someone should be relaying that to them for me.
Jade Dernbach, you played 64 times for England, and you've had more tricks in your armoury than most bowlers, and that was what made you so successful. And you didn't play a test match, but do you think if you, in this situation, in a test match like this, do you think you'd be pulling out your tricks?
One of the main reasons why I ended up having as many tricks as I did is because back in the day we used to play on some pretty flat wickets at the Oval, and many a championship game would be petering on by with not a lot of assistance happening, and you had to find a way to make something happen, and they had to be developed a game and have some different options.
Leach punched away off the back foot defensively, no run, because we're in a kind of holding pattern at the moment, aren't we? We're seeing more and more of the same.
And that's the thing, the same thing clearly hasn't worked on the surface leading up to this point, so that was why I was so keen before play started, was hoping we'd see different game plans, different options from the bowlers.
Leach again, defended once more by Alzari Joseph, no run.
Because you have to go on the front foot in a situation like this, create some feel, create some theatre in order to get batters to play some poor shots and take those wickets. That's the only way it's going to happen on a surface this placid.
Here's Leach once again, and there's no run. So what are you thinking? Slower ball bounces?
I think, yeah, absolutely. Mix it up. Have a man back leg side, run up, bowl some fast off-cutters and ask him to drive. Leave an extra cover open and have all your catches on the leg side. Have 3 short catches. We talk about the great Shane Warne. He used to come up with some extraordinary fields.
Pushed away defensively, no run.
Certainly in his Hampshire days. Remember, just creates theatre. Just creates an option or something for the batter to think about if there's nothing happening from the surface. And from a bowling perspective, run up. You have a free license to go and try things.
Here is Leach once again, and that strikes the batsman on the pad, Alzari Joseph, and there's no run. So yeah, so if it's turning for the spinners, and it is, then bowl some grippers.
There's plenty of rough out there. Seamers can run up, put it outside the off stump, and ask him to drive through extra cover with the ball spinning.
Leach again, and off the back foot goes Alzari Joseph. The night watchman has now faced 69 deliveries for his 18. Craig Brathwaite has 140 from 387 deliveries. West Indies still trailing by 174. You have to bear that in mind. It's still a match-losing deficit, potentially. So if there was to be a collapse, that's still a big number.
It's a huge amount of runs to play with, and that kind of plays into what we're talking about, doesn't it? It's that freedom and ability to go out there and try something different, try something new is there because we have the runs to play with. So from a bowling point of view, change the fields up, express yourself. And I think, hopefully Ben Stokes here, he's running in once again. Hopefully he can create some magic.
Bouncer from Ben Stokes, and Brathwaite ducks underneath it. It's just, when you see a batsman evading a bouncer so easily, it was almost, he had time to think about which side he was going to duck.
It does more damage than good, unfortunately, from a bowling perspective. Tudes will know this all too well. On surfaces like this, the last delivery you want to be doing is that extra exerted bouncer for absolutely no reward, and see it bounce through to Ben Stokes. It's quite demoralising.
Here's Stokes once again, and that's again just steered away down towards the third man boundary, and it will be collected. I'm trying to work out who that was. Is that Craig Overton who's snuck onto the field? Oh, it's Chris Works, beg your pardon, sorry. Just a brief glimpse of a beard from the distance. Now, 50 partnership between the captain and the night watchman. Craig Brathwaite has, he's done his job now. I understand he's very keen. He's a sort of aggressive volunteer when the job became available. He's, I'll do it, fighting off contenders. No, he wants it. A bit like you, Alex Tudor.
It's like my dad stressed to do, to show people you can bat.
Here is Stokes once again, up to the crease, Balls chopped away. That's kept very low. And, Craig Brathwaite is actually, I think he was trying to play that sort of chop cut shot that down to third man. He actually played it straight to slip along the ground.
You know, when Sir Gary first started, he started at 9.
Did he?
Yeah.
Did he?
Yes.
What, international level?
Well, international. I remember Dad telling me that Sir Gary started very low down and then he just obviously worked his way up. Yeah, he did. Yeah. I'm getting the okay from the great man Mark. He's telling me he started at 9.
Opening bowler, yeah. Here's Stokes once again, and punched away out towards mid-wicket, fielded by Johnny Bairstow. 2 short mid-wickets in. You'll enjoy that, something different.
I do like that, and what I'm also enjoying is Ben Stokes is actually running in with a bit of vigour, trying to get the ball down there to rate at knots, and hitting the top of the stumps this over, and the ball is just doing a little something. He's asked some questions here of Brathwaite. Hopefully he continues to do so, because up until this point, he's certainly not looked in any sort of trouble. But keeping those stumps in play and maybe just the odd bit of tail in, assist him with trying to remove the man who's faced 391 deliveries.
Here's Stokes once more. It's full wide, drivable length. 2 wide though, left alone by Craig Brathwaite. You were just talking about some of those surfaces you played on 4-day cricket at the Oval, and there were some big numbers, weren't there? I mean, 600 there was a period where 600 was commonplace.
Oh, you had to get 600. You didn't get that batting first. You had failed. Bowlers are looking at the batters, thinking, "What's going on here?" But I tell you what, it did do. It taught you how to bowl. It taught you to add some strings to your bow as a bowler.
Stokes looks for the Yorker, just slightly short of Yorker, but still dug out defensively by Brathwaite, who's 142 from 393 balls.
Garfield Zobers did start Test cricket batting at number 9. He averaged 40 there.
What?
He hasn't played 1 Test, but he averaged 40 while batting at number 9. But 2 Tests at number 8. Eventually went to number 7 for a little while, where he averaged 67. They really made him earn it, didn't they? Just incremental. They're like, yeah, you look handy with all these runs, but maybe we'll just keep you at 7 for a little bit longer. Obviously, I think up until recently he held the record for the most runs at number 6. I think I said Shafiq might have gone past him, who had the longest apprenticeship of any top order batter in recent times, behind Misbah and Yunus. But yeah, no, he definitely did start in that. So he came in as a bowler. I think they knew he had batting talent, of course. They had a lot of all-rounders in that era.
Jack Leach continues, and that's pushed away defensively by Alzari Joseph once more. So, I mean, it looks like Joe Root has said to Jack Leach before the start of play, the Malcolm Marshall end, it's yours for the rest of the day, or the rest of the innings. And it is Leach. He's bowled unchanged from the start of play, and Alzari Joseph comes forward, knocks it away out on the onside. England are trying to be effervescent, and they're buoyant and enthusiastic and encouraging. There is still some noise coming. Ben Folkes, we can hear, is still trying to believe that something can happen. And while the West Indies trail by 172, that's exactly what should be happening. That's blocked once more by Alzari Joseph, straight back to, the man on the drive at short cover. Brathwaite 142, Alzari Joseph, the night watchman 18, still Jason Holder and Joshua De Silva to come, and then the other bowlers. Right onto the back foot goes Alzari Joseph. I tell you what, it's very much his own technique, Alzari Joseph, but he's owning it. Playing back, playing the spin off the pitch, and it's working for him. It's very slow spin. Chopped away by Alzari Joseph. They'll certainly take 1. Saqib Mahmood chases it out towards the cover boundary, and they will remain on 1. Alzari Joseph moves on to 19. Craig Brathwaite 142. He goes on and on and on. Craig Brathwaite, the captain, trailing now by 171. It was fun watching Dan Lawrence bowl. I think maybe give Jack Leach a rest just before lunch and get Lawrence on at his end, and let Ben Stokes and the other seamers. We haven't seen Chris Wokes so far today. That's pushed defensively once more, out on the offside, and there's no run. 136 overs bowled, and Chris Woakes, the designated leader of the attack, has bowled 16 of them.
Yeah, it was a concern for me at the start of play, having seen Ben Stokes out bowling him, who's an all-rounder who obviously played a fantastic innings. That is the concerning bit from an England point of view. Chris Woakes really down on those overs. He didn't look particularly penetrating when he did have the ball, unfortunately, which could be the forcing play, I guess, from a captaincy point of view. As Jude's alluded to, when you come out start of a new day, captain's got to give the ball to the two men he feels are going to be most lethal, most potent on this surface, and unfortunately Chris Woakes wasn't one of them, and he still continues to not be in the captain's plans, which is slightly concerning, because as we see, we've got to be careful with Ben Stokes, don't we? We've got to look after him, and on a flat surface like this, we know he's a wholehearted cricketer. We don't need to be burning him out for no particular reason.
There's two ways of looking at it. Either Chris Woakes is not in Joe Root's plans and the captain's lost confidence in him, or he's being kind to him.
He's a very nice bloke, isn't he? They say he's the nicest bloke in cricket after me. But
it's a punishing pitch and punishing conditions to bowl in. And here is Ben Stokes. He doesn't mind, and that's chopped away into the gully and caught. Dan Lawrence takes the catch, and Alzari Joseph, the night watchman, has gone. It's Ben Stokes. Who else who makes something happen? We'd all given up hope. I'm not sure that he was bowling for the slash cut into the gully, but who cares? He's got a wicket, he's got the breakthrough, the night watchman has gone.
I love the tune. DJ's just playing a little bit of Bob, don't worry about the thing. It's a great tune. Zori Joseph, he'll be bitterly disappointed. After facing 75 balls, he got a wide one, short and wide, and he'll be looking for that to go to the boundary, but Lawrence is close there at gully, taking a really good catch. Nazari Joseph has to depart for 19. West Indies 336 for 5. Live here on talkSPORT 2.
Indeed, live and exclusive ball-by-ball commentary. It's day 4 of the second Test match. And to take you through for the next little while, Mark Nicholas.
Well, I have never seen a night watchman leave a field the next day with such desolation written across his face. It's as if he is saying to the England attack, "Oh, this was so easy out here. What have I done? I've given away a Test match 50 here." He really did look distraught and slow. He was Inzamam slow. Anyway, here comes Jason Holder, who made 200 when England were last here. That was a superb innings. He played pretty much every shot in the book, and he's got a goodish record, actually. 55 matches, 2,500 runs, averaging 31.5. You think he should be a 34, 35 man, and may well end up that. But his bowling has taken on greater importance in the West Indies side of late. Good sharp catch that by Dan Lawrence. In the gully, you're watching the bat, and when it comes to you quickly, you've got an at you. It's actually, oddly enough, it's harder to catch the more at you it is. That's full and straight and pushed out for no run to mid-off by wide mid-off by Holder. Comfortable footwork, actually. If you get a catch in the gully that's a yard either side of you, it's easier than if it's coming straight at you. It's like a whoa. You've got to make sure your hands aren't too hard. You need a little bit of give, and he just got enough give to ride it, didn't he, around his shoulder height.
Yeah, it was a fantastic catch. I was very lucky. Gully was a very important position for me, Mark, when I was bowling. Ben Hollyoak used to field there for me. He used to catch absolutely everything in there. He was phenomenal.
Ben Stokes again, coming in at a good pace here, bangs it into the surface. Holder is back, although in the case of such a tall man, really from the crease he plays, and he knocks it down into the gully for no run. Yeah, actually, gully is an overrated position for some bowlers and an underrated position for others. It's a bounce position, really.
100%, Mark. I find it astounding now when I look around. I watch county cricket. I don't see a gully. Just do not see one when I watch it now.
Stokes again. bowls middle of the crease, gets a thickish edge that goes between first and second slip for 4. Second slip's gone a bit wider. They're trying to cover more ground, but I think first slip can go wider anyway, and they'd cover more ground doing that by everybody pushing each other round one. But Holder lucky to get away with that.
Yeah, good bowling from Ben Stokes again. As he says, every time he bowls with 100% effort. He's just always asking questions just outside that off stump. Good line, good length. Jason Holder playing with soft hands though, so the ball didn't carry down to sort of wideish, second and a half slip, third slip.
He's almost third slip actually, and I think Root could just go a bit wider. It's nicely played by Holder. He waits and waits, and then he leans forward to defend, and there's no run. I just think leaving that gap, I can't see a slip catch carrying to Joe Root unless it's a sort of flashing shot. So I think he could go a yard, 2 feet wider. England fiddling around with the leg side field. Jay Dernbach was saying you've got to get a little funkier on these really flat slow decks, and this is half funky. There's a mid-wicket 2/3 of the way back to the boundary to go with a long leg, a short square leg, and a mid-on the leg side. Stokes steaming in now. That's confidence up. That's good delivery. Maybe nips back a touch and hits Holder on maybe the inside thigh or something like that, but a really good over from Ben Stokes, who has that great ability that so few cricketers have, to be able to turn situations just with his willpower, the power of his personality.
Yeah, good to see from Stokes. It's, again, as we keep mentioning here, on a flat surface where not a lot is happening, it's important to come in and keep those effort levels high, and Ben Stokes can never be faulted for that. Certainly runs in, bowls with the heart in his sleeve, lots of effort, and he gets his reward. This is a big breakthrough for England, and not a lot else was happening, but brings Jason Holder to the crease, and as we've alluded to there, he's a very good all-round player. England going to need to have some decent plans to him.
What's very difficult on pitches like this is getting wickets back to back, and when you're dealing with a high score against you, what you need to lift your spirit but also get the bowlers believing again is just bang bang and ideally 2 new batsmen in, but that's hard on this surface, and it really hasn't happened much in the game. I know Bono was out to Stokes for 9 as Leach lands it pretty straight. It doesn't turn much, and it's played with a defensive bat by Brathwaite. It's like we've seen that on repeat now for more than a day. Leach to Brathwaite, a block, no score. Leach to Brathwaite, a turn to the leg side, 1 run. Here's Leach again. Oh, that's the one. That's the first of those 2. Leach to Brathwaite, block, no score. He goes forward on that occasion, which he's done a lot. I'd say he's played more forward than back, though he has played back quite a lot in this innings. No bad thing to play spin off the back foot. Leach again, bowled a little higher, and forward comes Brathwaite and blocks, no score. Alex Tudor half yawns, then bursts into giggles because he's being exposed in a private space here by his fellow commentator. That's a better delivery. Now he got right through his action there, and it just dipped in a bit, and had that really spun away, there would have been no hope of getting bat on ball for the batsman. That was a really good delivery. He almost seemed to jog into his follow through there. Here he comes again, trying to get it up higher, and there again a bit more energy. Again defended on the front foot by Brathwaite, and it dribbles out onto the offside for no run. Leach with 77 on his back turns to face us now, ripping the ball in his fingers before starting his short approach. He bowls, and that's a lovely delivery. These are better balls. He's following through, gets a thick outside edge. Crawley falls away to the right in the gully, and or slip actually, and saves any runs. 340 for 5. Brathwaite's moved to 142 with his own brand of defensive batting on a pitch and at a ground he knows so well.
Yeah, it was a better over. Mark, he was asking some serious questions of Brathwaite there. That last over, as you said, he was getting through his action slightly more, giving it a little bit more air. As you said, it is turning off the straight, so it should give him encouragement. But you're thinking after 54 overs, you'd would have liked to think that he's sort of learning how he needs to bowl on this wicket.
Well, yeah, he's got to drive his left hip. That's the thing, and that'll help him follow through. Here's Stokes. That's a lovely stroke from Jason Holder. It's a tad over pitch by Stokes. Perfectly reasonable delivery and lovely off drive, dead straight bat, and the former captain moves to 8.
Yeah, like that from Stokes. You don't mind him pitching it up. We've spoken about that a lot, keeping the stumps in play. Certainly Jason Holder new to the crease, giving the ball an opportunity to maybe just come back off the surface, but Jason Holder's up to there with a beautiful, as you've mentioned, Mark, off drive straight down the ground for 4.
Yeah, he holds his body shape well, doesn't he? For a tall guy, he gets down relatively low and holds that high elbow position. That's another good ball from Stokes, a tad shorter, and this time a very correct defensive stroke from Jason Holder. I like his body shape, and when you've got big levers, you're very tall, it's not that easy to retain shape.
Yeah, and as you say, he's pretty textbook when he comes forward there, as you said, from a defensive point of view, and as well playing his attacking shots, gets a good stride in, gets nice and low, keeps everything in line. Very technically gifted batter.
Stokes again to Holder, who leaves alone outside off stump. Name me tall men, really tall men who are great batsmen. Some good ones, some very good ones. Great. Greg Chappell would be one.
Wow.
Great.
Great. I mean, I know of tall batters that were very, very good, and you could say Tom Moody, Graham Hick.
I'm talking as tall as Hick. What was Hickey? 6'4"? 6'3". 6'3". Graham Pollock and Barry Richards were around the 6 foot mark.
KP.
That's bowled very straight and worked leg side to short mid wicket by Jason Holder for no run. Kevin Peterson, I think can we put him in the great bracket? I think we can.
Yes, you can.
Jared.
Yes.
Wally Hammond, Matthew Hayden.
You call Wally tall?
He's certainly tall for
the time.
Clive Lloyd.
Huh? Big Bird. Yeah. Oh, yes, the
Clive Lloyd. Would you call
certainly 6'3".
Great batsman.
Well, that is a very fair.
Right, Mark, okay.
Very, very good batsman. Great. Who was the one you said before, Clive Lloyd?
Matthew Hayden.
Yeah. All right. There's some good ones driven firmly by Holder to mid-off for no run.
I think traditionally in cricket, you wanted to be a shorter batter because the pitches didn't bounce as much and you had to protect your stumps. So it would make sense that through the first 120 years of cricket, batters would be shorter. So that probably won't happen as much now that pitches are much more firmer and the bowlers are getting faster, would be my guess.
Ooh. Okay.
Could be wrong. I could be wrong.
I think it's simply because of levers. You're more compact. It's more easy to be organised, sound defensively, in position, hold your body shape.
Heavy head.
I think when you're very tall, it's darn difficult to do all that. I think that's left alone outside off stump by Jason Holder. A full ball. It's the end of the Stokes over. 344 for 5. We'll continue with that chat in a second because we've got a Six Nations update from Hamish.
And this is building to a thrilling finish. A quarter of an hour to go, and is Italy still leading 15 points to 14. 5 penalty kicks for Italy. Wales have scored the only 2 tries. Going back to basics up front, a line-out drive try for Dowie Lake, the hooker. But Italy then a Paolo Garbisi penalty to nudge back ahead, and they're pressing now. So Italy leading 15 points to 14 here in Cardiff.
Italy have never won a Six Nations match.
What a victory that would be then. Today, if they pull that one off, it'd be quite the victory.
Wouldn't it ever? I find this discussion fascinating, and I would add to it that there are very few great tall golfers. The odd one, yes, but I mean really tall. I'm talking that Ian Bacon-Finch was very tall. He won an Open. And there are 2 or 3 examples. Dustin Johnson's a tall man. Nick Faldo was 6'4", very tall. But generally, it's the same problem. It's hard to keep the levers in sync, and that's one of the reasons for it. Here's Jack Leach, and guess what Brathwaite does? He goes forward and blocks, and there's no run.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you in your general principle, but I do think that the game has changed, and so the height of batters will change with that a little bit, and will get slightly taller.
There's one there at slip, at the back of the picture. Zach Crawley And Leach bowls and Brathwaite goes forward and blocks.
We also have a lot of different ethnicities within cricket where some of those ethnicities would have lower average heights. You know, India, Sri Lanka would be two off the top of my head that probably don't have as many taller people coming through, although that's changing as well.
But then South Africa might have much taller men.
Well, what was Callis?
Here's Leach. And that's a little wider, that one, actually. But again, it's a forward block. Yes, Tudes.
Mark, I can't believe we forgot the great South Africa. Graham Pollock.
I know, I mentioned him.
Oh, did you? Yeah. Oh, good man.
And Callis must have been over 6'2".
I shouldn't think so, no. Actually, he might have been 6'1", as this time Brathwaite doesn't go fully forward. He sort of waits on the crease and stuns the ball with a little jumpy move, but he played it soundly. Still on 142, Holder on 8, 344 for 5. Brathwaite has 330 dot balls. This time he is forward. 330 dot balls as he blocks another 331.
Don't think I had 330 dot balls my career.
I'm just imagining if I was able to bat for that amount of time, how much runs I would have with the one I used to play.
Well, it's staggering, isn't it? It's 55 overs of dot balls by one person. Santa Maria. And he blocks again on the front foot, 332.
Good mental strength.
End of the over. 344 for 5 here on talkSPORT 2 and, of course, on YouTube. There's a ball-by-ball scoreboard. Lots of things to look forward to today in football and rugby and many sports. But here at the Kensington Oval, West Indies clinging on, desperate to save the game and get a fresh start when they go to Grenada, which would then make it the decider. It's just a 3-match series. Graham Pollock, I think he might have been... He could have touched on 6'2", actually. 6'1", 6'2". He'd probably be Jacques Kallis's height, I would think. Anyway, I think we've made the point. And Graham Pollock definitely is in the great player bracket.
100%. Just a shame, obviously, at that time, didn't play a lot of cricket, but he was phenomenal.
We might at lunchtime today, actually, when we discuss Virat Kohli, another great player, when we discuss Virat Kohli, talk about the best that we've seen and why we think they're the best that we've seen. It might be an interesting addition to that conversation. There we are, lunchtime schedule today. Stokes bangs it into the surface, and so slow is the surface that Holder simply stands there and plays a bit higher from the crease. A nice single into that cover point region. And he goes to 9 now. West Indies 345 for 5. So that's our lunch session. We'll chat about Virat Kohli, whose achievements in the game are just stellar, and we'll try to rank him and chat about the other great players around him in the modern age of the game, and indeed compare him to some from the past. That's ended up to a nice little segment, Jared Kimber, huh? You're going to host that, are you?
I thought you were hosting. We might, with Virat Kohli, we might just want to briefly mention that he hasn't made 100 since 2019 as well.
Well, that's right. Okay, Stokes bowls now, and he tries to bang one into the surface, but it doesn't get up much, and Brathwaite has to laugh, really, back at Stokes as he ducks it, and it only just goes over his backside. And Stokes has a giggle too, because he can't believe it, and that seems to sum up everybody's frustration. A bouncer from a fast and strong man like Ben Stokes, and it goes through on the second bounce to Ben Foakes, and it nearly hits the backside of the batsman who's ducking it, and there we go. There's the story of the pitch.
I'm glad Stokesy can have a smile on his face, because there's nothing more disheartening than that running in from the best part of 25 metres, giving it your all in a double bounce into the keeper.
And now Stokes bowls a leg stump half volley that Brathwaite turns away for 1, is it, or 2? Just the single in the end. He gets well, he and Holder just sort of agree. They're both a couple of yards out of their ground, but agree that the second one wasn't worth the risk, even though they might well have made it. 346 for 5.
Yeah, just missing his length a couple of times here. Stokes in this over. Again, just a little bit full, a little bit short. Nothing really challenging. There's no real funky field to talk of. Everything just seems to be meandering on a little bit.
Well, yeah, you know, Jade, it's because he's frustrated, you know. He's got nowhere with the basics, so he's trying something different. That's a perfect length, perfect line, and well defended by Jason Holder. No run for it.
I think the thing is as well with the way he's bowling, that we have to be careful. As I think Jade alluded to it earlier about how we use him, because he'll bowl all day if he can, but we know he's susceptible to a few injuries because he gives everything. And you know, he got the breakthrough, and sometimes Root does sometimes overbowl him.
Well, it's a very interesting point and worth discussion as Stokes comes in again, and that gets Holder with hands away from body a bit, and the consequence of it is it shoots off an inside edge, so the footwork got stuck, all because the line and the length was just in that sort of challenging, iffy area. Do I want to thrash this through the covers before we're trying to defend and make sure we don't lose the game, therefore shall I leave it? Now I'm playing it, and all of a sudden you're in the wrong place and you get an inside edge, and it could go wrong. It didn't, and it didn't even go for a run actually, so Holder still has the strike, bowling from the media stand end of the ground, which is the Joel Garner end, I'm pretty sure. Stokes beats him with a lovely delivery. There you go, that's that same area. Hands away from the body, little mistake. Stokes cannot believe it. He wheels round, frustration in his eyes and in his animation in general. 346 for 5, and we're going to move over to the Kensington Oval now, and that media centre, and we say hello to Steve Harmison and Barry Wilkinson.
Hello to you, Mark, and as we come back here, it's heading towards lunch, just in about 20 minutes. 346 for 5. I think my statement yesterday is now beginning to really sink in about the stench of a drop, because it's certainly going towards that way. The pitch has really flattened out, and it's just a batting paradise now, Steve Harmison.
Yeah, I'm not so sure, 100% sure that from the flatten out part of it, I think the people that are hitting it with the ball have flattened out. Jack Leach hasn't really got too much to turn. The seamers have been pretty benign as the wicket is getting slower, but I still think it is going to break up.
This delivery from Leach is just flighted into the onside, and there's Craig Brathwaite defending and playing it quite solidly. 143. Holder's got 9. Last time he was here, he made a memorable double, a beaten double as well. Again, short beside the line of the off stump. There's Brathwaite punching into the offside, and there's no run.
Don't say that, Barry. I lost the will to live on that day. No wickets at all throughout the whole day. Today hasn't been great, but that day was a long day.
Again, flights on the onside, and there's Brathwaite on the front foot. Shane Dowrish got 100 there with him too.
He did, then they declared, and England didn't lose a wicket either, so it was a long afternoon on talkSPORT 2. That was all commentating from the joys of the commentary box.
Brathwaite getting the ball in the middle stump, plays it into the offside, and then it all tumbled down. Was it on day 4 that the wickets just tumbled? Was it day 3 or day 4?
Day 4, I think it was. Wickets just tumbled. England got bowled out. It was the Stuart Broad Test match. Ed Smith decided that. He thought on the bouncy pitches that Sam Curran's little pitch up, kiss the deck, was more of an option than Stuart Broad.
Again, just on the line of the off stump, well flighted. There's Brathwaite on the front foot defending. He was quite aggressive and quite attractive this morning, but he's gone back into that kind of ultra defensive mode. He moved from 109 overnight to now 143 on the brink of lunch. It was just one interruption for rain, lasted about 10 minutes, wasn't too bad. So we've had cricket for the majority, as Leach in again, bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite gets to deliver that short, spins across him, defends it into the offside, and there's the run to end the over here on talkSPORT 2 on YouTube, where the Windies 346 for 5 in response to England's 507 for 9 declared. And as I sit next to a man who is not just one of England's best, he's one of the men here who would have great memories of this ground at Kensington Oval.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a wonderful ground. I remember, Barry, I was going to ask you about your memories of this ground. I loved the old ground. The green wooden pavilion, the wooden stand all the way down. There was a gap. There was a gap next to where the media centre is now, and there was a little beach there in 2004 with it was like a mesh fence. And when we won the game, that mesh fence didn't last too long. Hoggard's hat trick. He's actually in the ground, Matthew Hoggard. He's here somewhere. I'm trying to avoid him. as much as I possibly can.
As Stokes bowls, and this is a pleasant drive up to mid-off, but he can't beat the field of air, and there's no run.
You can't miss him. I think the camera panned on him. Like it was yesterday, and Mark Butcher said to me, "Is that Hoggard?" And it was like, you can't miss him. You know, we've definitely put a bit of weight on since we've finished.
2004.
Yes, since 2004. I think Freddie's lost six and a bit stone since he's finishing his days, and me and Hoggy have definitely found it.
Here he comes in again now and bowls, and this delivery beats him outside the line of the all-stump, dives on the way to the keeper. But Freddie has been playing boxing as well. He's been a bit of a boxer, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think his boxing career was about as placid as this wicket out here. And we say enough about his boxing to that should be just put into the drop drawer and left there. But it was on this very ground Andrew got his first 5 foot in Test match cricket. Wonder we were 2-0 up coming to Barbados. West Indies batted first, got 232, I think.
Stokes in now to the former captain Jason Holder, who gets the ball on the line of the all-stump. He's defending, comes off the bat and glove. He's grimacing and in a bit of pain, but I think he'll be all right. No run.
And we came here with our obviously confidence high. We won in Jamaica, won in Trinidad, 2-0 up coming to Barbados. We've got a 5-day gap between Barbados and Antigua, and the West Indies got off to a reasonable start. They've got 232 or 234, and England were 130 for 8, I think it was, when Graham Thorpe, Simon Jones and myself.
As Stokes back again, bowls to Holder, and Holder's edging along the ground. It's not stopped fully in second slip, so it's going to go down to a short third man, and he'll get one. Root is chasing, and that's the signal that they've taken. 347 for 5.
Good area from Stoke, that, challenging the outside edge of Jason Holder, bringing him forward, but well played as well, just dropped his hands on it. And yeah, with Graham Thorpe, it was one of the best hundreds I've ever been involved in. It was unbelievable. Century, the old ground here, the noise was electric, atmosphere was brilliant, and Thorpe managed to get us in a position where I think we got a 2-run lead on first innings. They get right at the end of the day, 1 over left in the day, and bowled a bouncer first ball, Chris Gale pulled me 4, bowled another bouncer, Chris Gale pulled me 4, and then the third ball in the row, bang, 4, he hit me for 4. And I remember Bumble on commentary said the big fella, he must have a plan, and pitch one up, bowled him, and this whole place just went up. It was a phenomenal atmosphere. And then the next morning we had them 50 for 5, and that was the start of the celebrations of going 3-0 up.
Yeah, indeed, England won that one quite comfortably by 8 wickets, and a man by the name of Steve Harmison in that second innings actually took 3 for 34. Hoggard got 4 for 35, and Freddie Flintoff 2 for 20. West Indies were rolled out and bowled out for 94.
Yeah, we got them 50 for 5 at one point, and then Hoggy came on, took a hat-trick. So it was a game where in Jamaica, the first Test match, the 5-prong attack that went on to win the Ashes in 2005.
Here he comes again and bowls another short ball. Ducks taken there by the keeper, no run.
Harmison, Hoggard, Flintoff, Jones and Giles. We played our first game together as the 5-man attack in Jamaica, and we went through that series. Obviously it was the same unit until Gareth Batty came in for the Antigua Test match, and we formed a great partnership because we had something different, all of us. The bowling attack was varied. Vaughan needed somebody to hit the deck hard. You had myself and Freddie if the ball reverse swung. You had Jones and Flintoff, who were unbelievable with the reverse swinging ball. Hoggard swung it with a new ball. If there was a passage of play where the ball needed to be hid for a while, Hoggy was very, very good at bowling the donkey overs, same as Ashley Giles, and if the ball did spin, Gilo come into his own. So it was a very, very good attack, very varied attack, and it came into their own on these very Caribbean islands.
Yeah, indeed, it was memorable time. I was indeed working with the local CBC back then. I remember walking around the ground when you got Chris Gale out. I was just in front of what's now the Greenwich Haynes stand. The roar was quite loud, but like back then, a lot of the crowd were English. There were still a lot of locals. Back then, I think it was more like a 60-40 split.
Yeah, definitely. That's what made it more. That made it more special because it was more noise, more colourful.
Now it's more of an 80-20 split. As this delivery is flighted, and here goes hold on the front foot, pushes it into the offside, and there's no run. And then we all remember what happened right after that test. Brian Lara, 10 years apart, did the very same thing he did in 94 back in 2004 to just stun everyone. You've got to tell me about that one as well. As Leach now comes in and bowls to Holden. Holden is on the front foot and steers this one to the gully area. There's no run.
Yeah, to finish off the Barbados test match, when Hoggard got his 5-4, we won the game. Thorpe's unbelievable innings. We ended up having an extra 2 days off, so we had a week off between Barbados and Antigua, where we obviously won the series 3-0.
As this delivery is undriven out to the mid-on area, still no run.
So you can imagine what happened in them 7 days of celebrations. Well, he went missing for about 4 of them. And we went to, and Darren Gough tells the story. Darren Gough, a fantastic commentator, he upped the baton for the West Indies, and he had a good series that trip. He was a leading wicket-taker, leading run scorer.
As this delivery brings the batsman hold the forward, he's on the front foot and plays the ball back to the bowler, no run.
Going into Antigua, and he said, obviously from the same island as Brian punched him in the chest and said, I will be the leading wicket taker in this series, which I think he was about 180 behind, and I think Gough said he just laughed at him. He says, now 180 behind me.
Here he comes in again and bowls on the land of the off-stump, defended into the offside. No run to end the over here on talkSPORT 2. 347 for 5 West Indies, with Craig Brathwaite moving from 109 to 143, and with him is Jason Holt on 10. The batsman gone for the day, the overnight man, night watchman. Alzari Joseph was caught Lawrence Bull Stokes for 19. I'm enjoying some good stories now with Steve Harmison. Memories of Kensington Oval in 2004.
Yeah, it was, and the celebration was fantastic. So even with the locals, the one thing about the Caribbean islands, the local crowd, they understand the game. They really do understand the game. They respect the game. There's a lot of talking points. I remember the other night, just walking past, there was a taxi rank and there was a game of dominoes going on. They were talking about the game of cricket, listening to the radio, and I thought it was going to be ninja dominoes at one point, because 2 of them had a very strong opinion against each other, and they nearly come to blows. It was hilarious.
As Stokes bowls, and this delivery is driven, hitting the stumps. It was actually a touch on it as well by Ben Stokes, so luckily Jason Holder was not out of his crease. He will be run out, but he saw that coming and he was able to ground.
Yeah, so we went to Antigua, and obviously Ashley Giles pulled out the night before the game, and bats played, and it was a chastening experience for us all. Brian, with his bit between his teeth, unbelievable cricketer. I still believe he nicked off on naught. Umpire didn't give it, and that was the only chance he gave for the next 2.5 days.
And there was no reviews back then.
No reviews, and the pitch was flat.
Stokes bowls, and this delivery is outside the land of the off stump, taken there by the keeper, no run.
And he got to a point where I think I wouldn't say trouble, but we had a little bit of a sniff for about 3 overs every time we took a new ball, and that was 3 new balls we took. But it was an unbelievable innings, and it just finished off what was a great series, for England, but for cricket as well. England started this road to get to 2005, and obviously the world record in the last test match.
As Stokes bowls again to Brathwaite, one that keeps low on the off stump. Brathwaite is equal to the task, even if he doesn't look very charismatic in doing so, but he keeps it out, plays into the onside and defends. Still no run.
It's a great effort from Ben Stokes. Asked many times of this man, and mentioning Andrew Flintoff on this ground, his first test match 5-4, but every time a character like Stokes, Flintoff, and obviously years and years before, Sir Ian Botham or Lord Botham, when his captain needs him to break a partnership or do something, they tend to do it, and Ben's charging in here.
Stokes again, a short ball down the leg side. Brathwaite just ducks, gets under it, taken there by the keeper. He's got 2 for 51 with 8 mailies included from 24.
And to finish off on that series, it was just it was 6.5 weeks of not only great cricket from an English point of view, but there was a real, I'd say, coming together of England supporters. There was a lot of England supporters out here who followed first-class cricket at home, and then we went off at home, won 7 test matches in a row, going to South Africa and then on to Australia with more or less the same team.
On the land of the off-stump there by Stokes, defended into the offside, out into the cover area, no run.
So that's my memories of this wonderful ground. As a local, it's got to be Barry, it's got to be Lara's 150 to win the game against Australia in 99.
Indeed, 153 not out. Tremendous innings. Anytime you're down and out and you feel that you want to get some inspiration, just go on YouTube and watch that. It just brings you to life. You feel excited every time you watch it. It doesn't matter how many times you see it. It's like watching Shawshank Redemption, my favorite movie. It doesn't matter how many times I watch it, I get a new line in it every time. And every time I watch that innings from Darren Lara, I just see something that I perhaps didn't see in 99. It was just a tremendous knock, and it certainly also encapsulated the old Kensington Oval, because it wasn't like this right now. It was the old Kensington with the Kensington stand, and the stands were different. The makeup of the Garfield Stewart Pavilion was much different. There wasn't much of a party stand. There was a schoolboy stand. There was also, that was the lower decker. The upper decker was also a stand. So you didn't have that beach atmosphere, but you had a packed house of all locals. Right now you've got jet skis, you've got the sand, you've got everything in that particular area. When Lara batted in 99, you had 10,000 local fans. There were some Aussies, but only about, let's say, 500 at the most, 1,000 that would have made themselves very noticeable because they were pretty noisy. But you're talking about a real local atmosphere that made a difference, made you feel like you were in a Caribbean ground. There's a Leach with a new over, and he bowls, and this first delivery is played off the outside edge, just to the vacant gully position. Still no run. I get the feeling the West Indies not taking any chances before lunch in just about 5 minutes. With Jack Leach now to Holder, who's on 10, and Holder is again defending on the front foot, pushes the ball to cover. And Windies remain 347 for 5. They trail, don't forget, they trail by 160, so they still have to bat properly because we've got a day and 2 sessions left. You never know what could happen. Never forget the West Indies in 2017 against New Zealand, as this one is undriven. Thought some single, but they decided against it. Windies were 85 without loss at lunch, and they got bowled up for 144, with Wagner taking, I think, 6 and Southey 3. Can't remember who got the other one, but I tell you what, that was one of the more disappointing collapses you would have ever seen. We've seen the side collapse dramatically several times. I'm not saying what happened now. They look well entrenched, but you still can't take anything for granted. The game, if they were to lose wickets now, could still very much be alive with a lot of time left. Here comes Leach now, in again and bowls, and this time it's on the line of the off stump, and there goes Holder, who comes on the front foot, pushes it into the offside, and there's still no run. So we've had a number of maidens, consecutive maidens, as Brathwaite, who's looking quite good on the non-striker's end in terms of how he's batted in this particular innings, watches, tells Holder just to continue batting solidly. He does that, plays it square to the offside to end the over here on talkSPORT 2. 347 for 5. We're going to cross over to Hamish Stewart at the rugby in Cardiff, and I think there's a huge shock.
There is a huge shock. There's absolutely amazing scenes here in Cardiff because Italy have won a last-minute break by fullback Ange Capiozzo, an inside pass to wing Edoardo Padovani, a conversion from in front of the post for Paolo Garbisi, and he fell to the ground as the clock ticked past 80 minutes. The tears are flowing, the hugs. Everybody Italian is hugging everybody else. Doesn't really matter if they're Italian or otherwise. A first win in the Six Nations for 6 years, a first ever win in Cardiff for the Italians. All the talk is whether they deserve their place in this tournament, and here they are. They've come to Cardiff, they've won, they've deserved it. The 5 penalties kept them in touch. Wales scored 3 tries, and 1 disallowed as well that would have sealed it, but then that remarkable last minute break by Capuozzo, and the Italians are coming over to this side of the ground now. They're looking for people to applaud. They're crying, they're hugging each other. It's absolutely incredible, the Italian celebrations. You'd have thought they'd just won the World Cup final. 22-21.
All right, so congratulations to them. You didn't miss anything here because there was a bowling change, or there is a bowling change. It's going to be Wokes who's going to take up the attack, just above the lone over I expect before lunch from the Malcolm Marshall end. And here he comes now after 16 overs, none for 46, and bowls to the captain Brathwaite, who's still very solid in defence, and pushes the ball back to Wokes, and there's no run.
So just get past that. England haven't been able to get past that front pad, straight bat of Craig Brathwaite. We've just seen a replay a second earlier in the colourful Caribbean ground in the party stand on the beach. There's a great big jet ski, 7-year-old lad in his Bermuda shorts. He's got his Barmy Army hat on, music's going, and he's like he's on the back of one of the horses at Cheltenham.
Outside the line of the off stump and punched away out to the extra cover area. Still no run.
And the funny thing about it, he's seen himself on the big screen, so got off the horse as he would, stood on the top of the jet ski, and he starts throwing his hands around in some shapes, big box, little box, because he's had enough of watching. I think Craig Brathwaite. I think England bowlers have had enough of bowling at Craig Brathwaite. It's been an amazing concentration, discipline, and obviously shot selection to still be here 3.5 days later.
Again, just on that nagging off-stump line, and Brathwaite is defending. Still very overcast here in Barbados, but they don't think we'll get any rain. It's kind of dissipated, even though it's still very, very cloudy. There's no sun at all, and it's perhaps a nice time to be playing because it's very cool. It's not too humid, and the sun is not belting down. Not a good time to be a fan if you've come to Barbados for sun, for sure. As Wokes now bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite's getting the ball down the leg side, turns it quite quickly to the forward square position, but he can't score.
There's a few more locals in today, Barry. Looking around, seen Saturday. Party stand's not as full as it has been for the first few days. There's a few more West Indian supporters in. Interesting in Grenada, they've decided that because Barbados it's a military operation, even for us commentators to get into this ground. Boy, you have to get there early, and it is a chore to get into the ground.
Again, spooned in the air to the mid-wicket area, and there's no run. I've shown my vaccination card every single day to the same person coming into the ground since Wednesday.
So have I, but unfortunately I struggle with my phone, so Wi-Fi, so I've got a paper copy of mine, and I'm looking forward to making paper aeroplanes with it when I go home, because I've shown it that many times on this ground, and it's the same person. They know you by name, I know you by sight, but unfortunately, and it's right, to be fair, I'm not only making a joke of it because it is right.
As Wokes bowls, and this delivers on the line in the middle stump. Plays screen to the offside, and there's no run. The over ends. 147 overs have been bowled. I think we're going to squeeze in another one before lunch. Yes, we are. But the West Indies had 4 consecutive maidens now. 347 for 5. With Brathwaite still 143 and Holder on 10. As we continue the action here. I say action in inverted commas on talkSPORT 2.
Yeah, it is right, and I agree with it. I think you can be vaccinated to get in the ground, and I'm only making a joke of it because it's been the same face who was out for 4 days now. Check my papers, check my accreditation, sanitize my hand, and in I go. And that's everybody that's in the ground. But Grenada's going to be different. You don't have to be vaccinated to get into the ground. Has that been a surprise, Barry, for local West Indian fans? There's more people buying tickets for that.
I'll tell you about that as Leach now comes in and bowls to Holder, and Holder's on the top of the defence. It's a sign of COVID fatigue that's now beginning to wear out. You remember, 2020 there was no cricket, 2021 there was little cricket in Grenada, none at all. The matches were played in kind of like bubble situations in Barbados, in Jamaica. Where else did they play? Australia played here, Pakistan played in Jamaica. And then there was some cricket in Antigua. Sri Lanka played in Antigua. So Grenada, they have not hosted a match since England were there in 2019. And it would be a travesty if you come to the ground and, that's a very pretty big arena, and the fans would not have been allowed to come in. And I think that they've perhaps reached a situation where they've offered the vaccine for the 2 years, and who hasn't taken it then perhaps might not be forced to take it now. Tickets have not been selling quickly, and I think they might have been forced into that position to say, well, look, we've given a layer of protection. Who has taken it? Who has taken advantage of it? If you haven't, well, we're still offering you a chance to come. I will have to check to see if ticket sales have picked up, but I'm hoping that they have, because the crowd in Grenada, when you get locals at Grenada, it's a very energetic crowd. It won't be like Barbados in terms of all of the English fans, because Grenadians, they will come out in the party stand in particular, and they make that party stand quite exciting. The worst thing about the party stand in Grenada is that it's next to the press box, so you don't really get a break if you're doing commentary. It's quite difficult to concentrate. It might be the best thing for some commentators. As Leach continues here and bowls now to Holder, and Holder is on front foot defence. He's got quite a few fielders around him chirping. There's a slip and a silly mid off, a short leg as well, and Ben Folks continues as keeper to be very, very vocal. But Holder won't be minding that. He's a very experienced cricketer who's got a record-breaking IPL contract this year, as this delivery is turned into the onside and there's no run. The highest he's ever been paid at IPL, $1.4 million US. Looking forward to see what he has to offer to the new franchise. I think he's going to Lucknow, watched by his mum and his dad, who are in the 3W stand. As this delivery is just on the line of the off stump, driven back to the bowler. There's no running. Are we going to get another over it?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's 3:25. 12:25 is lunch.
Forgive me. I think the first one we saw was 12:15, but that would have changed because of the second
rain. Yeah, second rain break just pushed the lunch back an extra 10 minutes. Talk about Jason Holder, impressive young man. Say young man, he's in his 30s. I've always liked him. Always liked him when I've had conversations with him. Always like any dealings I've had with Jason Holder. Very polite young man, very knowledgeable young man. Loves Test cricket. You can see by the way he plays it. Not many of the multi-format international players that play for the West Indies really treat Test cricket with respect, and largely down to him being captain. Granted, I get that, but with a contract he's just getting for the IPL, he could easily have gone down the route of Kieran Pollard, which would have been to go just to the shorter format. But he loves playing Test match cricket for the West Indies, and you've got to respect him for that and applaud him for that, and that's what makes him, even higher in my estimation as a good bloke.
So it's going to be Wokes to continue and balls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is defending into the offside and there's no run. One of his main mentors is now the late Ezra Mosley, who, in fact, around this time last year, met an untimely death on the road while he was a cyclist. Ezra Mosley, of course, you know, is former West Indies fast bowler. He is a person who actually, I don't want to say found Jason, but he is actually who said, look, this is someone at 13 years old. He was the the games master at the St. Michael's School, and he said, I've got a young, tall, fast bowler who I think is going to be something special. And he actually mentored Jason. He coached him right up till he made his Test debut. And I think Jason became very fond of playing under 19 cricket, of course, and then when he got into the Test team, but he became very fond of the longer format. And he actually said 2 years ago, before he actually played in the IPL, he actually said that, look, Test cricket is where I want to make my name and leave my legacy. The T20 cricket has come around. He was dropped as the Test captain, and perhaps that has made him a bit more interested in the white ball cricket. As Wokes bowls, a delivery that's short, defended, out into the offside, and there's no run. I think being dropped as Test captain would have made him a bit more interested in the white ball format, but his heart still is very much in the Test cricket thick of things, and that's where I think they will remain. Once there's no clash, there's going to be very little, if no Test cricket during IPL anyway. That's going to be a window, so it allows him to play IPL and still play Test cricket when it's available. Yeah, and it's great to hear. It is great to hear when we look at some, the English players might have an option. As Wokes bowls, and this delivery is driven out to the mid-on area. Still no run. We're about to see our fifth consecutive maiden. You were saying England players might have to have the option of having a look at the longer format, and I'm thinking, and I know there's a lot of people had this opinion of Jofra Archer not really wanting to play
Test match cricket. I think he does. I really do think he does. But the more injuries as a fast bowler you get, then I think you might have to keep evaluating your priorities, and Jofra might turn around and.
As Wilkes bowls again on the line of the middle stump, defending into the onside, no run.
Look at his career, the way his earning capacities would be, and it wouldn't surprise me, and I wouldn't blame him for it. I really wouldn't blame him for it if he looks at international cricket, franchise cricket, white ball cricket is probably the way to go. He might still come back. I'm sure he will still come back and have a go at Test match cricket. But the more injuries these fast bowlers get, I think that then turns them down that alley and the blind alley, or the open alley of white ball cricket and franchise cricket.
As Wilkes bowls, and this time Brathwaite gets one on the line, the off stump, and pushes it out to cover, and he can't score. 5 consecutive maidens we've had here, so the total has not moved from 347 for 5. Brathwaite has not moved from 143, and Holden remains on 10. They are showing a shot of the bell on the television screen, and the bell has quite significance in places like Lord's, one of your favourite grounds, because it was an honour to ring that bell to signal the start of the match, the Test match.
Yeah, it is, and it's a great honour at 5 to 11 to ring the bell at Lord's. It is a wonderful ground. Lord's the best ground in the world for me. And it's got nothing to do with the cricket. The food is unbelievable.
We had this discussion with you in the T20s earlier this year.
The food is unbelievable at Lord's. It used to be anyway. I don't know if it still is now, but I know I've put about 4 or 5 stone on, but it's a good job I'm not a coach for the England team. I'd be even bigger.
So this delivery is going to be a single out to the vacant third man. So there it is. The break of 5 consecutive maidens. And a run finally achieved. Jason Holden getting that one outside the outside edge, and the total goes now to 348 for 5.
I can still see the menu at Lord's: vegetable soup, rack of lamb, garlic prawns. Gough will be licking his lips. Louisiana love bite. Wow, what a menu that was at Lord's.
Again, well flighted and played into the onside, no run. Louisiana love bite. What's that?
Oh, there was a biscuit base. A chocolate mousse, hardened chocolate mousse ice cream type in the middle with a lovely just layer of frozen chocolate over the top with a little bit of sprinkles on. Wow, I'm thinking of that right now.
If you see the look on Steve Harmison's face, you would think that he won the Super Lotto, as this delivery brings Brathwaite forward. He's on the front foot and defends it to the outside.
This has been good though from Leach. He's now bowled 3 balls 84 kilometres an hour, dragging Craig Brathwaite forward. That's what we've been asking him for to do.
As this one is on the front foot, that was juicy like a Louisiana love bite.
It was, and it was at the right pace as well. So it's a lot better. That's what. And you can only ask Jack Leach to bowl that area. If one turns and goes, yes, great. The way Craig Brathwaite's played, he seems to have been comfortable at being able to play, because if it's turned slowly. So with it turning slowly, the batsman, and especially one that's been there for over 400 balls.
Again, on the line of the off stump, and there he is defending and plays it straight to the offside, still no run.
And with it turning so slowly, he has got time to just let the ball come to him and judge as it goes off the pitch, and because it turns slowly, he can adjust, and it's been the beauty about this innings from Brathwaite.
Leach in again, bowls to Brathwaite, short, cut away into the cover point area. He'll get one, he'll come back for the second. Ball picked up just about now from the captain, Joe Root. Throws it in, 2 runs, and it brings up the 350 now for the West Indies, and ironically from 150 overs here on talkSPORT 2. So 350 for 5 Windies. Brathwaite is on 145 and Holt is on 11. The Windies trail by 157 as we come down to lunch. The clock says 24 after, so I think we'll squeeze in one more, and it's going to be Wokes to deliver it.
Yeah, 150 overs from the West Indies, 150.5 overs from England. It's a shortfall of 157 runs. It tells you more how Ben Stokes and probably Dan Lawrence batted, especially where their innings were batting around Joe Root. West Indies a little bit more conservative, a little bit, say they've been more watchful. The way their natural play, their games are, Brathwaite and Blackwood. So focus is up to the stumps.
And here he comes in now and bowls to Holder, who's played this one just down to the third man, guiding it. There is a fielder there, so he'll get a single. He goes to 12, 351 for 5.
Brathwaite's been out there for the whole lot, 150 overs aside. Went out at 9:30 on day one with his maroon players are on, maroon hats, West Indies captain, and he's been in the game ever since. Huge amount of concentration, huge amount of discipline, and just makes this innings so much more special.
As Wilkes then comes in again and bowls now to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is defending. Back to Wilkes, who fields his own bowling. With Ben Foakes, like you said, up under the stumps. How deflating is that for a fast bowler who thinks he's bowling at 90 mph or 85 mph, and then the keeper all of a sudden comes up and stands up behind the stumps?
I don't know, it's never happened to me.
Very good answer.
Where's Goughy? Ask Goughy.
Oh no, come on. Can't say that to Goughy. He would feel very insulted. As Wilkes bowls again on the line of the leg stump, and he's turned it into the onside, and there's no run.
No, I don't think me, Jude, Jade has ever had that. Be interesting to ask the rest of the bowling unit if they've ever had the keeper stand up for the stump. Never had that happen to me. I never played on a Yeah, I would imagine. Yeah, Goughy would. I think Goughy would say he would bounce them if they did. Can you imagine the chest out? Me stand up to me? No chance.
This delivery the line of the off stump. Perhaps they've heard Goughy because Ben Foakes has gone back. He's decided, look, I won't disrespect Chris Wilkes like this. It's not right. So he's decided to move from under the stumps, and he's gone back to the conventional. Well, just about 20 metres. And he's certainly taken a step back. I'll tell you what. First slip, Joe Root, he's actually in front of the keeper. Our second slip. Again, this one is placed square into the offside. On the line of the off stump, Wilkes is very consistent with that. I just find it strange that you've got Wilkes, who's England's opening bowler. When you look at what you guys have put out in the last couple of decades, it hasn't been slow stuff. It's been pretty lively bowlers. And I don't put Wilkes in that particular category.
No, we've obviously Broad and Anderson have been around for a hell of a lot. Obviously they've reduced their pace.
As Wilkes bowls again on the middle stump, defending into the onside, no run. The over ends. So it looks to me like it's over lunch and time, and that's going to be the first break after the session started with the West Indies on 288 for 4 overnight. 34 overs in this session. They have scored 63 runs in the session. It was a bit truncated because of rain. They've only lost 1 wicket, and after England making 507 for 9 declared, the West Indies have staged a pretty solid and pretty grand reply. We'll give you the scorecard in just a moment, but for his impressions on the session, here's Steve Harmison.
Can't fault England's effort, endeavour, trying to make a breakthrough. Huge amount of credit again. Getting sick of saying this about the discipline and the concentration of Craig Brathwaite. Jason Holders came in and ably backed him up for 40 balls. But England are short. They've come on a fact-finding mission from a bowler's point of view, away from home, without our great two, seeing to try and find out what we've got in the tank. And I can't fault the effort. The effort's been there. They've ran in, they've kept the West Indies down to 2.32 and over. Have they looked threatening? Not really. Has the wicket looked as though it's got anything in it from a threatening point of view? Not really. The disappointment thing from me, we've got a spin bowler that's bowled 60 overs. He's got 1 for 107 on a wicket that's turned a little bit, and I think he probably realised at the end of this that he probably could have been a little bit more in the threatening stakes and challenged the outside edge. But all in all, the game's going really nowhere, because obviously England have got a 150 run lead. They desperately need to break this game, try and get the game to go in fast forward. If they can get a 50, 60, 70, 80 run lead, that will probably be the best outcome at this minute in time for England. But trying to get these last 5 wickets after what we've seen in the first 151 overs seems as though it's going to be a tall order.
So we had John Campbell caught Folkesville Fisher for 4. Shamar Brooks caught Wokesville Leach 39. And Nkrumah Bonner was LBW to Stokes for 9. Blackwood was LBW to Lawrence for 102. Joseph was caught Lawrence Bull Stokes 19. Holder remains unbeaten on 12. And of course, the man who has seen it all happen has been Craig Brathwaite, unbeaten on 145. 444 balls he's faced, 16 fours. Some 21 extras, including 10 byes, 4 no balls, and 4 leg byes, and 7 no balls. With Vokes, 19 overs, 9 maidens, none for 47. Fisher, 20 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 57. Jack Leach, 60 overs, 24 maidens, 1 for 107. Ben Stokes, 24 overs, 9 maidens, 2 for 51. Saqib Mahmood, 17 overs, 3 maidens, none for 44. Dan Lawrence, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 21. And Joe Root, 3 overs, no maidens, none for 10. So the Windies trail. They still trail in this contest by some 156 runs. But at lunch, there are 351 for 5. Please rejoin us then after the break. We have a sumptuous lunchtime show up ahead. Mark Nicholas, Jared Kimber discuss one of the greats of world cricket at the moment, Virat Kohli. We certainly look forward to that, and then you can rejoin us after lunch.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on talkSPORT 2.
Make sure you kick off every Sunday morning with a weekend sports breakfast on talkSPORT with the Sun. Join Natalie Sawyer and Tony Cascarino for all the latest news, essential previews, expert insight, exclusive interviews, and everything you need to make sure you're ahead of the game.
You better believe it!
The weekend sports breakfast tomorrow morning from 6 on talkSPORT with the Sun.
Oh, it's absolutely magnificent!
Follow all the match action and breaking news on the Sun Live blogs. Visit thesun.co.uk.
Some people worry that being a Royal Navy reservist won't fit into their everyday life. True, you might have to miss your brother-in-law's open mic night and the odd repeat of Celebrity Cash Under the Hammer. But when you're in a rib doing 38 knots on a crisp winter's morning, we're pretty sure you'll get over it. Royal Navy Reserves. Don't do the everyday, every day. Search Royal Navy Reserves.
The Wi-Fi's down.
Wi-Fi down! This is broadband rage. It happens when your internet drops out and the red mist descends. Why suffer like this? Get the UK's first unbreakable Wi-Fi. Only BT's new hybrid home broadband is backed up by EE's mobile network. One day all broadband will be like this.
4G coverage required. 4G connection takes up to 175 seconds. Verify bt.com/verify hybrid.
White and Jordan's supercharged weekend review on talkSPORT with the new Renault Traffic. Big space for big things. From a powerhouse performance in the Premier League to revved up rivalries on the racetrack. Sparks will fly as the most well-connected duo in sport discuss another action-packed weekend. White and Jordan's supercharged weekend review, Monday morning from 10 on talkSPORT with the new Renault Traffic. Celebrating 40 years of helping the nation's businesses. Search new Renault Traffic. Fight Night Extra on talkSPORT 2. Tuesday evening from 5.
Get weighed in for a massive night of big boxing drama.
I'm just ready to go to war.
Explosive insight and heavyweight boxing banter.
I'm the generation fighter. I actually feel sorry for all these guys who's had to fight me.
Hard-hitting boxing discussion that jabs you between the ears.
Fantastic boxer. But this is a big step up in weight class. Really big step up.
Get in the ring and go the distance.
She's got movements that look like Mayweather at times.
Fight Night Extra, Tuesday evening from 5.
On talkSPORT 2, the home of boxing.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on talkSPORT 2.
Bowls again. Kohli drives, spanks it down the ground. Fabulous shot.
Every stat that comes with Virat Kohli just oozes that he's greatness, and he is. Leach goes in, it's short, wide, and Virat Kohli hammers it through point for 4.
Best I've seen Sobers, Pollock, the two Richards, Barry and Viv, Tendulkar, Lara, Kohli.
Kohli's just exceptional.
Playing for India is absolutely top priority for me. It's a chance for me to represent 1.3, 1.4 billion people.
Pushes it out, square on the offside, who goes to another 50 in international cricket. One of the great players of this or any other era of the game.
It's a chance for me to inspire people with what we do on the field, what I can do on the field as an individual, and that's my driving force today.
Well, Virat Kohli played his 100th Test match in Mohali just a couple of weeks ago. It's an extraordinary achievement given what he's managed to get through in all the other forms of the game. He has more than 8,000 runs in Test matches, an average touching on 50. In fact, he's only just dropped below 50 for the first time. In one-day internationals, 12,311 runs at 58. In T20s, 3,296 runs at 51.5. And in the IPL, 6,283 runs at 37.3. So, you know, he is an all-format cricketer. He's a thoroughly modern cricketer. He plays the game in a very aggressive manner. That's the way he's led India on the field, a job that he no longer holds in any format of the game. He's constantly been referred to as the third in the line of great Indian batsmen, Gavaskar, Tendulkar and Kohli. You might think that Rahul Dravid must be on the fringe of that group. And of course, in terms of the holy quadrant of the current game, Kane Williamson, Steve Smith, Joe Root and Virat Kohli are those four men. Now, A.B. de Villiers only recently retired, of course. He would comfortably be in that bracket. The truth is, this is a stunning player, and 100 Test matches is a stunning achievement. So Jade Dernbach has bowled at him. Jared Kimber has watched him a great deal, written about him an enormous amount, investigated him, and indeed worked as an analyst in various teams around him. So we've got a little bit of knowledge here. A remarkable player, Jared, in more than just figures.
Yeah, I think in some ways he represents New India, doesn't he? Sachin was very much a person of not just his era, but maybe the era beforehand. He didn't quite make the most of his superstar nature, whereas Kohli is like, you know, a brand himself. Very, very clever at who he associates it with. Very big, you know, the American brands that swing away from cricket because it's not cool enough, went towards Kohli. You know, had the Nike bat for a while, you know, a very big thing, but just a phenomenal player. You talk about those big four, you know, it was incredible that I think they're all born within about a year and a half or 2 years of each other, that came through. And of the big four, he would be the best all-format player. I think Steve Smith obviously has him in Test match cricket, but I'd say he would be the best all-format batter, and to be that dominant in the white ball game is just, it's obscene, isn't it, Jade?
It really is, because as we know, the white ball game has developed so much over time. The shots people are playing, how quickly people are scoring, and often that can pay a price on people playing in the Test arena. But as we said, with those guys, and Kohli for sure, over such a sustained period of time, he's been such a solid performer. I don't know whether you want to call it the pleasure or displeasure of bowling at him quite a bit over in Indian conditions, and he certainly got the better of me. Jared reminded me of my stats.
Would you like them? You've bowled 98 balls to him in one-day cricket, and he scored 121 runs. That seems a lot. That's a lot in one-day cricket. Jade, he seemed to really enjoy you.
Yeah, there was change of rules. There was extra men in the circle, and it was tough in India. But that doesn't take away from, I guess, the player he was, and how, and I guess those stats back it up in the sense of he was one of those players that I would say, even now my career's ended, he was so difficult to bowl at because he could just manipulate good deliveries. Your top of the stumps, hard length in a one-day international, where most people just come forward and defend it. He would find a way to get off strike. So your good balls were going for one, and then your bad balls were getting punished because he never missed out on a bad ball.
Okay, let's hear how he got into cricket. I did a podcast with him during those lockdown days, and he was, well, I think very honest, and I have to say I thought he was very interesting too. So let's start with this.
Obviously, the Indian team of the 90s really opened up my imagination of what could be done in this sport, because it was so much more different to anything else that I'd seen before, anything that anyone had seen at the time, and it just installed a lot of faith, a lot of belief in me that, you know, magical things can be done. that if an individual decides or believes that something special can be done, it can be achieved. So that's where the spark started. And from then on, this dream of mine of wanting to play for the country really started.
Okay, so that's the beginning. Now let's hear how his father, moreover his father's passing, helped his strength to crack on in the game.
I was always someone who took a lot of pride in wanting to be the guy that wins the game for my team. And yeah, that incident really solidified that part of me even further, where I felt like if the situation is difficult, I believe that I can find the strength to overcome that situation, purely because of what I had faced from a personal point of view with the loss of my father.
Yes, I get that. And I lost my father when I just before my 11th birthday, and certainly, that many areas of inspiration in my life came from that. So I hear what he says. Sorry, Jared.
No, I was also going to add, I mean, when he's talking about his father there, was it in the middle of a first-class game where his father passed away and he decided to continue to play? And everyone deals with grief differently, but it felt from the moment you heard that story, it felt like he was driven in a different way. And if you look at, a couple of years ago, he gave up sugar and alcohol and completely changed his diet. He's been driven in a way that a lot of the other Indian great players were incredible players, but maybe didn't get the most out of themselves. He's a very extreme person, I think, when it comes to those sorts of things. And that's one of the reasons he's managed to turn himself into such a fantastic player.
Yeah, he was fascinated by Novak Djokovic, and particularly his diet, and how Novak was convinced that those extra, 1-2% of energy and concentration in tight moments, in key matches, came because his diet was A, so good, and B, he was so strict about it, and Kohli absolutely reacted to that.
Something I remember that Jade might remember is there was a period where when you were bowling to him, you bowl wide Yorkers to him, and people were doing that over and over again. At the end of T20 games, Mark, he was scoring really slow for someone who was set and is that good of a player. And then Australia did it in the World Cup of 2016, and he basically hit about 7 or 8 boundaries on one side of point or the other side of point, and Australia kept moving the fielders, they kept doing it. And he did a masterclass with Nasser Sain to explain it, and the attention to detail of which he actually went about fixing that one tiny weakness in his game, it was mind-blowing. If everyone did that in their life, they would improve, and that's the sort of person he is, just absolutely fanatical about little details.
And it felt that way, bowling from him, from game to game. If there was a particular delivery or a certain way of bowling against him that he struggled against, he would make sure he rectified that coming to the next game, which made a bowling job so much more difficult. We saw it very recently, I think, again in the West Indies series, where he got bounced out, and then the very next game, you saw the thought process of the West Indian bowlers go, the minute he comes in, we're going to go short. And it was almost it's a personal attack against his technique, his way of playing, and he came out and he made it very clear that any ball into the surface he was going to pull. So it's kind of going back to your point in the sense of any time he has found a weakness or an opportunity to get better, he's certainly gone and done that.
Yeah, he's reacted to the things that he's faced, and mainly reacted rather brilliantly. Mind you, he did admit to me that there had been a light bulb moment at one stage of his career.
I think the beginning of it was purely down to me realizing myself that I'm going to end up wasting the best phase of my career if I don't get my system right. If I don't have a proper routine, if I don't become professional, I'm going to do injustice to my talent and the opportunity that God has given me. And that realization was so strong that from the next day onwards, I changed everything about my routine completely. From diet to working in the gym to resting properly, everything changed from next day onwards, and no one else could have pushed me in that direction. And I strongly believe that anything that you need to change needs to come from within you. No one else can push you or force you to change, and you have to have the awareness to understand and make that change at the right time. And thankfully to me that change happened in 2012, and from there on, when I saw the results on the field, I told myself I'm never going back to my old self, because this is exactly who I want to be, and this is exactly what I should have done from day one.
Yeah, in general, you would say that the great players have to be driven in a way that others aren't, and yet to some, as we watch them from the outside looking in, it's as if they just cruise through their career. You can't imagine Kane Williamson having such intensity in his thought processes, can you, for example?
No, I mean, from the very early on, it's interesting he says 2012, because before that, I would have said he already came across as a very intense, driven player. I always thought he reminded me of early Ricky Ponting, who you would have seen a lot of, where it wasn't good enough to be great at what he was doing. He had to defeat you. There had to be that ultra competitiveness. And look, we know that most athletes are very, very competitive. And then you watch The Last Dance and you see, Michael Jordan fighting with people over poker games, and you realize the level. And that was what I always saw with Virat Kohli, and just absolutely another gear. So maybe on natural talent, he's not that much more talented than, let's say KL Rahul, who's a fantastic player. But KL Rahul doesn't have that thing that Virat Kohli has. Maybe it's about legacy, maybe it's about winning each individual moment, but something drives him further than I think other great players have had.
Okay, we're obviously a little later going to just dwell on his relative loss of form of late, but that's not the reason for this celebration of 100 Test matches. It's just an interesting aside. We're now going to try to evaluate him alongside other great players, and let's begin by listening to Virat himself on the art of batting.
Let's come back to the art of batting. How much of it is technical and how much of it is mental, and how much is it preparation and visualization? And tell us.
I think for me it's 70% technical. I know a lot of people say that it's 80% mental. From a preparation point of view, yes, it is. When you're preparing for a game, you're not really thinking about whether my bat's coming down straight or not. You've already done 70% of that work since the time you start playing cricket. And from there on, 30% is left to, yes, I believe I have a good technique, and whatever's thrown at my way, I'm good enough to tackle it. If you don't have strong foundations in place, I don't think you can be mentally as strong, because you still have doubts over your own game firstly. And then you're really fighting against yourself at all times rather than thinking of, what can I do in this situation? And then the rest is taken care of by your mind, because your mind knows that you have put in the work and you're ready when you step onto the field.
Well, that's fascinating. Now, I would say that Joe Root turned the corner with the work he did in lockdown, and that was pretty specifically on his own technique. And look at the results that have come from it. I would say Kane Williamson refers back to technique before anything else. That and the sort of Zen mind. And I would say that Steve Smith is the outlier here in that his technique is so completely different. Not necessarily wrong, because in the old days on uncovered pitches, people played back and across, perhaps not quite as extravagantly as Steve Smith does now, but they did, and there were many great players that honed a fine game on exactly that method. But there's no doubt that Kohli, technically, when he's been at his best, is right on, isn't it? I mean, it's pretty much masterful.
I think of all those players, I'd be interested to get your thoughts on this. I think of all those players, he probably resembles the coaching manual maybe the most. So Williamson plays late in the way that sort of maybe Rahul Dravid was another player who played late. Obviously Steve Smith is on his own trip, and Joe Root's maybe more of a modern sort of style. Virat Kohli looks like he could almost come from any era with his technicals, and everything's so correct. And that's what I think. It's really interesting to hear him. I hadn't heard this podcast. It sounds awesome. Like I'm going to have to go back and steal some of it for my next piece on Virat. But to hear the 70% technical thing, it really shows you how much he does think about that. And go back to that Nasser Hussain masterclass. You realise what a technician he is first. He's not talking about attitude or competitiveness. He's really talking about getting everything right.
Yeah, and technically speaking, he's beautiful on the eye. He does all the basics very well, and all the best players do, regardless of Steve Smith, however he looks on the eye. He gets into the fundamental basic position of staying still upon delivery of the ball. And that's all you ever want from these players, and Virat Kohli does it very well. He's obviously found himself getting a bit unstuck, I guess, in England at times when he moved too far across the off stump, and that's probably been his only real weakness, I guess. But apart from that, even still on that point, coming back for the later series, we saw a change to his technique once again. For a man who's achieved so much, he's just constantly developing.
Is he the best player you've seen?
He's definitely in Indian conditions playing there. He was right up there. He was so difficult to bowl at.
So that was in IPL, was it?
No, that was one-day internationals over in India. He made me feel so uncomfortable as a bowler. Somebody who could rotate strike, score runs off your best delivery. Therefore, your bad deliveries were getting punished, and it just culminated in the stats that Jared spoke about. But he made me feel decidedly uncomfortable.
Who would you list up there?
Other players up there, I've been lucky enough to play with Ricky Ponting. He was an outstanding player. Came over to Surrey and played with us. Kumar Sangakkara. And the other one and a couple of good players there. But the one that's, I guess, the interesting one is I played a lot with Mark Ramprakash at Surrey. And he was a quite phenomenal player. Unbelievable. The ability where you turn up at games and him along with Kumar, you just knew you had runs in the bank. And as a bowler, there's no better feeling. Unfortunately, Ramps didn't have the international career he probably would have wished for and what people thought he should have had, because his batting and his ability was outstanding.
I hadn't clicked actually that Ramprakash and Sangakkara overlapped at Surrey.
No, they hadn't. Sorry.
No, sorry. Okay, so you mean back to back, watching them play? I mean, I've got Kumar Sangakkara up there with you. Technically, I've got Ramps there too, but there was confusion in his thinking about batting for a long time, and of course he was unlucky to emerge as a young player when there were some staggeringly good attacks about, and that made life difficult. You know, he didn't get easy runs when he started as a Test match batsman. And I would say that there's a lot of high quality in the modern Test match game, but I would say there are some easier runs about if you get lucky with who you play first. Who's your sort of panacea?
We were lucky enough to see 8 tests of Mitchell Johnson at the best in 13-14, and the only person I saw in the world, and I think he's the only player I've ever seen who would have been able to face Mitchell Johnson in that period, was A.B. de Villiers. He played Mitchell Johnson like it was me bowling to him. It was completely different. When Hashim Amla was there, some very top quality England players looked completely unsettled by him. I think A.B. de Villiers is the most talented player I've ever seen, and also multi-format in the same way that Virat Kohli is, and I would have them as the two sort of multi-format players. Obviously, I was a bit too young to see Vivid his very best in both formats of the game, but if you look, from a numbers perspective, he would have been one of the other ones.
Yeah, well, working backwards for me, I'm absolutely with you on de Villiers and Kohli. De Villiers has played 2 innings against Johnson and Harris. Well, Johnson and Harris was at Pretoria at Centurion when he was in 96, when Johnson was roughing up like Amla and Smith and Faf du Plessis, and then he made 100 at Port Elizabeth in the Sandpaper Gate series against Mitchell Stark and Pat Cummins and P people. And you're right, he honestly batted as if he was playing on a different surface and almost playing a different game. So I go with, in the modern era, the most modern era, I go with Sangakkara, de Villiers and Kohli at the head of the list.
Is that all format? You don't have Smith ahead of those 3 in tests alone?
I don't actually, no. Okay. I think you could find Smith out. And I don't know. I just feel that he's very eye dependent. I mean, listen, he's a remarkable player. I think I don't really want to answer that question.
It's so hard.
He's very eye dependent, and I'm a great one for straight lines, you see. I love organised techniques, and it's why I like watching right-handers more than left-handers, funnily enough. But
I think we've all been waiting for Smith to fall off a cliff because he is eye dependent. And I told you these stats before, but in the last 3 years he's been averaging 41, which is fine for a normal mammal in Test cricket. But before that he was averaging 77. Everyone's found it tougher in Test cricket over the last couple of years, and Virat Kohli's struggled even more than that. But we've all been waiting for him to fall off the cliff. It's more surprising when Kohli struggled, I felt, like the fact he hasn't made the 100 since 2019.
Well, let's talk about that struggle, because is it November 19 that it began when he suddenly started to just not to roll out the hundreds like he always had done in all formats?
Yeah, that's where it's really become noticeable. So he makes 100 against Bangladesh on the 22nd of November 2019. Hasn't made an international 100 since that day. 17 tests, averaging 28, which is almost unbelievable. Someone as good as him could only average 28 over his last 17 tests. He's averaging 37 in one-day cricket, which is, again, for him, is very low. For a normal person, not so low. In T20 cricket, he hasn't had any drop. But to look at the same sort of time period before that, he was averaging 65 in tests, 86 in one-day cricket, and 41 in T20. So it's been a big drop. It's worth saying, and me and Jade have talked about this a lot, that the wobble ball has affected a lot of very good players. Steve Smith, I think it affects him a little bit more, and we're talking about the scrambled seam ball where you're not sure if it's coming in or going away because he goes so hard at the ball outside off stump. I think it makes sense that he would maybe nick off a little bit more, trying to play those cover drives on the up.
Yeah, and I think that's definitely played into it. We've certainly seen that in England when Kohli has come here, and it's a part of his game he's tried to adapt and learn from. But now that so many more bowlers are adept at using this wobble seam delivery, and where there might be a bit more on the surface, he's found himself wanting. I think there might be a few other issues as well, I guess, from Virat Kohli's point of view, in the sense of everything that's unfolded with him and the captaincy and how much of a toll that's taken on him, the extra pressure from the media, somebody who's gone from scoring 100 after 100 and everybody having his name up in lights as such, has gone to the point where people are questioning him as a captain, as a leader, all the things he stood for and all the sacrifices he's made, and now all of a sudden that gets brought into question. Virat Kohli, I think it's had an effect on him.
My very brief time with Bangalore, it was quite clear that he was way too busy for a professional athlete. I thought there was too much going on around him. They joked about him being the most busy man in the world. I wondered at the time if that would come back to bite him a little bit. That was 2018, March 2018. He's still got great T20 numbers since then. Test cricket, a lot of players have struggled. Steve Smith, Azhar Ali, many players have struggled in that time. One-day cricket, he's still passing 50 at the same rate, Mark. He's just not making all the hundreds that he used to make before, which was an obscene number. But there's definitely, I think he's got problems with the way he plays that wobble ball in Test cricket, but he's also getting out to spin way more than he ever did before. And he used to be a brilliant player at spin. He's no longer an elite player at spin the way he once was.
Well, I certainly hear you on that. He's just too busy. There are too many things go on in his life for a professional athlete, and particularly a cricketer who has to spend so much time away from home. So I actually think that he's mentally tired and doesn't know it. I think because he's so physically fit, he can't think of tiredness as a potential excuse. But I just think the demands are too great in all formats of the game, and the standard is too high to keep over a decade, really. So let's listen to Virat, actually, on expectation.
Expectation is honestly a burden when you start thinking about it too much. In the past, I have thought of things that are not necessary, because at the end of the day, the expectations are connected to what I can do on the field. So I need to be in the best frame of mind to be able to do my part on the field in the best way that I can. And I will do everything to prepare accordingly and not think of the expectations. If the expectations are met afterwards, great. If they're not, I still continue on my journey and try and do it one more time. I step onto the field every time now thinking or knowing that everyone is expecting me to do well. The opposition knows they want to get me out. I want to stay in because I know I can make a difference. And that's the fun of it. That's the challenge. It's whoever cracks first. And why would you not want to be in such an exciting position every time that you play, that you have the privilege to test yourself every time that you play cricket? And that to me is an honor. It's actually a privilege to be in that position, and you actually feel grateful that you are part of these moments where stakes are so high and you have an opportunity as an individual to overcome your fears every time that you go out there to play, and then you become a better human being, I presume, after every game.
A few excerpts there from the podcast that I did with Virat Kohli about just over a year ago. I think late 2021, and it's available if you're interested in hearing more. We did about 35 minutes together, and he was fascinating. Just getting back to this whole thing of expectation, my own view, as I say, is that he's mentally tired without even knowing it. And that you try too hard. It's as simple as that. When you reach a certain level and then you drop below that level, you actually, without knowing it, try too hard to refine the level. I think if he chilled out a bit, played a few shots, had some fun batting, rather than fought for every run in the way that he's doing so at the moment, which makes you tense in the shoulders, tense in the arms, tense in the hands, I think he'd probably recover some of his naturalness. I think he's almost playing a batting practice more than he's playing batting match situations, and the consequence of that is that as you try too hard, so you almost seize up, determined to stay at the crease and not give your wicket away, and don't impose yourself on the bowler in the way that you might. Look, I'd love to ask you, you're a great historian with cricket, Jared. I just would go with I was lucky enough to see Gary Sobers at Lord's in 1973. He made 150. Brian Canai made 100 in that match too. So I saw Barry Richards, I saw Graham Pollock, and I saw a lot of Viv Richards. I played against Viv a lot. They're the best four batsmen or I've always called them the best 4 batsmen I've seen. With them, I would definitely put Brian Lara and Sachin Tendulkar. I'd have Sunny Gavaskar and Greg Chappell maybe an inch behind them, and I would certainly have Virat Kohli, A.B. de Villiers and Kumar Sangakkara in that group. They are the best batsmen that I've seen, that group I've just mentioned. And just outside them is Ricky Ponting and Jacques Kallis and Gordon Greenwich, Martin Crowe, and there's
some great players.
Fantastic,
to leave on the
absolutely fantastic players. But the point that I'm making is that Virat Kohli is right in the mix of the greatest players, in my view, that there have ever been.
Yeah, I don't think... What will be interesting is in 20 years' time, Mark, when we have a similar conversation to this, how much the one day and the T20 factor in. Because I think we still think of things from a test match perspective, and people are going to look at him and go, well, Williamson and Root and Smith maybe all end up with slightly higher test averages than him. But for me, I think on pure talent, I don't see how he can't be involved in that conversation. Absolutely next level timing, the impact. We were at that test match in Adelaide after Phil Hughes died. I mean, that was one of the most incredible performances I've seen from one batter in a game against a very, very fired up Australian team as well. And he basically battered them on his own. Those sorts of performances, that's a kind of a Brian Lara-like performance.
Just to explain it, he made 100 in both innings, and the 100 in the second innings, when the thing was turning square against a good spinner, was reversing against good seamers. He very nearly won India the match in the fourth innings with the 100 in the second innings.
I mean, it was just, having seen as much cricket as you and I have, you don't forget things like that. I think if he ends up with an average under 50, there will be an asterisk is the wrong way of putting it, but I think people will try and play him down. But I think for those of us who have seen him throughout his whole career, we're going to remember that. And then it's going to be depending on if you remember. I mean, he's such a brilliant one-day player. Like, on another level, he's one of the best one-day players we've ever had as well. So I think he definitely deserves to be in the conversation you put him in.
There is no way in the wide world he's finishing his career under 50 average. He will sort that out. I'm absolutely convinced.
I'm on your side there.
He's not going to stop till that happens.
Look, everybody, we've celebrated Virat Kohli really in a gentle way, acknowledging his achievements as we applaud him for his 100th test match, which was in Mohali just the other day. Again, funnily enough, he sort of got in and got out, and that's been his habit in the last 20 months or so. But a wonderful, wonderful player and one of the greats of this or any other era, Virat Kohli. We will turn our attention back to West Indies and England. The West Indies have had another good morning, by the way, when we come back in just a moment.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on talkSPORT 2.
Get an expert guide to all the latest speculation, signings and spending sprees with Simon Jordan's Football Business Roundup on talkSPORT with Tesco Mobile for Business. From the latest deals worth knowing to where the big money transfers are going. Get the inside track in one all-covering football finance feature. Simon Jordan's Football Business Roundup on talkSPORT with Tesco Mobile for Business. Big mobile networks are raising your bills again. Join us for prices that stay fixed. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps. For applicable terms and verification, see tescomobile.com/fixed prices.
Get ready because the Homestyle Crispy Chicken is back at McDonald's. A delicious crispy chicken breast, bacon, hot and spicy mayo, and a red onion relish, all inside a glazed poppy and sesame seed bun. Delicious. Tuck in until the 26th of April. Served after 11 a.m. Subject to availability. Only in participating restaurants. See mcdonalds.co.uk/homestyle crispy chicken for details.
My prostate cancer was thankfully caught in the nick of time. But it shouldn't be down to luck.
Men at higher risk are
aged over 50.
Those with a family history of the disease. Or black men over 45.
Check your risk of prostate cancer now. Search Risk Checker or visit prostatecanceruk.org. Men, we are with you.
Looking for keys. Looking for keys. Looking for keys. Everyone's tired of looking for keys. So the all-new Honda HR-V Hybrid can be unlocked and turned on with your phone. Where will listening take us next? Honda. The power of dreams.
Every day, talkSPORT 2 probes the sharpest minds in the business, bringing you all the big-name news, views and opinions that matter. Plus, talkSPORT 2's official betting partner, 888sport, is on hand with the insight and in-depth analysis you need to crack the big betting puzzles of the day. talkSPORT 2 with 888sport, official betting partner of talkSPORT 2. 888sport, made to challenge, made to debate, made to play. 18 plus, begambleaware.org.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on talkSPORT 2.
Matt Fisher once again. Short, wide, cut away, down towards the third man boundary. Nobody down there.
And Brathwaite this time is driving. Coming off the outside edge. It's going to go into the boundaries, into third man boundary for 4. And the West Indies now 310 for 4. They have avoided officially the follow-on.
Positive start from the West Indian captain.
Always a good day when Arsenal win a Premier League match. And they only won this morning in terms of the only game being played, 1-0. So I'm quite chirper.
Here is Leach once again. Oh, that one spins and fizzes, and Ben Foakes has taken that one-handed. Goodness me, that looks like it's bounced out of a hole. And that's chopped away into the gully and caught. Dan Lawrence takes the catch, and Alzari Joseph, the night watchman, has gone. It's Ben Stokes. Who else who makes something happen?
That's a lovely stroke from Jason Holder. It's a tad over pitch by Stokes.
You can still see the menu at Lord's. Vegetable soup, racket lamb, garlic prawns, Louisiana love bite. Wow, what a menu that was at Lord's.
So, I think they're enjoying the Louisiana love bite because at the moment there's no cricket, just food because of rain during the break. And right now, at the moment, the covers are on here at Kensington Oval, and the rain is somewhat drizzling. So I think we're going to have not only a delayed start, it's going to be kind of a miserable day because rain is definitely in the air, and it's going to be interrupting play, I predict, for the next couple of hours or so. Samuel Badger is here with me. The reserve umpire is making his way out, Les Arifa Jr., and he's coming to perhaps just examine the playing area. But the covers are on, like I said, and it is still pretty much drizzling as the players are in for lunch. We already started late today because of rain, 10:15 local time, 15 minutes late, and then we also had a break in between that time because of more rain. It's been that kind of day here in Bridgetown, Barbados. For some reason, it's been raining from 3 o'clock this morning. Some heavy showers. And then, even though the rain subsided and the sun is out for a little while, we still continue to have some intermittent showers. And that has gotten pretty heavy as the day has gone by. Sammy Badger is with me. Sammy, we had a tremendous discussion about Virat Kohli during the break. And, perhaps it might be a good time to discuss for the next 15 minutes or so some great West Indian cricketers, some great West Indian batsmen, some that you have played with, against, or watched as you grew up in Trinidad and Tobago. Sammy Badri, how was your lunch?
Wasn't bad, Barry. Good afternoon to all our listeners. I'm looking across to my right-hand side, and the road tennis players are in action. A game that is really fascinating and quite popular here in Barbados.
Have you ever tried it?
Never tried it. I wanted to pop down there during the lunch and interval and have a play, but because of the biosecure bubble we're in, I don't think I was allowed. So that opportunity didn't go down today as planned, but hopefully in the not too distant future. But it's quite popular here, isn't it?
Oh, it's tremendously popular. In fact, it's one of the most indigenous sports ever. And it's one that they're looking to try and expand, and increase the capacity to play not only in the region, but also someday, and it will be a dream to see it at the Olympics. So it is a sport that many people in Barbados play. It was called the poor man's tennis back in the day, of course, in the 50s and 60s. You couldn't dream about certain people playing on the lawns of tennis here in Barbados. And road tennis was something that was just tremendously popular, and it is maintained that way, very indigenous, and it's also a sport that you need to be very fit, very, very fit to play. It's akin to table tennis in terms of the rules, but it really puts a lot of strain on your back because it's not like table tennis or lawn tennis where you're playing perhaps at the right height. You're actually bending to play. So that's your knees. You're talking about the impact of your knees, the impact of your back. You've got to be super fit to play road tennis.
Yeah, it does look like a very interesting sport, and like you're right, in terms of the height of the ball, it doesn't seem to get past your knee, so you're bending constantly. And just back to the topic in terms of West Indian batsmen in the recent past, and I was looking at the stats in preparation for this test match. West Indian batsmen who averaged above 35 in the last 15-20 years or so, and you go back to Shiv Chandrapal as one of those batsmen. Ramnarish Sawan in the 40s, his batting average in test match cricket, along with Chris Gayle. And the only other batsman in the recent past above 35 is Darren Bravo. His batting average in test match cricket just hovers around that 36 mark. But beyond those four names that I've mentioned there, no West Indian batsman has a test match average above 35. Craig Brathwaite, the current West Indian captain, his average in test match cricket just around that 33 run mark. So when we look around the region, we haven't produced batsmen of international quality, test batsmen of international quality for a long time, and it's something that is very worrying across the region. And you and I were talking a couple of days ago about what can be done to improve the quality of cricket in the region, not only from a batsman point of view, but overall. Even the spin bowlers, we haven't developed a quality spin bowler in quite some time as well. Go back to maybe Shane Shillingford and Devendra Bishu when he first came into the scene, who were able to play multiple series one after the other.
Test spinners per se?
Test spinners. We're talking about test match cricket here. So in terms of wicket-taking bowlers and those who can get you those 20 wickets in order to win test matches, and that's one of the reasons. So just to give some ideas as to what can possibly be done, we talk about the pitches, and there has been an effort to improve that. It hasn't really had the sort of impact that you would have wanted. All those spinners dominate at the regional level, but when those same spinners are selected at the test level, they really can't make much of an impact. Another thing is the introduction of that academy, that emerging players academy that the West Indies Cricket Board recently launched in Antigua at the Coolidge Cricket Ground. So that will certainly go some way in terms of developing the younger players, giving them an opportunity to have access to quality coaches, quality facilities year round. Another thing, Barry, that I think we need to do is have more not necessarily first class game, but A-team tours where we are competing against other countries, whether home and away. But that development phase, I think that aspect needs to be reintroduced, where we have the younger players coming through the system being tested against the best in the world at that age group, and also some of our players being sent away to foreign leagues to play in those tournaments. First class cricket, that is, whether it is to the UK to play first class cricket, even Australia, anywhere in the world where they can have that first class experience and that responsibility, where they can mature much more quickly. I think that is something that needs to be implemented and reintroduced. It happened in the past where a lot of our players went across to the UK to play county cricket, but I don't think that it happens as often as it should in these times. I know it's much different now in terms of our players not being able to command a spot in a county team, but not necessarily county cricket, could be a lower level, but just to give them that experience, but more importantly the responsibility of being a professional in that setup.
I put this to you, Sam, and I'm going to do the not so journalist-like or standard-like procedure to answer your question before I ask it. Was Brian Lara the best batsman that you've ever seen in the West Indies?
Yeah, I think without a doubt that I've seen live. Of course, I would have seen Viv Richards, but not live. I would have seen YouTube videos and the like. But certainly Brian Lara and his ability to entertain, I think that was the most important quality that he had. He drew you to the cricket, and once he was batting, whether you were at home looking on, you left whatever you were doing and you sat in front of the screen just to see that man in action. So I think that entertainment factor that he brought, the value, drawing crowds wherever he went, and just his pure class, his quality, the economy in which he played, and that real competitive and fierce nature that he had. Chris Gayle, another one of those who truly entertained, whether it be Test match cricket, One Day International or T20. I think those two, purely from an entertainment standpoint, and of course Shivnarine Chandrapal because of his obdurate nature and the way he played the game with stoicism and really showed that fight, that grit and determination. I think those three really stand out for me during my time that I saw live, certainly, and played with.
Do you think that Chandrapal was unceremoniously dropped and not given the opportunity to be the leading run scorer in West Indies cricket?
I think I would agree with a lot of people who think that way. I certainly think that. I thought that he wasn't given the sort of treatment that you would expect for someone who has given so much to West Indies cricket, so much human service. Was, like you aptly put it there, unceremoniously dropped from the team. I think it was via text message as well. So the way that entire thing played out, it wasn't good. It wasn't a good look for Cricket West Indies, certainly, but he wasn't the first. We have a history of doing that to our players. We don't give them that opportunity. And then, of course, we had the recent incident where Chris Gayle was sort of almost given the opportunity to play that T20 match in Jamaica as sort of a send-off, and there was a lot of conjecture around as to the precedent that would be set if we do something like that. So I guess it's damned if you do, damned if you don't in these parts.
Sam, how were you dropped? I mean, you played in the 2016 World Cup when the West Indies would have won that very famous match against England in India. But how was Samuel Badri told, well, thank you, Sam, we've seen enough of you?
Yeah, I had a conversation with the then chairman of selectors, Courtney Brown, after the 2018 home series. I think it was against Bangladesh. And I was just projecting forward. And the next World Cup would have been 2020. That's when it was slated. And I didn't think that I had it in me to go that far forward. I had a shoulder injury, and I couldn't really perform at the elite level as the way I wanted to. So we had that conversation, Courtney Brown and myself, and it was determined that was the best time for me to sort of step down and give someone else an opportunity in the build-up to that 2020 World Cup. As it turned out, that World Cup was played in 2021. So it was 3 years later as compared to 2 that I initially thought. But I thought that was the right time to leave the game, and I really couldn't perform at my best. And once you're playing at the international level, you have to be at your absolute best. And I didn't think that I was at that time. And I also thought it was an opportunity to get a younger player in preparation for the next T20 World Cup.
So at least you had that discussion with him, which is important. Communication is always the key. And you look at persons like Brian Lara. I remember he said when his farewell was going to be. We talk about great West Indian players and them leaving the stage. But since Brian Lara, would you say that West Indies have produced, even in, not even Test, generally, would you say West Indies have produced a world-class batsman since Brian Lara, when he left the scene in 2008? Have we produced that kind of cricketer in that period of time, Samuel Badri?
Well, in shorter form cricket, I think we've gotten a few. T20 cricket in particular, you talk about Chris Gayle and what he's been able to do in T20 cricket, the number of centuries that he's had. And we have a few others. Shea Hope in one-day international cricket is absolutely phenomenal, averages over 50. But you're looking at longer form cricket, a longer form batsman, I don't think that we have. Ramnarish Sawan was perhaps up there, but he would have played with Brian. I think you're really asking beyond those. Beyond those, I don't think we have had any sort of batsman of international quality. Craig Brathwaite has 10 centuries, the last 10 centuries, like we mentioned, at the top of the order, opening the batting. But long form cricket, I don't think we have. And you look at someone like Nkrumah Bonner at early 30s, 33 years old, going to 34, and he's now making his way into international cricket. And it's something that has really confused me for a long time. Why is it we take so long to mature as batsmen in the region? Take almost 12, 13, 14 years before we really mature and are able to produce the goods at the international level.
So we're going to restart cricket in just about 5 minutes' time. 1:25. The rain has stopped. The stumps are back up. And the players are actually warming up, so we're going to have a restart of cricket in 5 minutes. Samuel Badger is with me discussing the intricacies of West Indies cricket until then. Sammy, what's gone wrong with Darren Bravo? Is there any way back for him? Do you see him ever back to that double century against Bangladesh, those centuries against England, the centuries against India, and the top cricketer he was pre-2016? Have we lost him?
Yeah, that's a funny one, isn't it? The way he started his international career, and he was picked to be another future international star, particularly in red ball cricket. And he had such a tremendous initial impact in international cricket. And it started when he infamously made that tweet, and he was out of action for the better part of 2 years. And since he came back, he never really looked quite the same as a player, and his performances never really lived up to the expectations. I think it's quite difficult for him now to regain that sort of form that he had a few years ago, and to get that sort of impact. I don't want to write off any player necessarily, but for me, I think it's very, very tough for him to get back into this test team firstly, and to have that sort of impact. He has gone back to play first class cricket. He has to really dominate at that level. But certainly when you look at some of the players that have gone through this test team, and Darren Bravo still can't make that team, it really goes to show his fall from grace, as it will. But such a talented player, another one who, in my respectful view, remains an unfulfilled talent, unfulfilled potential.
Yeah, indeed, that's so true, and it's so sad, because he was the one who many people thought was going to be the next great thing. You look at the fact that a player like Darren Bravo made his T20 debut before Virat Kohli. They actually made it the same year. He made his in February, Kohli sometime in October or November. And look where Kohli's career has gone. Look where Bravo's career has gone. Look who was talking about Bravo before even the persons like Virat Kohli that we spoke about at lunch, and how things have just turned out has just been absolutely amazing. When Virat Kohli, Kane Williamson, Joe Root, they all made their careers and a name for themselves after Darren Bravo. And Darren Bravo has never even scored a 50 in T20 cricket after playing since 2011 or 2008. So it's quite sad what has happened to his career, and one can only hope that he's given some kind of opportunity again to regain himself into the mouths of people and into the annals of West Indies cricket history again.
He was talked about as being the next Brian Lara. As a matter of fact, his initial statistics were so similar to Brian Lara's that people were saying, here we have another player who can really dominate the world stage. And of course, he hails from Santa Cruz in Trinidad, the same area that Brian Lara is from. And like we mentioned, he hasn't really gone on to make that impact that we thought. And looking at some other younger players, Barry, Shimron Hetmyer, I think, has so much potential, and Nicholas Poor, and those two, I think that if we really get them to want to play red ball cricket, because we can want it, but at the end of the day, it has to be those two players who want it themselves. I think that they can make such an impact in red ball cricket.
Well, Shimron Hetmyer, in 2019, he actually top scored in the first innings of the match between West Indies and England. He got 81. And everybody was up in arms and saying, well, this is the next great thing. And again, we are now here 3 years later, and he's gone. Playing strictly white ball cricket, getting tons of money in IPL, and almost seems forgotten about, although he did play in the first class season this year, which is a signal that he still wants to make some kind of comeback. But if he has it in him, if he has the hunger, if he has the desire, is another thing. Because, I mean, I don't know about you, Sam, but if you're making that kind of money playing, doing less, why strain yourself and kill yourself to make less doing more? And that's how I see it for Shimron Hetmyer. I'm not quite sure he's going to have the eagerness to leave a legacy of being a great test cricketer when he's got to do so much more to get back into the game.
Yeah, we can't begrudge these guys for the amount of money that they're making
not at all.
And the decisions that they've made. But there's so much more benefit to be derived from playing red ball cricket, because it does help your white ball game in terms of your technique, in terms of your ability to to really resist pressure, because in white ball cricket you will find yourself at times in positions where you need to do that, but like you say, it's so much less for so much more.
So we're going to have a resumption. The players are actually back out, thankfully. It's been a bit of a long break, and it's been something that the players would hope that we don't have to endure again in terms of going back in and back out. That's a very frustrating thing to do in cricket, I can tell you. 351 for 5 then, with the West Indies chasing England's 507 for 90 cleared. We're going to start back with Mahmood, who's going to be bowling to Jason Holt on 12. There was just 2 slips, but Joe Root has mysteriously now moved from first slip to a leg slip. What's the reason for that?
Maybe a bit of reverse swing. Mahmood from that Joel Garner end with the wind blowing from right to left into the right-hander. So maybe just an inducker or two and look to bowl that straight line.
So Mahmood with the first ball after lunch now, and bowls to Holder, and Holder is on driving in the air, airy-fairy, but no cause for concern. Lees just picks it up there at mid-wicket and there's no run. So we've got a slip, we've got a backward point to the cover, mid-off, mid-on, a mid-wicket that is straightish, back with square leg on the boundary, we've got a fine leg and a leg slip. Very interesting field for Mahmood to start back here. The ground still looks a peach, and we've got the crowd and the spectators, which to me have built since lunch. Perhaps some of them slept in late after being out in Oystins and all over Barbados last night in the Gap. It was little England in Barbados last night, I can tell you, as Mahmood comes in and bowls to Holder, and Holder is heading this in the air. This is going out to mid-on, chance for a catch. Is he going to gift this wicket away? Yes, he does. Catch taken, and a very good one there, taken as 2 by Fisher. It was in the air, it was blowing and gliding really in the air. Fisher was under it, but he was not settled, and in the end he took it kind of running back. Holder goes, that's a gift of a wicket really, trying to pull a short ball, and he didn't suggest any control over that shot. The Windies have lost their 6th second ball after lunch. It's now 351 for 6.
And it's a first wicket for Mahmood in Test match cricket. One debutant to the other. Matt Fisher taking the catch, making sure that his counterpart gets that first wicket, and you can see the elation in Saqib Mahmood's face once he's gotten that wicket. Remember, Barry did get one yesterday, bowled Jim in Blackwood, but as it turned out, it was a no ball, so he had to wait some time for his first wicket in Test match cricket, and it was the wicket of Jason Holder, who played an impetuous stroke. It wasn't short enough for that pull shot. It's just the second ball after lunch, and he was trying to go for something that wasn't there. In the end, just getting a lot of height and no distance, and a well-judged catch in the end from Matthew Fisher. It was always swirling around in the air with that wind blowing across the ground, but he kept his eyes on it all the way, and in the end had to dive slightly backward to complete the catch. So early success for England after they've toiled in the morning session for just the solitary wicket, 1 wicket quite quickly after lunch.
Well, could that be the door that England were looking to open to get this Test match perhaps swinging back in their favour? You can't forget that the West Indies are still trailing by quite a bit of runs, 156 runs they're still trailing by, and that's quite a bit. You still got 2 sessions and tomorrow, and if they fancy themselves of cleaning up the tail, well, Josh de Silva is indeed a batsman who's the new man at the non-striker's end, but if they perhaps can run through this bottom half of the West Indies, there might be life in this game yet. You never know.
Yeah, there's lots of time in this game, Barry. You're quite right. The West Indies have to be very careful with this situation. 156 runs behind. If England can get anywhere close to a 100-run lead and bat into that first session tomorrow, and a similar declaration from what we saw in Antigua, the West Indies having to survive 2 sessions on day 5, anything can happen. We've seen this pitch provide some bounce and turn for Jack Leach, and with a little bit of luck, anything can still play. So this game is still very much on.
Here comes Mahmood now, bowls to Brathwaite, who's on the front foot, pushes the ball to cover. There's the run, and we do know that Joe Root's going to take the game down to the last 6 balls or 5 balls. So if he smells any chance, he's going to do it. I know I saw Mike Atherton on a cricket show recently was saying that he didn't really think it was a bad idea, really, for Root to take the game down, based on the fact that we've seen how the West Indies can crumble. and you want to give yourself any opportunity in this Test series. So here he comes in now, Mahmood, and bowls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is driving into the onside. Runs here for him in the West Indies. He's only going to take one, and that single will take the total now. First run after lunch, 352 for 6. For some reason, Jason Holder just looked a little casual in playing that shot. However, he ruled the opportunity to bat in front of his home crowd. And last time he batted here, he made a double century, unbeaten. So he's got to now try and change that. Here comes Mahmood now. First ball is going to Josh De Silva, and De Silva is wrapped on the pad. Is allowed appeal for LBW. Was that an inside edge? They're not going to review it, England, so perhaps they know something that we didn't. But that certainly suggested that might have been an inside edge or going down leg.
Saki Mahmood indicated that it was an inside edge. He had a good sight of it, and in fact, it was a big inside edge from Joshua De Silva, but good signs for him. That ball reverse swinging into the right-hander, and it's going to be a little bit of a challenge for Joshua De Silva, the new batsman. Only has faced the solitary delivery, so it's going to be a good test for him here.
Here comes Mahmood now, into bowl to De Silva, and De Silva is edging this one safely though along the ground. It's going to go down to the third man boundary. He's off the mark. He'll get one. He'll come back for the second. That's all there'll be. So De Silva gets 2. He's watched by his dad, Michael De Silva, who's taken the trip from Trinidad and Tobago to come here and watch his son. And I'm sure that he'll be breathing a sigh of relief that was an inside edge, and also that his son is off of the mark. The sun is out, but the bad news is that it's raining just in the eastern side, and we could very well have another delay. They say here in Barbados and the Caribbean, when the sun is out and the rain is falling, it's a proverbial saying that the devil and his wife are fighting for what's called a cuckoo stick, which is a very popular delicacy in Barbados. It's a very long wooden stick. I'm not quite sure the reason behind that saying. Perhaps someone will tell me, but it's certainly very much in effect, with the rain falling on one side and the sun shining on the next. It's a very weird feeling in such a small island. Well, Jack Leach is going to continue. 60 overs he's delivered, 24 maidens, 1 for 107, 354 for 6. And he is going to be bowling at a period of time where England are trying to keep the West Indies at bay. The lead is 150. 153 as a matter of fact, and it's still a very healthy position when you think about it for England.
And that's why Jason Holder's wicket was such an important one. The West Indies would have wanted the former captain to stay with the current captain for much longer, quite deep into this second session, but as it was, just a second delivery after lunch, playing that injudicious stroke as Leach comes in from around the wicket into Craig Brathwaite, plays it on the back foot quite calmly down towards Joe Root in that extra cover position. No run the result.
Come on, lad. Yeah, indeed. No run the result. Trail by 153. Hello to John Ford, who's obviously a fan of Samia Badri. Here comes Leach now and bowls, and this delivery is just on the line of the off stump. And there is the captain Brathwaite defending. Tell me a little bit about Joshua De Silva, because he's still somewhat of an unknown to those listening around the region. If you don't follow cricket a lot, he doesn't play a lot of T20s or 50 overs, so you might not know a lot about him. This one is short. Brathwaite is on the back foot and cutting well, but there is a field on the sweeper boundary, so he'll only get 1. And his tally now goes and sneaks up to 150. It's not there yet, but it's 147, gets closer. It's 355 for 6.
Yeah, he had an impressive debut against New Zealand in his first test match. He scored a half century in the second innings, and then he had a good series following up that against Bangladesh, where he had his highest score of 92. So he's been quite consistent, quite solid as a lower order batsman, just the glue that holds things together when he's batting with the bowlers. This year he's batting with the captain, so it's a different proposition altogether. Very solid batsman, one who has a good temperament, is quite calm, has a good technique. He gets that front pad out of the way generally against the left-handed spinner. Leach is in once again. This one is on the line of the leg stump, worked away down towards fine leg. gets a single just for the silver. So his technique is good, his temperament is good, and you won't expect him to play any rash shots, especially in this situation and with the way this pitch has played so far. So they'll need to get a nice little partnership going once again. But once Craig Brathwaite is there, I think they'll feel relatively comfortable.
Here he comes in on balls to Brathwaite. Outside the line, the off-stop. Leaves it alone. No need at all to force that. Just let it go by to taken there by Ben Foakes. With just one slip for Brathwaite. Still got that short leg in. They still believe that after facing 455 balls that Craig Brathwaite will somehow push the ball in the short leg's hand. Hey, it could happen. So it's going to be Leach now as he turns and comes in now and balls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is on the front foot and drives back to the ball and no run.
Brings that over to an end. 356 for 6. Craig Brathwaite unbeaten on 147. Joshua De Silva unbeaten on 3. He has Portuguese heritage, Portuguese lineage, Joshua De Silva, and he'll be looking to make a name for himself in this test match. We'll now be joined by Neil Mantle.
Thank you very much indeed to Samuel Badri and Barry Wilkinson. 356 for 6. Certainly every reason for the crowd at the Kensington Oval to continue enjoying themselves. Never mind what's happening on the pitch. There's plenty of alternative entertainment. Joshua De Silva's the new man. West Indies still trailing by 151. 356 for 6. Here's Saqib Mahmood. Will he get some reverse swing with the old ball? He's in. It bowls, and there is just a suggestion of reverse swing, but right behind it is Josh De Silva. Blocks it defensively up on the onside. Can you think of any cricket grounds around the world, Alex Tudor, with a better atmosphere and better, more suitable facilities to enjoy yourself if the cricket's very quiet?
Just thinking. No.
You would, wouldn't you? If you were to buy tickets to a dull test match, you'd want it to be the Kensington Oval. That one again is blocked by De Silva out to extra cover.
I think I'd just be popping out to all the local vendors and be stocking up on my rice and peas, stewed chicken, mac pie, plantain, which you don't like, which, you know. You've gone down in my estimation, manners. How do you not like plantain? You've obviously not had it cooked properly.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. I'll be coming around your house after the test match. Get some proper plantain. Here is Saqib Mahmood once again. And big appeal for leg before wicket. That could be quite close. Up goes the finger. He thought about it. Did Joel Wilson. He gave it due consideration. He went through his checklist, and up went the right index finger, and Joshua De Silva has walked down the wicket to have a chat to his captain, but the timer is out. Too late. Can't review, unless he did review it. He did review it. Sorry, beg your pardon.
TV umpire to director. We have a player's review for LBW.
I don't think he hit it.
The original decision given is
it looks
out.
good.
Check the front foot. Fair delivery established.
It's just a little bit of reverse swing. I mean, just not much, and it's not particularly late.
Yeah,
he's gone, isn't he?
Doesn't appear to be any bat involved, but I like to use other edge.
He's gone.
Crashing into middle and off.
Ball and bat.
Again, you know, we get to a situation where teams are using reviews because they have them. Hang on.
There's a spike as the ball is next to the bat.
Jade.
Satisfied that there is contact between bat and ball. I'm going to go back to drill on
he
the
saw
field.
an inside edge, and he's correct.
Drill, I'm going to ask you to change your out decision to not out.
No plum pie.
Do you know, there have been more reviews and overturns in these first two test matches than we are accustomed to. And there have been I reckon that's the 8th time that an LBW's been given in the last two test matches. That's the 8th time that an LBW's been given and the batsman's hit it. And yet, you know, there are some series where you just think, oh, the umpires are really, really struggling. I mean, it doesn't feel like the umpiring has been poor, but there have been unusually high number of wrong decisions. And Joshua De Silva survives, and he's on 3 as Saki Mahmood is into him once again. He's back and across, blocking this one resolutely back to the bowler.
And that's when the technology comes in, and that's what we use it for. I'm liking Saki Mahmood. Seems he's running a little harder. Remember yesterday and earlier today, especially Darren Gough said he was just trying to find his way, just sort of jogging in, but he seems to be steaming in now. There's a little bit of tail back into this right-hander, De Silva, and bowling at decent pace.
Here's Saki Mahmood in once again. That's why there's a leg slip in. It's full wide of the off stump and left alone. What do you? What's the shortest explanation that you're able to offer to somebody who likes cricket, hasn't necessarily played it, but somebody who enjoys it, who says to you, "What is reverse swing?" What's the shortest, simplest explanation you can provide?
Well, one I always say, especially with the kids at school, I say tape up a tennis ball, right? And the heavy side would work for, you know...
So you're encouraging ball tampering from right from the beginning?
Well, listen, it's a batter's game, so why not?
356 for 6. Here is Saki Mahmood. That one, definitely reverse swing there. That's more than he's got into the right-hander Joshua De Silva. He punches it away on the onside and there's no run. It's 356 for 6. Go on, I'm
always
fascinated.
said within the rules, I reckon as bowlers we should be allowed to do some stuff. But anyway, going back to reverse swing, listen, it's... You know, generally, especially on abrasive surfaces, the ball will come back and it's very dry, and then you'll use your sweat and get one side very heavy, but you have to stay off the other side, keep that dry, and then obviously the heavy side will go towards whatever side it's on. So if it's on the inside, it's going to tail back in. If it's on the outside, it's going to go away from the bat. And the best way of getting people to learn how to do it, especially at a young age, is taping up a tennis ball on one side of the ball, which finds it heavy, and then just try and learn about how much it swings, how quickly you bowl it, exactly, and stuff like that. And it's a great tool of how to... I think Darren Gough did a masterclass. I remember seeing it during the summer on it, and he taped up a tennis ball and was telling kids how to do it. It's a great tool. If you just tape up one side, get some electric tape or whatever it is, whatever's heavy, get on that side and tape up one side, do the seam, and then bowl with it. That's how you will learn practice.
So, we'll talk a bit more on this theme, but Jack Leach is bowling, so we might not get too much time. He's been galloping through his overs. He's bowled 61 of them. Leach in, forward comes Brathwaite, playing defensively, pushing on the offside, no run. So, conventional swing is all about the wrist position, so it's equally shiny on both sides. The lacquer is still intact on both sides. Wrist position, and the seam acts as a rudder. Right, this is questioning. This is you feel free to say, no, man, I was a wicket keeper. Next one, pushed away defensively on the offside, no run.
Was you, man? Okay.
Look at my fingers. I was a bad keeper.
As my dad say, you were a speed hump.
I was a stopper. Here is Leach, and outside the off stump, left alone.
Yeah, we'll wait. Obviously, Jack Leach is getting through his ball over very quickly. So
we'll do it in the next over. Craig Brathwaite, 147 not out from 454 deliveries. That's the most he's ever faced in a test innings. Here is Leach once again, and it's punched off the back foot quite easily to mid-off, where Ben Stokes fields. Leach really has earned his match fee. The match isn't over yet. He's still got 5 sessions to go, 4.5 sessions to go. Leach once again up to the crease now, bowls, and short, wide and cut, tired delivery. But there's a man sweeping on the cover boundary. It's Matt Fisher, so it'll just be a single to Craig Brathwaite. No sign at all at any stage of the West Indian captain becoming fatigued. Absolutely resolute and stoic, and his concentration. There's been no real changes in tempo. He's just gone on and on and on. He's 148 now. Joshua De Silva has a slightly different field. There's a slip, wideish leg slip, short leg. 2 men on the drive, either side of the wicket. Here's Leach again, and one drifts into De Silva's pads. He clips it out towards Johnny Bairstow at short mid-wicket, and the deficit is 150 now. West Indies 357 for 6. I guess what I was doing was working towards the change and the difference between conventional swing with the new ball and reverse swing.
Yeah, listen, I wasn't a massive swing bowler, but you know, I speaking to a lot of people, you know, and working with a lot, you know, sometimes it's the pressure you put on your index finger and your middle finger, depending on where you want to do it, where your thumb position, where it is on the ball. But the balls generally both are new, but for some reason one side you would shine more than the other. Be it, I don't know, when it was the Duke's ball, was it the horse in the Duke's ball?
Here comes Saqib Mahmood, and that one is steered behind square on the offside, and they go through for an easy single. And there's a reverse rotation of the ball as well, which encourages swing.
It's not horse leather, that's baseballs.
What?
It's not horse leather.
Don't say horse leather.
You said there's a horse.
I said no, the horse. No, it's a picture, man.
A picture.
Easy, man. Get in your cabbie, old man. Tell me can you just tell me about? I want to know.
How many times did you have a Dukes in your hand? You don't know what it had on it.
Man, listen. I used to just have a ball, run up and bowl, and try and hit it as hard as I can on the surface. Listen, I don't worry about swing.
Doesn't it have a crown on one side?
Crown. I didn't even look at it, mate. Honestly.
Here's Saqib Mahmood, and that one swings in. He's really getting it going nicely now.
I can't believe I got that right.
Clipped out towards mid-wicket. Crown, horse, come on.
Same thing.
You know.
Same thing.
Crown. I mean, listen, it just shows you...
I apologise for even correcting you. No wonder you couldn't shine it correctly. I'm not surprised they even let you touch it.
Oh, well, I was banned for a while.
Yeah, you don't want sweaty fingers on the wrong side of the ball when it's getting reverse swing, as Joshua De Silva stands and waits. 3 off 11 deliveries. 359 for 6. Here is Saqib Mahmood's short ball. It's good to mix it up. You want to get every delivery pitch. You don't want to go for that reverse swing, full length delivery every ball. Keep the batsman honest, but it's gone straight to the field and no run.
Jared, as it shows you, I didn't really care. I honestly, I didn't really care. I just show you how in depth, like studying the ball or whatever. I used to just get the ball and just run up and just try and hit it as hard as I can on the surface. That's all.
Yeah, but if you had somebody bowling at the other end,
yes, and I did. Sometimes I'd be bowling with Azam Mahmood or whoever, so you had to be mindful. But I just weren't allowed to touch it. Generally.
Joshua De Silva stands waiting, and Saqib Mahmood once again up to the crease now, bowls, and that one is steered once more out towards backward point, straight to backward point. Over on talkSPORT, Chelsea fans will be pleased to know that their team's 2-0 up against Middlesbrough in the FA Cup. 359 for 6. Craig Brathwaite, 149. Joshua De Silva is on 3. And those of you who missed the start of play, West Indies, you may recall, resumed on 288 for 4. So just 2 wickets in the day so far for England. Here is Saqib Mahmood once again. Forward comes Joshua De Silva. And there's no run. I guess we should be talking to Jade Dernbach about swing bowling, because he could do anything with it, couldn't he? He could swing it, seam it.
He did swing it. I remember Jade as a young guy starting in the second team, bowling some very fast deliveries. Used to get quite angry. Had a temper on him. Used to always try and calm him down a few times, but bowled with good pace. Liked a bumper. Did like to put the batters on. I like that. I did like that aggression. Served him well during his career. But controlled.
Passionate rather than temper.
You'll be a nice man. It's fiery.
He was 359 for 6 as Saqib Mahmood is in once more to Joshua De Silva. Just blocks this one up towards mid-off.
Are you happy with that pace? 138, that one. He's definitely running in a lot harder, and it's funny, isn't it, when as bowlers, when the ball is doing little things, so if it's just little tail in or away, you start to get excited, so you start to pick those legs up, and you can tell when he's follow through, he's really running in. yesterday when he was bowling, nothing was happening. Follow through wasn't quite there. He's bowling at 130, 131, and this is a bowler who can bowl up close to the 90s, high 80s. So good to see him running in. Good that he got his first wicket.
It's only his third over of the spell as well. Here is Saqib Mahmood, and that's blocked, not even pushed up towards mid-on. Actually, this might work out very well because the new balls, the third new ball, is due in 4 overs' time. So if they decide to take it, Saqib Mahmood will have bowled a 5-over spell with the ball reversing. They might decide to delay it by a couple of overs. West Indies 359 for 6. And for the next 20 minutes, you'll be in company of Mark Nicholas. I'm just checking if your microphone's on, Mark.
Yeah, all good, all good.
It is.
It's the voice that isn't so good. Amazing performance by Brathwaite. 457 balls faced, of which, well, at least 360 must be dot balls. You've got to have some commitment to the cause for that. Here's Leach. Brathwaite works that to mid-on and has to hurry. He hit it and went, and I wouldn't say mid-on was dozy, but he was just deep enough not to be able to attack the ball, and that takes him to 150. It's a lovely innings, this. It's not I don't mean that so much aesthetically as for its ability for his team and its ability to hold the match, basically, to ensure that England don't break away from West Indies. It's a captain's performance, and all those old cliches, they work for this tremendous example that he's set. 458 balls, 648 minutes. 10 hours and 48 minutes. Just 16 boundaries in it, that's all. Strike rate of 32. Whoa, you need some staying power for that kind of a performance. Well played, Craig Brathwaite. He's gone to 150. Leach now bowls to Joshua De Silva. That one might be out. Ooh, well, England seems certain. He went to glance it, and they're saying he glanced it inside edge onto thigh pad and out to that leg slip fielder or leg gully fielder who they finally got in the right place. So England are reviewing it.
TV umpire to director. We have a player's review for court. The on-field decision is not out. Front foot check, fair delivery established. Can we move on to front on, please? Appears as if the ball has missed a bat on this first shot. Can we just follow through? Go forward for me, please. I'm just going to use our dredge to confirm. Doesn't appear to be any bat. Appears as if the ball is some distance away from the bat. Just follow all the way through. Bat is on pad. That's the spike we're seeing. So gap between the ball and the bat. Just follow all the way through. Thank you. Satisfied that there's no bat involved. I'm going to go back to Nigel on field. Nigel, I'm going to ask you to stay with your original. Sorry, let me just follow through for LBW as well. Can we have ball tracking when ready? It's pitching in line. The impact's outside off. I'm going to go back to Nigel on field. Nigel, I'm going to ask you to stay with your original decision of not out. You're on screen now. Make your signal.
Yeah, well, the original decision by Nigel Duguid has been backed up by the third umpire, and actually there was no need to look for the LBW either. I think that's something as De Silva comes forward and blocks a full ball straight back down the pitch to Jack Leach. I think it's something the ICC could look at in speeding up the DRS. When something is obvious immediately, everybody could see that he didn't hit it and it was missing leg stump. I think you could crack on with the decision making as De Silva goes back and sort of tries to cut and doesn't get much on it. That's another example of the ball not coming onto the bat and making cut shots so difficult. Leach hasn't got so much spin today. Whether the fingers are tired or whether the pitch has just died on him completely. And he comes again now, and Silva lunges forward and defends pretty comfortably, much as we've seen Brathwaite doing for so much of this innings. Great view we've got from the stump mic on our big monitor here at talkSPORT in London. Here comes Leach again, and a nice, well-organised forward defensive. It's the end of the over. 360 for 6 here on talkSPORT 2. Yes, sorry, Jared.
I just want to talk about this. You're right when you say in that particular case we could have sped things up, and I think the 100 did much better with DRS than I've seen almost any other competition in the world ever handle with it. The 100 seemed to be a lot more practical with the way they use DRS. But that's another example of a third umpire who's not used to being a third umpire, who doesn't know the protocols, so they have to look at that. Almost missed looking for that LBW. Doesn't matter in that case because it was never going to hit the stumps. We really should have specialist third umpires by now. It's a completely different skill set. You need to understand what the producers do, what the camera people can show you, all the protocols. Being a third umpire once every third test means we're going to have a lot more errors that we don't need to have.
Okay, well, I'll give you another view. Here comes Saqib Mahmood now. He bowls back of the length, bangs it in. It doesn't bounce at all. It goes down the leg side, maybe clipping Brathwaite's pad, maybe not. And a diving Ben Foakes makes the stop. I think that all three umpires in the match should rotate. I don't think an umpire should do more than 2 sessions a day. And I think they should all be trained in understanding the technology and understanding the protocol. And I think that would give a greater level of consistency. I think it's a difficult job for 3 sessions a day, every day for 5 days without a rest day. Oh, we've got a ball that's gone through the top. It has flown from back of a length just outside off stump, taken by Ben Foakes above head height, and Brathwaite had to throw back his head to avoid it. It was like the days of fast and nasty, the days of pace like fire. A ball that Joel Garner would have been very pleased with.
Oh, he put his back into that one, Mark. He's put his back into it, regardless of what the pitch is like. If you put it in, generally you get it out, and that's the inconsistency in bounce. And as you said, that one went past the nose hole.
No such thing as a flat pitch.
No such thing.
Saqib bowls, and that one doesn't come off at any pace at all, and Brathwaite was trying to fiddle a sort of single out of it with the dab down the third man, but it never got to him, and he ended up playing a sort of slightly ugly looking shot. 150 he's got. De Silva's got 360 for 6. What do you think of my idea there, Jared?
I think third umpire, they are all trained and they're still making mistakes. I think it's a specialist position that's unlike any other.
Are you saying that a specialist third umpire would be more trained than the current umpires?
I think it's not about just training then at that point. They would be doing that job for 5 days in a row, so they would get far better at it. I don't think you can be a third umpire for 5 days every 15 days and expect to be as good as it.
A very straight ball that could have been driven harder but wasn't. Brathwaite just leant on it and there's no run. I think that you can be a third umpire 1 under 3 sessions every day.
I don't mind you. I don't mind your thing. I just don't think. I think there are too many third umpires who are not as savvy when it comes to how the technology works and what to ask for. They are brilliant umpires on the field, and I think they should be kept on the field. And almost all the other sports have this already. Specialist third referees who sit in TV trucks who understand what to ask for straight away. I just think it's where cricket will go to eventually, will be my guess.
Saqib again. Bangs it in again. Underneath it goes Brathwaite. It carries through about waist height this time to Foakes. They've got a very fine leg slip fielder there, so Foakes is almost bumping into him when he goes down the leg side. I don't believe that it's that complicated. I really don't. I don't think you need to have specialists.
The amount of times umpires miss out on basic protocols when they're third umpires, I do think it is that complicated. I think it would improve. I like your idea from the way that it would change the way that umpires will be fresher in the middle. I don't mind that at all.
Number 25 on Saqib Mahmood's back, and that is thrashed towards point, who stops it actually quite easily because it bounced up into his hands. 360 for 6 here on talkSPORT 2 at the end of that over. Let's just finish off on that. But you mentioned the 100 and the much quicker decision-making process. I can't immediately remember what what they cut out of the process to speed it up, but it certainly was very good, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think you're right. I didn't study enough at the time, but it was clearly they were still trying to get the decisions more correct, which is the most important thing. But they weren't stopping the game so that we just feel like we're watching that moment, a second ago. We didn't need the replay. We knew the ball was going down leg side. No one thought that was going to be an LBW. So I think maybe they put in a little bit more general logic to the process and sped it up a little bit. But I thought the 100 did it better than anyone I've ever seen. Perhaps since, this is a very random one, but Tony Greig had a hand in the ICL back in the day where they were looking at the footage after every ball. That was a very quick process as well. But it doesn't work when you've got spinners in T20 games because David Hussey bowls off a step.
What do you mean by looking at the footage after every ball?
So instead of actually doing reviews, the person watching it was watching it on the TV to say, we'll stop the play now. I thought that might have been a wide or an LBW, or I thought you might have got that decision incorrect, rather than the players making the reviews themselves.
Stokes bowls dead straight at De Silva, who plays straight, and it goes to mid-on for no run.
So you have one umpire umpiring in the middle, and then you have another umpire watching off TV and just being able to correct things in real time. Sometimes you just make an error. Everyone does it. So it's almost like having a fact checker of an umpire. But they did do that, but it doesn't work in T20 cricket when the spinners are on, because they bowl their overs so quickly. But I believe that was Tony Greig's idea. But the ICL obviously only lasted for a season, didn't it, before it fell apart?
Stokes again, also gun barrel straight, and well played by De Silva actually, because it moved a bit and he reacted to it. Looked good. I still don't get it. I'm sorry, I'm probably being really stupid. Every ball was reviewed by a third umpire.
Every ball was rewatched.
In case something had happened.
Yeah. Or so there was an error, yeah.
Right, so he could then make any decision without consulting the umpire in the middle.
Yeah, it's so long ago because it was 2007, 2008. I can't remember how it fully worked out practically, but I remember it sped the game up massively and we still got better decisions.
Stokes again, and again straight, and again a forward defensive. De Silva resisting him. He sort of punched that away. I think the ball might have hit the back quite hard on that occasion. De Silva's looked, pretty good on the front foot. I think he was first involved with West Indies cricket as a batsman. They certainly thought a lot of him in the early days. He's got a fight on his hands. You'd think he'd come out when England have been on the field as long as they have. He'd come out and there'd be some easy runs, but no. England's concentration has been good. Stokes is still pounding in here. And again, a forward defensive stroke, no run. England's advantage, 147. So, I don't want to bang on about this, but it certainly, if England were to take the next 4 wickets for 20 runs, get batting, declare mid-morning tomorrow, you never know in this game. There is still a possibility of a result. I agree that it's becoming increasingly unlikely, but it's not ruled out, as Stokes bowls fuller this time, and I suppose on a faster pitch you might have driven that ball, but it never really got to De Silva, so he didn't drive it. 5 dot balls now in the over, and he goes for a little wander, as batsmen tend to do. He's got a very extravagant bat rubber on the handle. It seems to have its base colour is pink, but there's black and white and something else there in some flowery type format. He now takes guard again. Stokes with the England sponsor cinch on the front of his jersey and 55 on the back of it. Lovely straight drive, but for no run, mid-on, runs around, does the fielding. End of the over, a maiden from Stokes. 360 for 6. You can catch us on YouTube as well, where there's a ball-by-ball scorecard. If you're not finding any other acceptable way to watch, and the West Indies have an unbeaten captain on 150. Jermaine Blackwood made 102, and now Joshua De Silva is on 3. The men become Roach, Pamal and Seals. What do you got for me, Alex Tudor?
I was just saying, it was a good over by Ben Stokes, and I don't always feel with De Silva when he sort of plants that left leg. It looks like Ben was looking to get him LB bowled. It just looks like he plays round it a little bit. Obviously, the pace of the wicket, he had enough time, but it's a good theory.
whipped away by Brathwaite, but there's a man out there, so you'll only get one for it. Now, our statistician, Gary, who is super good, I have to say, says every ball, going back to that decision review thing, every ball was watched by a television umpire and was relayed to the on-field umpires through the walkie-talkies. And Tony Gregg thought it all took too long. So that's, I think, what he's saying. But he does agree with Jared that Tony Gregg and Dean Jones actually had a lot to do with setting all that up. Here's Saqib. Bowls that's leg stumpish. Thumps into his pad, makes a really deep thudding sound, but I think it's going down the leg side, and England do too because they haven't reviewed it.
Yeah, but again, they're going at that front leg. As I said, I feel he just plants, he gets there quite early, and then his back's having to come round his front pad to try and access the ball, and he just missed out. But as you said, that one's just tailing down the leg side, but it's a good theory to keep going for. And he said, I would like to see a short mid-wicket in, just in case he falls over and he might chip one there, bring him in closer, catching at the moment he's there sort of standard mid-wicket. I'd like to bring him in closer, be in the face of De Silva. We're looking to get you LB or bowled.
Saqib. Another forward block by De Silva. Big stride forward. I've got a great stat here, Mr. Tudor. I admire our sense of humour and ability to keep going. Why shouldn't I? The 11th hour of this innings saw 14 overs of play, so this is the one that's just gone of this inning. 14 overs of play and a score of 13 for 1 in the hour. 13 for 1. Okay. Yeah. That's why we resorted to talking about aged DRS systems. De Silva waits, bat up, open stance, and Saqib decides not to let go of the ball, so the process becomes even slower to complete an over.
Just to explain it using modern technology, according to Pitch Viz, no test series in the Caribbean has ever had flatter pitches than this one since 2006. And there's been some pretty dull pitches in the Caribbean.
No pitches since 2006, or no pitches ever?
No, that's when the Crick Viz system started with Hawkeye and all that information. So this is the flattest batting pitch they've had in the West Indies since 2006, according to Crick Viz.
This is a flatter pitch than Antigua in the last test?
Yeah, I think it's flatter than...
Okay. Left alone outside of stump. I'm on that WhatsApp group you're all on, and I saw you all when the last test finished, sort of saying, "Can't wait till we get to Barbados." and there's more life in the pitch. We'll have more fun there.
The Antigua pitch, you couldn't play an attacking shot on, so it wasn't quite as flat. It was every bit as boring, don't get me wrong.
You can't really play, Ben Stokes transcends a lot of pitches, but...
I think the last one was just a little bit a worse surface, but it was as dull.
Okay, duller surface, yeah. I mean, this one's got slower since England batted. Saqib tries for the big Yorker in swinging. It's a full toss, about knee high, and it does actually swing in a bit, but it wasn't accurate enough.
Yeah, he's getting a bit of tail in. That's why he's sort of running in quite hard here, Saqib Mahmood. They say it's hard work. Hard work for the England bowlers, but they have to keep going. As you said, you just never know. Get these 4 wickets quite quickly, then England come out, play quite dashing that first session tomorrow morning. I mean, it does look impossible, but you just never know. With sport, you just never know. Or we're hoping.
With bouncer, and Joshua De Silva ducks underneath it. The end of that over. The third new ball is available now. I will repeat what I said yesterday, that Shane Warne's 3 most overrated things in the world were holding hands, queuing, and the third new ball. God bless him. Family and friends funeral tomorrow, and on the 30th of this month, the state funeral. The most dreadful shock and loss. One of the most wonderful men to have ever played cricket. saying goodbye to us a couple of weeks ago. Anyway, we'll get across to Barbados, and Barry Wilkinson will take up the commentary.
Where Ben Stokes is now going to be running in and bowling to Brathwaite on 151. He comes in and bowls to the captain, who's getting the ball on the line of the off-stump, defends it into the offside, and there's no run. And, you know, the thing about Shane Warne, when he died, we were on radio, we had a live program with the Heart and Stroke Foundation, and they were actually speaking about sportsmen keeping fit. And then we had to break the news that Shane Warne, who we thought was one of the fittest and most agile and one of the best decorated sportsmen, who had just died of a heart attack. It was quite ironic and quite sad at the same time.
It was horrendous news. It was heartbreaking.
Here comes Stokes again and bowls. This leaves outside the line the off-stump, driven to cover. Still no run.
Such a wonderful man, great character, unbelievable entertainer, both off and on the field, generous to a fault, and 52 years old. Wow, there's just no age whatsoever. But the man of Shane Warne, I do feel as though if he was bowling on this wicket, we might be playing golf tomorrow afternoon.
Well, you guys can play in his honour. Winner takes all. As Stokes bowls again to Brathwaite, who turns the ball forward to square for a single. Josh De Silva will be on strike. I heard Mark talking about Josh De Silva earlier. He's thought to be one of perhaps the first Portuguese heritage, I should say, to have played for the West Indies, hailing from Trinidad and Tobago. He had a very good 2019 first-class season. He was only 21 or 20 when he played for Trinidad. He had an average of 50 in first-class cricket, and he squeezed into the West Indies team that went to England in 2020. He got 100 in the warm-up game, and he forced his way into the side after that, after Shane Dowrich was coming back home from the tour of New Zealand. And he's managed to keep that play with some pretty consistent performances. As that delivery is just on the line of the off-stump again, and there's no run.
I think you missed the point there, Parry, with the Shane Warne one. Because Shane Warne's not bowling on this, I won't be playing golf tomorrow afternoon.
Oh.
I think the man that lightened up the world, not just because of the cricketer, but because of the iconic figure he was, I think he would have made something happen.
Stokes bowls to De Silva, who's edging just wide of the second slip. The third slip might have gobbled that up low down, but there's none. It's gone down to third man for 4.
You hear the anguish in Ben Stokes' voice and his reaction. Managed to get a false shot out of Joshua De Silva, playing at a ball wide of his body because the nature of the pitch, very little in it, big puff of dust as it hit a length, a bit fuller than a good length, round about fifth stump. De Silva will guide it towards third man, and a welcome boundary for Joshua De Silva. He's been in 34 balls now.
This delivery is on the line of the leg stump, turned into the mid-wicket area, and there's no run. The over ends 366 for 6. West Indies with Brathwaite 152, De Silva 7, and the West Indies they trail by 141. I just got a text message from the right excellent Robin Rihanna Fenty's dad, Robin Fenty, who's having a bit of a listen because he's on a 7-hour layover, he says, in Miami. So I think perhaps this is a bit more enjoyable listening to this than doing nothing in the Miami International Airport.
I think I'd take Miami at this minute in time, I must admit. We are now 161 overs in. Craig Brathwaite's batted for 468 balls, taking nothing away from him. He's batted absolutely brilliantly. Wonderful.
This is actually the most deliveries that he's ever faced in a test match. Thank you, Gary Morgan. Mark was bigging him up early, and you couldn't be more correct. Gary's always on the ball. The most he faced before this would have when he scored his double century against Sri Lanka, when he got 214 in Kingston St Vincent. And now he's got 152 in him, but he's faced more of deliveries here than he would have faced when he got the double.
Yeah, it's been a great innings from the West Indian captain. Said it before about the amount of time he's been in the game, the whole game. Talking about most, so I'd imagine this is the most that Fisher's been on the field for in a first-class game. Saki Mahmood the same.
This delivery is wrapped on the pad. There's a lot of appeal for LBW. They're asking once, they're asking twice. No, says the umpire, for an LBW to Brathwaite, just on the line of the off stump, coming back into him. The question was it pitched too far outside off? What do you reckon?
I reckon this is close, but unfortunately, England have burnt them all. They've got no reviews left. So there's no reviews left. England would have reviewed this, I've got no doubt whatsoever. Seam bolt upright, heading towards off stump. It's gone through, and they would have burnt that one as well. It's nipped back, it's probably done too much, just going down leg side. It's a good job England didn't have any reviews, because I would have just burnt it there.
Indeed. Here comes Fisher again, rolls to Brathwaite, and Brathwaite is getting a good short delivery. A bit more pace on that one, and a little bounce too. Surprisingly, he took the bottom hand off of it and was played into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, it's just starting to go a bit. Saki Mahmood in the last over of his spell to Craig Brathwaite, got one to nip back, run along the deck, and it was a good stop by Ben Foakes in a similar length. Ball bounced and through the top, climbed on Craig Brathwaite, and there Fisher, he's got one to nip back, skid, missing leg stump. That one's just bounced again. I think Ben Stokes is signalling from where's the extra cover? No, he's signalling to Joe Root. Are we going to take the new ball?
Again, this is pitched up, driven out to mid-on. Mahmood is there, throws the ball back to the keeper just to ensure they keep the batsman honest, and there's no run.
I think the vice captain and captain are just signalling to each other whether they go with the new ball. Ben Stokes is actually bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end. Joel Garner end is Matt Fisher, and even if I think that if England do take the new ball, I think Ben Stokes will take it over Chris Woakes. Chris Woakes has been pretty redundant in this innings so far.
Yeah, I don't see how they can't take the new ball now. They have nothing really to lose, as this delivery is down the leg side and turned behind square for a single there by Craig Brathwaite, who inches to 153. It's interesting because Brathwaite was 109 overnight, and he sped to 30. He got 30 runs in 25 balls, and we were saying to each other here in the commentary box, wow, he looks different this morning. He's obviously come up with a plan to score quicker. But then after that, he's just seized up again and has been defending everything.
The England bowled well at him. I think he's been very respectful of the England bowlers when they've bowled well. He took the passage, he's took it in, he's soaked up the pressure.
Again, pitched on the leg stump, turned into the onside, out to flying leg. Another single there, this time for Joshua De Silva, who moves to 367 now.
England bowled 5 maidens in a row, and it was good pressure, and that's what you want. You hope that the opposition batsmen crack and play a loose shot. Brathwaite didn't. He played very, very well, and I think at the time he was backed up by Alzari Joseph. He faced 75 balls. Did his job as night watchman, just to nullify everything that England threw at the West Indies first up this morning.
Fisher in again and bowls to Brathwaite, who gets a short ball, a good one too. He has to duck, taken there by the keeper to end the over. This is the 13th test here in Bridgetown, Barbados, that has seen 160 overs plus in an innings. I think in one of those 13 would have been the 600 runs that we spoke about yesterday when Australia would have played against the West Indies. And I remember what is so ironic about that is on the third day, Steve Waugh was complaining that the pitches in the Caribbean are all wrong. They had scored 606 declared, and the West Indies had a stat of 139 without loss. And after day 3, Steve Waugh was up in arms and complaining about how dead the wickets were. By the end of day 4, they won the test.
That just shows you how quickly it can change, and the like in Asia, and India, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh. The game does go fast forward. It goes, meanders along, and you think you're going to be here talking and going on for 5 days with nothing to talk about, and then all of a sudden it goes completely fast forward in a blink of an eye. And England will be hoping that happens here. Umpire Nigel Dugan waving the brand new ball like I thought he'd give it to Ben Stokes. I don't think there was any question of going to Chris Woakes. Chris Woakes only bowled 19 overs out of the 162. Stokes is England's quickest bowler, so Stokes will get the brand new ball from the Malcolm Marshall end. Joshua De Silva's just getting a change of gloves. And England will be hoping, Ben Stokes will be hoping, that little trigger movement that Joshua De Silva's got, where he plants his front foot, plays around his body, that England can utilise the new ball to go at the front pad. And if it just deviates, playing across the line, can find the outside edge or can find the front pad.
Stokes comes around, bowls to De Silva, the new ball, outside the line of the all-stump, taken by the keeper with 2 slips and a backward point, a cover, mid-off, mid-on. Mid-wicket that is very straight, a square that's forward, and a fine leg there for Joshua De Silva. And I'm a bit surprised, well, perhaps it's not being necessary, but I was just a bit surprised, having seen England have the short leg for Craig Brathwaite after 450 balls. I'm a bit surprised that there's no short leg there for De Silva, who's the new batsman.
No, I don't think I think looking at De Silva's technique, I think you're more just about mid-wicket as a better catcher than short leg.
Stokes again, deja vu from the previous delivery, wide of the all-stump, doesn't force De Silva to play, and it's taken by the keeper.
De Silva could easily just fall over his front pad and clip it to short mid-wicket, or the man just in front of square next to Joel Wilson, who is the square leg umpire, the one that just angles in off Stokes and goes that little bit fuller. So I don't think short leg was really in the game against Joshua De Silva. There's more chance of the ball going leg side aerially into the 2 men on Alex Lees and Matt Fisher.
Stokes in again and bowls to De Silva. This one he's playing at it outside the line of the all-stump. Plays it down, controls the shot, and it's gone down to the backward point area, but there's still no run. And I think the captain is saying, okay, we've seen enough of this. We want to have 3 slips in a gully or 2 slips in a gully. They've moved the fielder at the straightest mid wicket, and they've now put him to backward point. The backward point has gone to now a gully or a 4th slip, and they've now moved the fielder forward of square to more mid-wicket position. Signs of attacking. Here comes Stokes now again and bowls to De Silva, and De Silva gets a delivery that's down the leg side and flicks it beautifully. That's going down to the boundary, but there's a fielder fine leg. That's a nice shot, really nice shot, deserved 4, but he hit it so hard and so well, it went straight to the field and he only got 1.
Yeah, it was a nice pick-up from De Silva. I think what Stokes is looking for, the ball before that, there was a huge explosion of a good length. Ball bounced, but it was wide, so it wasn't really that effective too much danger for Joshua De Silva. But that backward point has gone now on the fence for Craig Brathwaite. England still trying to protect the runs. They know if they get a couple of quick wickets, they're still well ahead of the game here.
Stokes down, balls to Brathwaite outside the line of the off-stump, taken by the keeper. Can you tell me what's happened to Sam Curran? Is he still injured?
He's still injured, yes. I think he's back bowling. I've seen on social media he's back bowling and training hard at the Oval, getting himself ready for the start of, I'm assuming, the English summer. He's a huge miss, huge loss. He's got so much enthusiasm for the game when he's playing. I think he's somebody that makes things happen. I think England are trying to find a way of getting him in the side and how to get him in the side and what role to utilise him in. But he has a lot to offer English cricket, Sam Curran.
Telling me he is one of my favourites. Outside the line of the off-stump, taken by the keeper to end the over, where West Indies 369 now for 6. They trail by 138 here on day number 4 after lunch, with Captain Craig Brathwaite on 153 and Joshua De Silva is on 9. Last batsman gone, Jason Holder, who's caught Fisher, bowled the move for 12.
England still feel as though, mentioned before, a couple of wickets in the head of the game. They can get Craig Brathwaite, which is easier said than done. Huge amounts of discipline and concentration he's shown in this innings. Doesn't look as though he's going to give it away anytime soon. But this is the 3rd new ball. England believe if they can knock over the last 4 wickets, even with an 80-run lead, you just never know what could happen sort of between lunch and tea and at the end of day 5.
This delivery is down the leg side, taken there by the keeper, Fisher, with a new over. Number 40 on his back. Quite impressed with the looks of Fisher. But we were talking earlier, of course, with Cameron and myself. We were saying that, you like the looks of Fisher, and you look at him, but he would not have had a chance had there been Anderson, Broad, Wood, Overton, Robinson, Archer. I mean, he's really down the pack.
Yeah, he's been down the pack because he's been injured. He hasn't really been in the game. He's put a a first-class season together. He bowled 150 first-class overs last year.
Here he comes in again and goes to the silver. The silver's playing this one. Square into the offside. Should just get one run. Johnny Bairstow is giving chase. Looked a bit heavy running after that one. Perhaps he had a Louisiana,
Louisiana love bite.
Louisiana love bite for lunch, because he looked very heavy running after that.
Yeah, but I think his legs are 163 overs old. I think that's why he looked heavy. And I look at somebody like Fisher. He only bowled 150 first-class overs last year. That was the most he's bowled in his career in a season. So he still is very, very inexperienced.
This delivery is extremely wide of the all-stop, taken there by the keeper, no run.
And you look at where we are now, we're nearly 164 overs into an innings, and you're talking about getting into the unknown when you're talking about Jack Leach's numbers when he's obviously bowling in this test match. You look at players like Fisher and Mahmood, the experience they're getting from this tour.
Comes in again and bowls short, and there he is, cutting out to the cover area for a quick single. Not at the best of throws, but they'll want to get an overthrow, so just one. 372 now for 6, and the silver goes to 12.
And you have to put that into context of where England are at this minute in time with their bowling unit. 3 fast bowlers are at home. Broad and Anderson have been overlooked to try and see if we can challenge and do something different away from home. See these 2 young bowlers, they've tried really hard, they've worked very, very hard.
Again, outside the line of the off-stop, taken there by the keeper, no run.
And such a benign surface, try to use their skills, see what plans they're trying to do. Mahmood, when the ball was a bit older and reverse swinging, going that little bit shorter or that a little bit fuller to try and catch the batsman on the crease. I think Fisher's bowled a better test match length in the time he was utilised to bowl. I think Joe's managed them nicely. Unfortunately, they've come up against a top batsman who showed patience, determination.
Here he comes in again and bowls. This one is pitched up and driven out to the mid-off area to end the over, where West Indies are 372 for 6 at Drakes, with Craig Brathwaite on 153, Joshua Silva on 12. We've had quite an interesting day, really, with lots of rain as well. We started late, we had some rain interruptions. It's just not been the average kind of day, but nevertheless the Windies are fighting on. More now from Neil Manthorpe. Hello to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Barry Wilkinson. How fancy this, we get to drinks on the middle session of day 4 before they put us together, Harmy. Have we upset the director? Have we done something wrong together?
It's been a while, man. It's been a while. Cricket Collective, I think, was on Monday was the last time we spoke properly. And we've got an interesting show coming up this week to talk about an absolute boring test match. Well, hopefully it's not a boring test match finish. But I think we have upset somebody because we haven't been put on together. Somebody's I think there's quite a few bowlers will be quite upset with this groundsman. I know there's one Knight of the Realm who is very, very upset. He was upset with his home island in the pitch that they produced last week in Antigua, Sir Curtly Ambrose, and he's not too happy with this one either. Test match cricket should be played on pitches which have got a little bit more in it from a bowling point of view, and definitely a little bit more pace in it. So he is not very, very happy either.
Did you know, Harmy, that the Kensington Oval is not just, it doesn't just stage cricket? Did you know that for the last 20 years or so it's hosted the Miss Barbados pageant? Were you aware of that?
No, I wasn't. I was wondering why Coffee kept coming over here.
It's also hosted football, hockey internationals, actually, apparently, and school athletics are a regular thing. Rihanna had a concert, staged a sellout concert at the Kensington Oval on August the 5th, 2011. I'm just thinking, I'd rather watch all of those at the same time.
And if you put a snooker table in the middle of the Kensington Oval at the minute, it'd be a lot more exciting than watching what's been happening recently. So we're joking. I'm only joking. It has been tough and challenging Test match cricket. Yes, we all want to excite because the modern world we live in, the way the white ball game has evolved and changed, the way the outlook is of the watcher of the game of cricket. Traditionalists would love this, and I do. It is proper Test match. It's hard cricket, but the way the game's changed and the way the game's evolved, that's why people will be looking at this, and we are making a joke of how tough it's been. But the word Test cricket, that's exactly what it says on the tin, and it has been tough Test cricket for England. They haven't really had an outlet. Either side haven't had an outlet of a mystery spinner or a genuine, quick, fast bowler to make a difference in an opening. And we are where we are. England 507 for 9 declared off 150, and the West Indies 372 for 6 of 164.
Is that the point, Harmy? Is that the point, that the teams aren't good enough? I mean, that they don't have good enough bowlers to take the pitch out of the equation. Here's Stokes once again, and that's pushed square of the wicket on the offside. And I don't mean take the pitch out of the equation. I mean make the flatness of the pitch less relevant. I mean a really, really good spinner, really good wrist spinner, or somebody genuinely quick, able to perfect, really get reverse swing right, bowl reverse swinging Yorkers. I mean, just think of some of the great bowlers. Would this pitch have nullified them, do you think, or is it just that neither team has the attack to overcome this surface? That one is left alone outside the off stumps, and a away swinger from Stokes.
Yeah, I'm not going to sit here and say these teams aren't good enough. That'd be so disrespectful to the players that are playing Test match cricket. I think what we can say is that if you have the teams that have got a quick bowler in their side or a mystery spinner in their side, it's a whole different ball game. It's a whole different wicket they're playing on, because batsmen can't just get in behind it and sit and wait like they have done in this game.
Blocked away defensively again up towards mid-off.
So from that point of view, we're as good as what we are. England have left Broad and Anderson behind. Broad and Anderson would have made a difference on this service, not because they're any quicker, or not because they are better, but they would have found a way. That's why they've got over 1,000 wickets. They would have found a way of getting 10 wickets, setting this game up to go back and get another 10 wickets in this contest. That's why they're the greatest.
Stokes again, chipped away on the leg side, through square leg. Matt Fisher is in pursuit, but it'll be 2 runs to the keeper, Joshua Da Silva, and he moves up to 14, and the West Indies up to 374 for 6. What's the talk about the last 2 pitches in terms of instructions to groundsmen? Jared and I were talking yesterday about administrators' pitches when they tell the ground staff, never mind the result, we want 5 days. Is there any suggestion of that?
Quite possibly, but from a groundsman, your pitch is only as good as 22 blokes playing on it.
Oh, good delivery from Stokes. That's a cracker. I don't know that it did very much, apart from beat the outside edge. It's just a push from Da Silva.
Cross seam from Stokes, brand new ball, cross seam, but a pitch is only as good as 22 blokes playing on it. Keep going back to Broad and Anderson. They would have found a way of being able to bowl and contain and put pressure on by the areas they bowl, relentless the way they do it, and then make the batsman make a mistake. And I don't think that's happened as much in this Test match by both bowling units.
Stokes in, that's full and driven out towards Leach at cover, and there's no run. 374 for 6, 165 overs gone. The biggest story of the day wasn't at the Kensington Oval. If you're a rugby fan, it was Italy ending a streak of 35 consecutive losses in the Six Nations. They beat Wales with a thrilling last-minute try. Let's find out how Ireland and Scotland are getting on from the Aviva Stadium. Here's David Brady.
Just 4 minutes remaining in this one, and Ireland leads Scotland by 21 points to 5. They haven't been at their best, but they're going to keep the pressure on France heading into the last game. First half tries by Dan Sheehan and Cian Healy for Ireland and Pierre Schumann for the Scots. It was 14-5 at the break. A brilliant try-saving tackle by Hugo Keenan on Stuart Hogg was crucial in the overall scheme of things in this game, and Ireland into the last few minutes lead 21-5.
Many thanks indeed to David Brady from the Aviva Stadium. The new over begins from Matt Fisher, and pushed away defensively again by Craig Brathwaite. 153 to him. He's just gone past Gordon Greenwich, Harmy, in terms of the longest innings played at the Kensington Oval. Is that right? I think Gordon Greenwich faced 475 balls. Well, I think Harmy's been...
No, I'm still here.
Oh, right. Sorry. I thought you'd been collared by the TV. Here's Fisher again. Hits him on the pad. Bounces out on the onside, and there's no run. He's now faced 479 balls.
You're asking me a stat. I've got no idea what on, but the one thing I would say is if he has gone past Gordon Greenwich, I bet you Gordon Greenwich had a lot more than 153.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. I think there was more pace in that pitch as well. Greenwich, I haven't got the number right in front of me. Jared will tell us how many Gordon Greenwich scored in that innings, but it was more than 153. Half volley outside the off stump, driven quite sweetly. Good commitment now onto the front foot from Craig Brathwaite, but again he's hit it straight to Jack Leach at cover, and there's no run. I've got so much to ask you, Harmy, but you know the obvious one, and I know you've got to go in a couple of minutes, but Chris Woakes, leader of the attacks, bowled 19 overs out of a total of 166.
Yeah, that's why I said right at the start, I don't think it's fair he should be labelled as leader of the attack. Yes, on age and yes, on experience, but I don't think he was anywhere near in his career away from home can do that.
Back of a length here from Fisher, and it's chopped away behind square on the offside, and they trot through for a single. Okay, well, never mind leader of the attack. Yeah, I think that was a label that was stuck to him that he didn't necessarily want. How about just Chris Woakes bowling 19 out of 166 overs?
Yeah, he's had a struggle. He has had a struggle. I will go as far as to say I've not seen Chris Woakes bowling international cricket as many balls down the leg side as he has done in these two test matches. I thought in the first test match the wind might have had a factor because it was huge across the ground.
Next delivery left alone by De Silva, 375 for 6.
But sometimes the pressure of you put on yourself, you know the media are talking about you, you know because Broden Anderson's been left at home, and sometimes the pressure can make even the strongest of mind wander a little bit into negativity, and I think he might just be feeling as though he might have felt the pressure over the course of the last 9 days of international cricket, and I think it's shown.
Fisher in again. De Silva steers it defensively to cover point, and there's no run. 375 for 6.
I don't think he's bowled badly as such. I just think he's bowled the way Chris Woakes bowls. He's hit a reasonable length. He's tried to swing it and it hasn't really swung that much. And then as it's got older, with nothing in the surface, the wicketkeeper's now standing up to Chris Woakes, and I feel sorry for him because everybody's days come to an end in such a way where the pressure that you feel, the pressure that you put on yourself, and a lot of people do start talking, especially when you come into the tour with two very inexperienced bowlers and you don't bowl sides out. It comes on Jack Leach and Chris Woakes.
Stokes in, leg side to Brathwaite, pushes it out towards Fisher at mid-wicket. They set off for a single, quite a quick single, 376 for 6.
So from England's point of view, they've got to look at what happens next. Do they go with Chris Woakes in the last test match? I think he's in it for his batting more than anything else. He's good all-round contributions, but sometimes when your main discipline, if you're at your all-round contributions, when your main discipline's letting you down, i.e. the ball in this series so far, I think England might need to look at making a change and bring in Craig Overton for the last test match.
Flicked away down the leg side, and Johnny Bairstow does the tidying up. Yeah, go on.
Manners, it's not too dissimilar to the Joss Butler situation. England want to keep him in the side. He gives so much value to the side as a person. He's very experienced, been through a hell of a lot, good sounding board, very good team man. But unfortunately, when your main discipline, i.e. Joss's bat and Chris's ball, when that starts letting you down, then questions are going to be asked. And unfortunately, the questions that are being asked is away from home. He doesn't seem as though he creates as much problems for the batsmen when they're at home, and I think that needs to be looked at, and that's why Broad and Anderson aren't here. Could easily have left Chris Woakes behind, and if they had have done, I really think they've brought him here because of his all-round batting contribution, but his bowling hasn't been up to it.
Well, that old hot potato of picking bowlers because they can bat. Let's not go there. Been there, done that. 377 for 6. We're talking about the longest innings played at the Kensington Oval. Gordon Greenwich faced 475 balls. Stokes in, edged, and it's gone between second slip and gully. Oh, would you Adam and Eve it? 2 slips and a gully, and he's edged it in the air. Stokes is shaking his head in disbelief. Jared.
Just an apology if anyone heard what Ben Stokes said there.
I was thinking the same thing, Jared.
I think some people might have heard it at home without the radio on. He was quite loud there. He wasn't anywhere near a stump mic when he yelled it out either. So good on him. He's got very good projection of his voice. Nothing else. He can get it to the back of the auditorium.
So he's got a career as an opera singer when he gives up cricket. Is that what you're saying? Tenor. Here's Stokes again. It's outside the off stump, but it's left alone by Craig Brathwaite.
If I was the stump mic operator at the moment, I think I'd have it on very quick, very low down.
This is just missed off stump. Oh, I can understand why he's frustrated. Ball before, nips away, bounces. Craig Brathwaite plays away from his body and nicks it to what would have been third slip, head height. This one, similar length, nips back and just misses off stump. How's your luck, Ben Stokes?
381 for 6. That 4 down to the third man has taken Brathwaite onto 159. Here is Stokes once again, and that's pushed defensively up towards mid-on. Please tell us how many Gordon Greenwich scored.
Sherwin Campbell faced 470 balls against New Zealand for 208. So he went past him not that long ago, actually. And Brathwaite is on 159 from his 486. Gordon Greenwich made 226 from his 480. So it wasn't a blitzing Gordon Greenwich. I actually remember that. I watched that innings. It wasn't a blitzing innings.
Was that first innings or second innings?
I think it was the first innings game. I think it might have been. I think it was the tour where Dean Jones was run out off the no ball. When he was bowled off a no ball, left his crease and then was run out.
It's me about Sherwin Campbell. I'll finish it.
Jay Dernbach's with us as well.
Do you want me to look up some of the modern ones? Because believe it or not, there's been worse of recent times. Well, not worse. I mean, that's the wrong way of looking at it. Sorry, Craig. He's not listening, though, is he?
Full and wide outside the off stump as Matt Fisher begins a new over.
I was at an innings that was longer than this of recent times, and that was Pujara's 525 balls at Ranchi, when I think he faced something like 300 balls just from Steve O'Keefe. Steve O'Keefe hasn't played since. He's probably still, in fits, just thinking of Pujara coming down the wicket to whip him through mid-wicket. Actually, it was mostly just coming down the wicket and padding up.
Here is Matt Fisher once again up to the crease. Bowls full and wide and driven square of the wicket by Joshua De Silva. He hasn't got all of it. He hasn't timed it at all. And so it'll just be 2 as the chasing's done by Dan Lawrence. No, Johnny Bairstow out towards cover. Sherwin Campbell. Why is Sherwin Campbell on your mind, Steve Harmison?
Just the name, a blast from the past. I made my senior debut for Durham as a 17-year-old with Sherwin Campbell. It's Scarborough. When I heard his name there, I thought, yeah, what a character Sherwin Campbell was. West Indian opening batsman, played at Durham.
Went on to coach the women's side as well.
Here is Matt Fisher. He is looking exhausted. He's he could barely complete his action there. Back of a length, chopped away defensively, no run.
I remember this game at Yorkshire. It was in the old style. It was a festival game. And yeah, lunchtime, there was beer on the table and everything. That's why it appealed to me. But Yorkshire got 360 in 48 overs. And we were 10 for 2 off 4 balls. Sherwin Campbell comes out, hits Goughy for 6, first ball of the game. Goughy nicks him off. Next ball 4, nicked off. Goughy's got 2 in 4 balls.
Fisher
Durham got 10 for 2.
Joshua De Silva ducks underneath it. And there's no run. Character, was he? Sherwin Campbell?
Oh, great character. Always smiling, always joking, having a laugh. Earpieces, no grill. Anything short, either went over backward point or over deep square leg at a rate of knots. And he played the game brilliantly. He played the game with such a smile on his face. And I enjoyed briefly playing on the same side of Sherwin.
383 for 6. Here is Matt Fisher once again. Banged in short and punched out towards cover once more, and there's no run. We can finally talk to Jade Dernbach, who's been sitting patiently alongside me. I think Harmy's just been roped into the TV commentary box. It's all becoming slightly surreal, isn't it?
It is indeed. I'm feeling for Matt Fisher here. I'm watching the poor lad run into bolt, trying desperately to lift those legs and create something with this third new ball, which you don't want to hear as a bowler, do you? But he's making a stellar effort. He's trying his heart out for the team in his 23rd over, 24th over now.
Full and wide outside the off stump, left alone. At the end of the last over, Ben Stokes left the field, and I just want your gut feel. We just saw him walking up the stairs of the change room. There was nobody with him. You'll know as a bowler. Was he in trouble? Or?
The only thing I thought initially when we first saw him walking up the stairs, I thought, oh no, this is exactly what me and Chute had spoken about earlier. Have we overused him here? 29 overs he bowled. But as he's just walked into the dressing room, I saw him take an almighty fling with his right foot at a dustbin which was just lurking too close to him. So I think he's okay. Certainly the right foot is.
Are you suggesting that he left the field to let off steam?
Potentially.
Or he's just broken his foot on a bin. We don't know. So this is currently the 6th longest innings in the last 10 years of Test cricket. And you and I were actually Jade might have been at it as well. The second longest is Amla at the Oval in 2012 when he made his triple century, and Brendan McCullum made a 559 ball triple century against against India at Wellington. And I've already mentioned that game in Branty. Alistair Cook faced 528 balls versus Pakistan in Abu Dhabi. So this is the highest scoring innings by a long time to have over 400 balls. So Haris Sohail made 147 from 421 balls. Everyone else made a double century when they faced this amount of balls.
How many balls did Hashim Amla face for his 311 not out?
529. Every one of them off the middle was my memory.
Yeah, Graham Swan talks with great affection about that. Because he says that Hashim Amla, Swanee bowled 51 overs in that innings, and Hashim Amla spent the entire innings, all 530 odd balls, facing Swan, just stepping outside off stump and whipping it through mid wicket. And Swanee for 51 overs kept thinking, I'm going to trap him. He's going to miss one. He spent 51 overs thinking he's an LBW. I'm going to get him LBW the next over. Jack Leach up to the crease now, bowls, and one is slapped away out towards cover point, and they go through for a single.
Memory serves me correctly. I think in that series as well, didn't he? He didn't get dismissed in the tests, did he?
He made 100 at Lords. He was out for 125 at Lords in the third test. And I tell you what, we're going to be talking about the number of overs Jack Leach has bowled in a minute, because the most ever bowled by a bowler in a test innings is 83, and he's now left to go some, I suppose, but he is now into his 64th, so he's definitely a top 10 contender. Gary Morgan told it. Who was it again that bowled the most overs in a test innings?
So last 10 years, he's currently the 4th most overs bowled in a test match. And Steve O'Keefe, I was just talking about with Pujara, is number 1.
Leach forward again. Played away defensively by Brathwaite. No run. He's 160, 385 for 6.
Steve O'Keefe bowled 77 overs at Ranchi in that innings. I remember every single ball.
77.
It's bad.
This is a relatively
short spell. He's bowled him. Jack Leach has bowled Craig Brathwaite for 160. Well. His 489th delivery proves to be his final one. And Jack Leach has worked as hard as any bowler could ever work for a test wicket. It's only his 2nd, but the immovable, irresistible Craig Brathwaite has finally proved to be human.
He sure has. One defensive shot too many. Ball is spun past the outside edge here. Beautiful delivery from Jack Leach. He's come back into the attack here. A slightly newer, harder ball. It's got the purchase he's been after, and it's just ripped past the outside edge, taken the off stump. And it brings an end to a fine innings from Brathwaite. As you said, 160 runs, but it's the 489 deliveries that took him there. Great job for the side. Captain's innings, captain's knock. Certainly knocked the stuffing out of England, that is for sure, for the best part of 11 hours.
Well, on that note, I didn't think Brathwaite was ever going to get dismissed. I really didn't. You know what? It's been almost exactly 48 hours since his innings began. Well, have England opened up the game? Is there enough time to describe the next few minutes, the next half an hour or so? Is Mark Nicholas?
Well, it's a heck of a ball. Let me tell you that. Very serious delivery. That's pitched outside leg stump. Given the angle of a left arm, actually it hasn't, it's pitched middle and leg, and it's hit the top of off. Given the angle that a left arm round the wicket bowler operates from, where he pitched it and where it hit, makes it close to unplayable, even by a man who's been out there for as long as Craig Brathwaite has. So a marathon innings. A great mental effort, of course, but a great physical effort too. And of course, he's the sort of fellow that never looks like he raises much of a sweat. And his occupation of the crease was exemplary if you're in the business of saving games, which is exactly what he was. Jack Leach now has 2 for 113. He's in his 64th over. New batsman's Kimar Roach. He'll take strike here. Joshua De Silva as well. He's got lucky on a few occasions. He could well have been out, but he isn't. He's still out there. Roach goes forward. That bounces just a touch, actually, a bit more than he might have expected, and it runs away off the sort of top right-hand corner of the blade of the bat to backward point, and there's no run for it. England suddenly noisy and energetic. That's the thing that a wicket will always lift a team, whatever the situation in a match. That's still wide of off stump and left alone by Roach. Over is called, so 2 from it with the wicket. 385 for 7 is the score, and the crowd are enjoying a bit of Queen pounding out "We Will Rock You." Boom, 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 boom. What do you say, Jade? You Queen man?
I am a Queen man, but I think it's more importantly, I think it's to spark the crowd back into life. It's been a bit of a slumber for a while, but that wicket certainly G'd everybody up as the DJ is getting the crowd back involved. Like you say, Kimar Roach to the crease now, but it could be an interesting little passage of play here. If England get another wicket here and they're right into the tail, then you just never know what might happen. Maybe we have a game on our hands after all.
Well, yeah, knock them over by tea. Bat this evening, have a burst with the bat in the morning and get bowling quickly and see what happens, because stranger things have surely happened. Matt Fisher, nice to see him. 165 from 24 overs. Nice straight approach to the crease, and a single as De Silva works it away onto the leg side pretty comfortably, actually. As I said yesterday, there's something in, not in his facial look, but in the way he runs into bowl, releases the ball, follows through. There's something of Scott Boland, who bowled so well for Australia against England. Basically, he's seam up, varies that with a bit of scrambling of the seam, tries to land it around off stump, on or back of a good length, Jade.
Yeah, and that's it. He keeps it very simple, and I think there's not a lot that can go wrong. He's got a good, sound, solid action, gets over the top, gets a good bit of bounce and he just presents the seam, and that's the key for any bowler, certainly a bowler with any sort of height, and Matt Fisher has a little bit of that to his side.
Here it comes, number 40 on his back. Right. Back goes Roach to actually a short ball. I think somebody in might well have had a dip at that. That was a sort of mini long hop, really. But he just blocked it, did Roach.
Soften the weight. Captain brings in a short leg, and you think you just need to bang that ball in a bit shorter. But nevertheless, as you say, Kemar Roach back in the crease in the defensive shot there. I'd like to see him drag him forward, actually. Kemar Roach, as a batter in general, tends to hang quite back on the crease, so with this newer ball, try and get it up there, get him driving.
Tell you what, here's Fisher again. Just let him bowl this ball, and that's left alone outside off stump by Kemar Roach. The ball that I'm just talking about to Brathwaite was a ripper. You know, if it had been bowled by a Warne or someone like that, we'd all be saying, see, that's why he's the best. But it does remind one how fragile we are. There's Brathwaite, who seemed unbreakable, and one ball is all it takes in this wretched old game of ours. Very studious on the boundary at the moment, Jack Leach. A few admirers around him as Fisher bowls again, a bit too straight, and that's glanced away, and it's Leach himself who gets a cheer for the chase and for the throw. There's something of the cult figure about Jack Leach. I think the suggestion that he's an ordinary fellow, studious of look, and not necessarily sort of born into sporting greatness by his styling, that people rather appreciate. You know what I mean? They appreciate an ordinary fellow doing good things. Absolutely. And the toil, the hard work he's put in to the cause here is certainly something England fans can be proud of. Yeah, it's a good length and blocked on the front foot. Falling over, though, across his head, got too far across to off stump, so De Silva found himself overbalancing, and the ball went leg side when really it should have just come back to the bowler, but it's been safely negotiated. When I say ordinary guy, he's more than that. He's actually he's a fabulous guy, and he's got a little sense of humour to him, a little self-deprecating sense of humour, and he's just a splendid character, really. With Fisher waits now, just gets the grip absolutely right. The two fingers running down that seam. Puffs out his cheeks as he runs in, and Silva goes back and defends firmly out to extra cover. The end of that over, 387 for 7 on talkSPORT 2. I remember you wouldn't have been born, dare I say, but David Steele batting for England in the mid-1970s. A grey-headed, studious-looking fellow who played for Northamptonshire. There were two Steele brothers, David Stanley, we called him. David Steele and John Steele played for Leicestershire, and he fought off the West Indies quicks and the Australian quicks. It was amazing to watch. He only played forward. He first played in 75 against the Australians, Thompson and Lilly, and he just lunged forward and made runs, and the local butcher paid him his gratitude in steaks. He was given masses of steaks, and he ended up, can you believe this, being the BBC Sports Personality of the Year. Incredible. Jack Leach, it's that sort of cult. He's not as big as David Steele yet, though his single against Australia at Headingley is almost as famous as some of the innings that David Steele played. Leach is now going to bowl to Kemar Roach. 4 men around the bat, and that's a poor ball, wide and short, and Roach could have slapped it, but he blocked it. 2 slips, a short leg and a silly point. Jared, you're eager, I can see.
Slightly before your time, but I think you know who I'm talking about. Jim Fote, the Gloucester fielder, had his own fan club, so he must have had a cult following. Do you remember Jim Fote?
Do I remember Jim Fote? I'll tell you the Jim Fote story. Leach bowls just a touch wide of off stump, and it's left alone by Roach. Extraordinary. Since he got the wicket, he hasn't really bowled a good ball. I don't know why that should be, but maybe he's trying too hard now, you see. He runs in against, also rubbish, wide, hopeless. Left alone, and it's odd that, because perhaps he was so relaxed against Brathwaite, he was so in a rhythm, not expecting much of himself. Expectation weighs heavy on a man. And he comes again and bowls now, and that's the best one that he's bowled. In fact, it had to be blocked forward off quite high on the bat, splice of the bat, and went away for no run behind square on the offside, but it didn't spin. Come on, Jack, find another Jaffa. Pitch it middle and leg, hit the top of off. Keep us happy here, those of us with microphones who have to entertain our audience. And he bowls a pretty good flighted ball. He could still bowl it slower and higher, but Roach is forward and defending, and now looks at his bat and reorganises his helmet, tugs on his gloves, and now gets into his stance. Crouch low, tapping the ground with his bat, waiting for Leach. He picks his bat up and he goes forward and defends comfortably, and that's the end of that Jack Leach over at 387 for 7. So Jim Fote is Mark Nicholas's first catch in first-class cricket. But
really,
wait for this, right? Wait for this. Off Andy Roberts at first slip.
Oh, nice.
That's cool, isn't it?
How'd you get yourself at first slip for that?
You might well ask, because I got into the team, I mean, only because of lots of injuries, not because I warranted it. It's a long time ago, this, I daren't tell you. Okay, well, 97 to 79. And he, there was no slipper. They were dropping catches, and the first slipper was, I don't know, was injured or something. Probably why I was playing. And they'd seen me in the catching practice, and it looked I could catch. Oh, goodness me, I can't believe I'm talking about this. And Jim Fote nicked it, and I caught it low down by my right boot, and the great Andy Roberts followed through and gave me a hug and said I could stay for the rest of the season.
So for those who don't know, Jim Fote was a celebrity because of how great he was as a fielder. As a batter, I don't think he ever averaged over 20 in either format, but never took a wicket, so it was all his fielding, and he was thought to be that good they kept him in the team for almost for a decade in the end. And he got so famous because of this. He had big hair and big glasses, and he got so famous because of this that there was a fan club made up of him. And I think there's something in the scientific world that's named the Jim Fote, I don't know, I want to say embolism or it's something like that, and it's named after him because a lot of people from the fan club went on to continue to love him even after he retired.
Here's Chris Wokes, and he bowls full and straight, and De Silva drives really nicely with the high elbow to mid-on, but picks mid-on out. That's been a problem with the pitch being so slow. It's been hard for the players to pick gaps if the field is well set. I've got more about Fote. I haven't finished on Jim Fote. So don't even think about changing the subject.
Tony Greig run out?
A what?
You're going to talk about the Tony Greig run outs?
No. Much more lateral than that. Here's Wokes again. Forward goes to Silva. Almost a perfect forward defensive shot to a fast medium bowler, I would say. So we had to have a tree lopped in our garden because I can't remember now. I think it got a disease. And so these people came round, and the fellow who came to do it, who was a delightful guy, was Jim Fote's son. And he said, my dad said to say hi to you. So I said, goodness me, what a thing, you see. Wokes bowls again, and it's left about sort of that fourth stump line, I would say, that ball. And he was going to leave it alone, and then he decided to play it. That's how much time he had, and he played it rather elegantly in the end, out to extra cover. Those players, Gloucester were an interesting team then because they had some outrageous talent. The great Mike Proctor led them. Jim Fote played in the match at Southampton when Proctor got the famous six-fer, and particularly the 4 and 5 balls, and the hat-trick. The hat-trick included, by the way, Gordon Greenwich and Barry Richards. That's a hat-trick. You can play cricket if you get them out. He should have had 5 and 5, but the umpire Tommy Spencer, Nigel Cowley, came in and went back and across. Procky was bowling fast-ish in swing. He wasn't at his quickest in 1977, and he bowled this big in swinger, and Nigel Cowley shuffled across. He was plumb in front of all three, and old Tommy Spencer was umpiring, one of his last years, and that's driven to a mid-wicket. Nice stop, diving to his left side, so no run for it. That ball just swung in an iota, and De Silva got most of it, but it was a good stop by Alex Lees. And he was stone dead LBW, and the story from the Hampshire boys was that Tommy Spencer just didn't have the sort of guts to give another one out. He'd raised his finger so many times for LBW in Proctor's magnificent spell. And I was doing the scoreboard. In those days, the ground staff lads, I wasn't yet on the staff at Hampshire. Here's Wokes to bowl again, and that's away down the leg side, and an easy single. All he has to do is get bat on ball, and it trickles out to square leg. And there's a score that moves to 388 for 7. In a soporific piece of play, Brathwaite's gone finally. All is quiet on the front out there. England need 3 more wickets to get batting again. Yes, and so the ground staff boys had to do the scoreboard, and of course Proctor was such a hero. In fact, my 2 heroes, the English ones were Ted Dexter and John Snow, but from overseas, Mike Proctor and Barry Richards, and they were both playing in the game, so I had mixed emotions when Proctor got rid of Richards. Wokes bowls once more, and it's left alone outside off stump, and it's the end of that Wokes over, just a single from it. We're on talkSPORT 2 and on YouTube, by the way. 388 for 7 the score here, with Roach just a single, and Joshua De Silva has 20. Did you want to add something? What I was going to say about the side was they had this outrageous talent. Guys like, well, the overseas players were Mike Proctor, Zahir Abbas and Sadiq Mohammed, and then there were guys like Andy Stovall, Brian Brain, all these people, and then they had the Jim Fotes of this world, the David Shepherds, the good earthy local lads who it's not right to say they only made up numbers, but they'll know what I mean. Everybody fed off the incredible talismanic leadership of Mike Proctor and those few good players around them, and it made those other county players better players for it.
I just find him interesting because I think he was one of the first players who was certainly not a fielding specialist, is probably being unfair to him. He made 5 first-class hundreds, but certainly not a specialist batter in a top-order way. Like, he averaged 15 in one-day cricket and 18 in first-class cricket, but his fielding was thought to be that good that he still played. And, you know, you read his Cricket Info profile, I think they talk about a run-out like in the second line. There aren't that many cricketers who were that good in the field that they transcended their batting numbers.
No, he was a slim athlete. Longish dark hair, spectacles, a nice smile. Good cut shot, well played, De Silva, excellent. On the back foot, right on top of that short ball from Jack Leach, a tired looking ball, frankly, and a big smile on De Silva's face, because that's a cleanly struck ball.
Certainly was there from Joshua De Silva. Good shot, like you say, probably a tired delivery there from Jack Leach. Pulled a few overs today, but nevertheless, plenty of time there from Joshua De Silva to capitalise.
Oh, that's well bowled. Jack Leach got it back in at middle and leg at last. He lobbed a few up outside off stump, but it didn't work, and he fired it in a bit and nearly caught De Silva out. He went back, and in fact it didn't do much. It just went on straightish, and he managed to react to it and get his bat down in time to deal with it, and it squirted away just behind point on the offside. England with a slip, a very close silly point fielder and a short leg fielder left alone on this occasion as he lobbed it up more back on the off stump line. The silly point fielder is so close. I wonder if it's Dan Lawrence as it was yesterday. No, I think that might be Alex Lees, but he's got huge pads on his uniform. Nuts, they're asking for LBW. And I think it might have pitched outside leg stump, or might have gone on to miss leg stump. So, no, England actually, even though it was a very enthusiastic appeal, don't review. We have a look at the replay. It's pitched outside leg stump and would have missed leg stump. In fact, it's not even close to being LBW. Keen as Ben Folkes. Oh, that one might be out. No. Just got his bat down in time. It looked as if it might be pad first and then bat, but he just got his bat down. Great bowling from Leach. This, a different over from the last one altogether. It's got real energy and purpose to it, like he expects to take a wicket with every ball. Silva waits again, bat held high, goes forward, defends out onto the offside, half volley length, could have driven it, didn't. 392 for 7 at the end of that over.
I think the reason they didn't review it is because they're out of them. I can't remember how many hours or how many days ago they ran out of them, but they don't top up after 80 overs anymore. Otherwise they could have amassed about 9 reviews, I suppose. They've been out there so long, but yeah, they're out of reviews.
Yeah. But it still was missing leg stump and pitched outside leg stump. So even their own eagerness to take a wicket might have been overruled by the fact that he was nowhere near out. Jade, what do you got? Get involved.
Well, I was going to say, and as well, there was an inside edge, so just to add some misery to that, it absolutely wasn't out. But nevertheless, we continue. As you said, that was a great over from Jack Leach. What I liked about it is he actually challenged both edges, which is what then made Joshua De Silva try and fend outside the off stump on the 6th ball of that over. It's not something we've seen too often.
You must come more often. This is good stuff you've given us today. Really good. Nice to have you on board. Here's Wokes, bangs that into the surface. And England are asking because they thought it might have brushed a glove as Roach went to duck it. I cannot begin to tell you how slowly that ball came off the surface. I mean, honestly, like it was a marshmallow pitching and lobbing through to folks.
Yeah, all the pace taken out of it. The ball dipping down again. I mean, at least it's carried through to him this time. Mark, we have seen a couple double bounce,
but it wouldn't have hurt if it hit him. It would have a hurtless bouncer. A painless bouncer. Wokes again, and that's an awful ball. It goes miles down the leg side, and folks sort of spins his body over to stop it in his dive. He's got Joe Root alongside him at leg slip, so clearly there is an idea to bowl very much at Kemar Roach and see if they can get him fending off or glancing something down the leg side, because Root is unusually fine given the slowness of the pitch. You'd expect him to be a bit squarer. Wokes again, and Wokes is back and across right in front of all three, playing a bit of French cricket. Had he missed it, it'd have been Gonski, but he hit it and it went out to the sort of cover region. So one orthodox slip, one leg slip, and then also a short leg, I think. I'll check that in a minute. Good seam up stuff from Chris Wokes.
I think this is a good opportunity for Wokes. Tail end is in here. He struggled to form a little bit in this series so far, but it's an opportunity here to take a few wickets, create an opportunity for the team moving forward.
Yeah, well, there is a short leg in, another bouncer that doesn't carry to bend, folks. Wow, this is agony. And no problem for Roach. It's been 54 overs since Chris Wokes has bowled, so I mean he can certainly run in a bit, can't he?
Yeah, he's been underused, to say the least, I think, Mark. And like I say, sometimes when you're struggling for a bit of form, the best time is to come in with a few tail enders beckoning in front of you, and you get the opportunity to get a few somewhat cheap wickets, and it just do wonders for your form.
That's close. That is really close. In fact, it's out. It swung in a bit, and Roach had hardly got forward. It just got out of the crease by 6 inches or so. Whether it swung too much, I suppose, is the question, but I suspect that it's clipping leg stump.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to be overturned here. Umpire's raised his finger. Nice delivery from Wokes. I think he's just ridden the wind there with the ball. Bit of in swing to Kemar Roach, who's trapped him on the pad. It'll be interesting to see. He's done too much.
We have a player's review for LBW. The original decision given on field is out. Front foot check, fair delivery established. Can we move on to front on, please? Ball is quite close to the bat as it goes past. I'd like to use outrage to confirm whether or not there is contact between bat and ball. Outrage coming up. It's a flat line as the ball goes past the bat. Satisfied there's no bat involved. Can we move on to ball tracking when ready? Ball tracking's coming up. Pitching outside off. Impacts in line. Wicket. Umpire's call. I'm going to go back to Joel on field. Joel, stay with your original decision. You're on screen now.
That's a lovely wicket for Chris Wokes. Exactly what we spoke about there, Mark. Sometimes you just need a tail ender in front of you. A bit of luck goes your way. Umpire's call goes away of Chris Wokes this time, and Kemar Roach has to depart for 1 run off 17 deliveries.
Well, that was only clipping, wasn't it? Thank goodness it had been given out in the first place, because if the review had been the other way, well, England couldn't have reviewed it, we know that. I have to get that into my head, don't I? Cloud cover, just seeing that picture. It's been a cloudy day. We've had some interruption from rain. We'll go on a bit later tonight than we would usually. Marching out to the crease now is Viraswamy Permaul, I should say. The left arm spinner. He got through some overs too. Sort of got a bit of a look about him, isn't he? His shoulders hunched out. Strides out to the wicket to join De Silva, who has 24. 392 for 8. Gosh, how England want to get this done by tea and then get batting in this final session and just see what happens, really. They don't have to mean, they don't have to initially force the pace, though it's probably easier to score against a new ball than at any other time, frankly.
Yeah, certainly is, Mark. As you say, just a lack of pace in the wicket, so any time there is a bit of hardness to the ball, it's the only opportunity that the batters have had to free their arms, get any sort of pace off the bat. But Chris Folkes could get his tail up here, and we could see a premature end to the West Indies innings after not much action. He's got an opportunity here to seal it off for the team, get Alex Lees back out there with Zach Crawley.
I've got to say, I just want to pick you up on your word there, because it's entertaining, isn't it? To call it a premature end when we're in the 174th over of the innings.
I did think they're going to bat forever, though, at one point.
You thought they were going to go on past the 200 over mark. Here comes Folkes again, and he bowls just wide of off stump. Pamal plays it very well. Very well. He certainly gets one. Does he sprint back for two? No, but he's off the mark. First ball. Gets bat on. It looks very serious and earnest about his job. Lips are sealed tight. As I say, shoulders a bit sort of hunched, and I'm here for the fight.
It looks like he enjoys a bicep curl, that is for sure. Mark, nice tight shirt on the young man. As you said, he got through some overs, and now he's going to get through some work with the bat. But yes, premature end was probably wrong statement on my behalf, but you know what I mean in terms of West Indies have not looking like they're going to move anywhere. Certainly Brathwaite didn't until we had that wonderful delivery from Jack Leach. And yes, that 393 for 8 now in the 174th over. England bowlers still toiling away, but only 2 wickets to get their feet up, have an opportunity with the bat themselves.
Jaden Seals, the remaining man. 174 overs have been bowled now. Only 22 extras, so that's not bad, really, from England. 393 for 8 the score, so England still have a commanding lead of 114. All these little things add up. You know, a full day's play tomorrow, there's 4 sessions left in this match. So, who's to say we won't have some sprightly drama at some stage. Leach now to bowl to Pamal. He beats him with an absolute japper. Ben Folkes leaps in appeal for the catch, though, not for the stumping. He tried both. He pulled off both, but neither have been given out. That is some ball. That not only turned and bounced, it did it at pace.
Yeah, it certainly did. As you said, similar delivery to the Brathwaite one. Just turns a bit too much this time. But good work behind the stumps from Ben Folkes. It's been a long day behind there for him.
It did rather look as if it glanced the glove, didn't it? Or touched the glove rather than glanced off it, if you know what I mean. Brushed it, maybe. Left alone, this ball. Alex Tudor, hello. Have you picked up a mic to talk? No, you were just taking the mickey out of me, weren't you?
Hello. I'm live.
You're live, man. You're live, boy. Come on, then. What are you going to tell me?
I was going to say, it was just...
Do you think he glanced that glance?
I did.
Little touch the glove. That's also left alone outside off stump. Jack's got to get it just a little straighter, I think.
When I first saw it, Mark, it's like I heard something. I must be dreaming.
No, well, we've had a look at Ultra Edge on TV, and it doesn't look... Ultra Edge is not saying it glanced anything. So good umpiring again by Mr. Duguid, who has done good. 114, the difference between the sides. 393 for 8 here at the Kensington Oval in Barbados. This famous old ground. This match hasn't really matched some of the thrills of the past. But as I mentioned a moment ago, who's to say something won't happen to change that, as Pamal blocks on the front foot. That's one ball left in this over. We're edging towards I think we're edging towards the tea break, and we must be, I imagine. Leach now, and that's also left alone outside off stump. That must be frustrating for him to bowl a few wideish balls there. End of the over. 393 for 8, and a word from Jade, and then Neil Manthorpe will take over.
As you said, it is always disappointing, unfortunately, when you get the tail enders in and you miss an opportunity to get them playing. You certainly want to make the most of it, and you can't be too upset with Jack Leach. He's got through 67 overs of work today, 2 wickets to his name, 117 runs. So he has certainly got through some work, but still plenty more opportunity here. Still 2 wickets to get from an England perspective before they can get the pads on and think about moving this game forward. for themselves. Chris Wokes is now about to take it back up again.
Consolation wicket. I mean, I suppose it'll feel like a consolation wicket. 1 for 49 in 21 overs. Pushed away defensively off the back foot up towards Alex Lees at mid-wicket. And there's no run. A wicket to wicket, though. Alex Tudor, he worked hard for it. Well, he hasn't worked that hard for it, actually.
He's been looked after. But when it's 8 down, this is when you see the bowlers start warming up. Some easy wickets to hold, to get, and, well, say easier wickets to get. You end up with a little cheeky free for. Makes the figures look a lot better, and the average.
Here is Wokes once again. Nice shape. That's good delivery. That's Chris Wokes that we're used to, but it's left alone outside the off stump.
I'm not going to throw names out there, but there's some guys that I played with who ran in a lot harder when the lower order came in, and I was like, where's that intensity when the top order were there? And all of a sudden, the lower order coming, all of a sudden the knees start picking up because they can smell a little free fourfer.
Here is Wokes once more, and that's two straight, just heading towards leg stump. Gosh, he's struggled with his line. I mean, if you were before this series, if you were to have picked your most repeatable seam bowlers, the metronomic accuracy, those who pegged away, I think you probably would have had Wokes in your top 5, wouldn't you? And he's just had 2 test matches in a row. He's really uncharacteristically offline, and that one is outside the off stump and left to go lone again. Still trailing by 114. Jared Kimber.
I was talking about the Cheteshwar Pujara Steve O'Keefe relationship and Ranchi before. This century, the most balls ever bowled to one particular batter by one particular bowler in a test match is Nicky Boyer to
Mahela Jayawardene.
Yeah, you remember that. And look, that might have been tattooed on your soul, the way that you said that.
Wokes seen once again, and that's pushed away behind square on the offside. Can I just go? I'm going to jump right ahead here.
Go.
Mahela Jayawardene. Okay, so they added him and Kumar Sangakkara added 624. Yes, you heard that right. They added 624. And Nicky Boyer. Okay, this is what Mahela Jayawardene said in the post-match press conference. Nicky Boyer bowled extremely well, pushed away defensively up towards the mid-wicket, and his figures do not do him justice. He took 0 for 201. Let that sink in.
That's handy. So that's the most, 218 balls. Then the Pujara O'Keefe one I was talking about was 215. Today and yesterday, Brathwaite Leach, 212. He only needed 2 more overs. He could have broken the record. I don't think that's the most ever, though. I'm going to give you another one. When Len Hutton made his 300, which was at the Oval in 1938, he faced 847 balls in that innings. And I'm going to assume that he faced quite a few of them from Chuck Fleetwood-Smith, who bowled 87 overs in that game, and also Tiger Bill O'Reilly, who bowled 85 overs in that innings each. So I think they might have the record, but we don't quite go back as far for the ball-by-ball record.
Here is Jack Leach. Oh, good delivery. That one fizzes onto the outside edge, but then falls onto the ground and is picked up at backward point.
So, Tudes, I know you've had some bad days at the Oval. Chuck Fleetwood-Smith, left-arm wrist spinner, 87 overs, 11 maidens, 1 for 298.
Yes. It's a lot of overs.
Would you rather take 1 for 298 or none for 201? Here is Jack Leach once again, and forward comes Permaul, steers it to backward point, fielded by Zach Crawley.
That's a great question, man.
I take the one.
I reckon I would have pulled up long time ago. I'd have pulled up long time. I'd had injuries, man. Hamstring, groin, something would have gone.
There was a point in that match where Chuck Fleetwood-Smith started bowling full tosses on purpose, because he just didn't care anymore. Like, he just I mean, he was probably still to this day the most talented left-arm wrist spinner we've ever had in Test cricket. But we lost his best years to the war, sadly. But he gave up that day.
Leach in that one is slapped behind square on the offside, and they go through for an easy single.
I don't think I bowled that many overs in a season.
There's also another good story about him, Shooter, I think you'll like. When he was in the war, he liberated a jeep and may have taken it to see some ladies in the night, and then got very drunk and crashed the jeep on the way back. It may not have gone down particularly well with the people in the army that he was serving with.
They, however, did not court-martial him.
Nope.
Here's Leach, and that's fizzing past the outside edge. It's funny that, isn't it? If you're basically a good bloke,
he was a fun time. He ended up very sad, actually. He ended up homeless on the streets. He came from a really wealthy family, ended up homeless on the streets as an alcoholic. And I can't remember if it was a current or a former Prime Minister of Australia, was a school friend of his, and literally they gave him housing at the end of his life, but I think he'd been homeless for too long and died shortly after.
Leach in once again, and it's pushed by De Silva out towards cover and fielded by Joe Root. 394 for 8, trailing by 113.
There's not much footage of him bowling, but when you see him, he looks like a left-arm medium pacer coming in. And then at the last minute bowls these big, ripping leg spinners out of his left hand. I don't know how anyone faced it.
The grainy black and white footage that I saw, it reminded me of Derek Underwood's approach.
Yeah, except leg spin.
Except that he, bowled leg spin at the end, but he had quite a brisk sort of trot in, like
quick,
Underwood. Yeah. 394 for 8, last ball of the over is left alone by Joshua De Silva. He remains on 24th. Vasami Pamal has 2, and the West Indies are 394 for 8, and we are 1 over away from the tea break, I think. We're going to get one more over? Yes, we are. Still trailing by 113 runs. You know, I mean, here we are about to approach the final session on day 4. We haven't started either second innings. But if you really stretch your imagination, like really think out the box, you know, take some hallucinogens if you need to. but it's possible to still see a result, bizarrely. Or is it?
Yes, I am. For our listeners, yes, there is. Of course there is. We want them to listen to this footage.
Here's Chris Wokes, pushes towards extra cover, and it's fielded by Matt Fisher.
I reckon change the batting order. Get Stokes up the top.
Well, they did it before, England against Pakistan.
You've got to be in that mode, though. They've got to be thinking like that, haven't they, really? I mean, what do you do? Drop Lees down the order, and Stokesy goes up and just tees off. They bat for, a session and an hour, and then make it really horrible. But this wicket's dead. Dead. Nothing happening.
Here is Wokes once again, and that's bit in-swinger. Oh, where'd that come from? Nicely played by Vasami Pamal, however. All right, I realise that after I said this, there might be a man in a white lab coat with a testing kit for me. But so let's say that the last 2 wickets fall in this over, or like one this over, one first over after tea. England will have 30 overs remaining in the day, and here's Wokes once again, short and chopped away defensively on the leg side. And they do, and they say, okay, and Stokes actually, it probably would have to come from him, and he says, let me go in, let me up at 3 maybe, or even to open, and they score 140 in the so then they're leading by 240.
What was in your lasagna?
And then they add another. They score 4 and over again for another 75 minutes tomorrow. Here is Wokes once again. Bounce. Ooh, that definitely surprised everybody. Not the least of whom was Vasami Pamal. So then they're 325 ahead, and they declare with 70 overs. 68, 70 overs remaining on the 5th day.
It will be a draw. You build that up beautifully. That just ruined you straight. It'll be a draw. I mean, listen, it's possible, but I can't see it. We have to be hopeful that we're going to see a lot of action on the last day, because we haven't seen it for the 4 days, apart from, as you said, when Stokes went crazy on the second day. Which was a fantastic innings, wasn't it? But
I just want to say that I didn't realise, but Vasami Pamal actually hit on the gloves. He was hit on the finger. That one that just bounced, the previous delivery from Chris Wokes. And the physiotherapist has come onto the ground to give him some magic spray.
Not just any finger, his spinning fingers, which probably won't matter again in this match, if we're being honest. But fun fact about the West Indian physio, he used to be the captain of the Cuban cricket team.
That's fabulous. I love that. How good's the Cuban cricket team? What division are they in?
It wasn't the national team, because I don't think they had a national team at the time. It was part of the Alan Stanford League. In fact, I'm going to word this carefully. There are some that believe that until Alan Stanford started to spread cricket to Cuba, that the Americans weren't particularly looking into his affairs, but an American man having business affairs in Cuba was the reason that got him on the radar, and he was obsessed with not just Cuba, but a lot of the other countries in that area that aren't traditional cricket countries. He wanted every team to have a T20 franchise in his league, and Cuba was one of the ones he propped up, and it was a lot of them were West Indian students who went over there to study physiotherapy in this case, but there was also some locals, and they were starting to get quite good at cricket. And then Alan Stanford's career didn't go very well, and I believe the Cuban cricket team went in a similar direction.
But hopefully not as low. Hopefully they didn't.
Well, they didn't all go to jail.
Get locked away for 750 years.
I think so. There is a very good book about. Is it called Whites in Havana? I can't remember.
Here's Wokes. His treatment is over for Vasami Pamal, and he's immediately chopped this away behind square on the offside. Zach Crawley chases, and they go through for 2, and West Indies move to 396 for 8. By the way, if anybody's interested in the future of cricket in the Americas, or in America, Jared and I was going to say Jared and I will be talking about it during the tea break, but that's not strictly true. I'll be asking Jared questions about it, and Jared will be providing answers, because that's a subject that he's far more knowledgeable about than I am. Here's bouncer from Wokes to complete the over, the 178th over of the innings. And the West Indies, a bouncer, and is ducked underneath by Joshua De Silva, who remains on 24. Vasami Pamal has 4. And, we've had 3 wickets in that session, which I think is the second most productive, but an over rate of just 12.5 an hour, and a run rate of just a fraction over 1.5. So 27 overs, 3 for 45. 3 wickets for 45 runs in 27 overs. And that's actually one of the more interesting sessions that we've had over the last couple of days. We'll take a short break after I've reminded you just very quickly of the score. Once again, the West Indies are 394 for 8 and still trailing England by 111 runs. Joshua De Silva will resume after tea on 24, Vasami Pamal on 4. We'll take a short break. Be back with you in a moment.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on talkSPORT 2.
White and Jordan's supercharged weekend preview on talkSPORT with the new Renault Traffic. Big space for big things. From powerhouse Premier League clashes and full throttle grudge matches on the grid. Sparks will fly as the most well-connected duo in sport look ahead to another action-packed weekend. White and Jordan's supercharged weekend preview, Friday morning from 10 on talkSPORT with the new Renault Traffic. Celebrating 40 years of helping the nation's businesses. Search new Renault Traffic.
At Crown Trade, we ask painters and decorators to share their personal thoughts on the important stuff, like what the most awkward room to decorate is.
For me, it's the downstairs loo. I'm not a small man. Kitchens.
Conservatories.
What are you painting them for? They're glass.
I mean the fiddly bits that aren't glass.
It seems there's only one thing that our decorators can agree on, and that's their choice of trade paint.
It's got to be Crown.
Crown?
Aye, Crown.
Find out why 98% of painters and decorators who use Crown Trade say there's no better paint. Visit crowntrade.co.uk. It's not just paint, it's personal. Findings based on 200 professional decorators.
Get ready, because the home-style crispy chicken is back at McDonald's. A delicious crispy chicken breast, bacon, hot and spicy mayo, and a red onion relish, all inside a glazed poppy and sesame seed bun. Delicious. Tuck in until the 26th of April. Served after 11 a.m. Subject to availability. Only in participating restaurants. See mcdonalds.co.uk/homestyle crispy chicken for details.
Hear the biggest sports stories first and fast with the Back Page Review on talkSPORT with Tesco Mobile for Business. Listen to talkSPORT Breakfast every weekday morning from 6 for the latest breaking Back Page news, plus unbeatable reaction, opinion and comment. Back Page Review on talkSPORT with Tesco Mobile for Business. Big mobile networks are raising your bills again. Join us for prices that stay fixed. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps. For applicable terms and verification, see tescomobile.com/fixed prices.
Fight Night Extra on talkSPORT 2. Tuesday evening from 5. Get weighed in for a massive night of big boxing drama.
I'm just ready to go to war.
Explosive insight and heavyweight boxing banter.
I'm the generation fighter. I actually feel sorry for all these guys who have to fight me.
Hard-hitting boxing discussion that jabs you between the ears.
Fantastic boxer, but this is a big step up in weight class, really big step up.
Get in the ring and go the distance.
She's got movements that look like Mayweather at times.
Fight Night Extra, Tuesday evening from 5 on talkSPORT 2, the home of boxing.
talkSPORT.
talkSPORT.
Download the talkSPORT app now for online fun, fixture talk and lashings of live football.
Football.
Then stick it in your ear. Ouch. talkSPORT. This is what real sport sounds like.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on talkSPORT 2.
Matt Fisher once again. Short, wide, cut away, down towards the third man boundary. Nobody down there.
And Brathwaite this time is driving, coming off the outside edge. It's going to go into the boundaries, into third man boundary for 4. And the West Indies now 310 for 4. They have avoided officially the follow-on.
Positive start from the West Indian captain.
Always a good day when Arsenal win a Premier League match. And they won, they only won this morning in terms of the only game being played, 1-0. So I'm quite chirper.
Here is Leach once again. Oh, that one spins and fizzes, and Ben Folkes has taken that one-handed. Goodness me, that looks like it's bounced out of a hole. And that's
Chopped away into the gully and caught. Dan Lawrence takes the catch, and Alzari Joseph, the night watchman, has gone. It's Ben Stokes. Who else who makes something happen?
That's a lovely stroke from Jason Holder. It's a tad over pitch by Stokes.
You can still see the menu at Lord's. Vegetable soup, rack of lamb, garlic prawns, Louisiana love bite. Wow, what a menu that was at Lord's.
As Mahmood comes in and bowls to Holder. And Holder's heading this in the air. This is going out to mid-on. Chance for a catch. Is he going to gift this wicket away? Yes, he does. Catch taken. The Windies have lost their 6th second ball after lunch. It's now 3:51 for 6.
And it's a first wicket for Mahmood in Test match cricket. One debutant to the other. Matt Fisher taking the catch.
458 balls, 648 minutes. 10 hours and 48 minutes. Well played, Craig Brathwaite. He's gone to 150.
Relatively
Short Spies bowled him. Jack Leach has bowled Craig Brathwaite for 160. The immovable, irresistible Craig Brathwaite has finally proved to be human.
He sure has. One defensive shot too many.
And the crowd are enjoying a bit of Queen pounding out "We Will Rock You." Boom, 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 boom.
Like I say, sometimes when you're struggling for a bit of form, the best time is to come in with a few tail enders beckoning in front of you, and you get the opportunity to get a few somewhat cheap wickets. You just do wonders for your form.
That's close. That is really close. In fact, it's out.
It's going to be hard to be overturned here. Umpire's raised his finger.
Pitching outside off. Impacts in line. Wicket. Umpire's call.
That's a lovely wicket for Chris Wokes.
Welcome back to the Kensington Oval. It's day 4. We've had 2 sessions of day 4 of the second Test match, and it's been a grind. It's been really, really hard work. The West Indies have finally reached 398 for 8. They've still got a couple of wickets to go, and Jayden Seales, who is the one man who has yet to appear at the crease, he can bat as well. So there's more work to be done for England's bowlers. But I can tell you that 2 of them have 2 wickets. Ben Stokes, 2 for 65 from 29 overs. And Jack Leach, 68 overs, 26 maidens, 2 for 118. Matt Fisher, has a wicket as well, 1 for 67. Chris Wokes, 1 for 51. Saqib Mahmood has his first Test wicket as well. 22 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 50. And Dan Lawrence yesterday evening trapped Jermaine Blackwood, LBW, 8 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 21. We might have seen a bit more of him. I did promise you that we would be talking about cricket in America with Jared Kimber. In fact, I will be asking him questions. It's a subject he knows a lot more about than I do and than I ever will do. But before we start that, so if you're interested, do stay tuned. But before we do that, we're going to go to the Stade de France and get Russ Hargreaves' thoughts ahead of the third and final Six Nations game of the day, France and England.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been quite a super Saturday so far, and after Ireland's hard-fought bonus point win over Scotland earlier, France now know they have to beat England if they're to claim a first Six Nations title and Grand Slam since way back in the year 2010. A draw or narrow defeat will no longer cut it for Les Bleus, will be roared on by a passionate but expectant Parisian crowd in just over 20 minutes' time now at kick-off. The French making just one change to their starting 15. Classy wing Damien Penaud, who's recovered from COVID, he returns on the left flank. England, in contrast, making 5 alterations to the side that lost out to the Irish at Twickenham last weekend. Will Stewart, Nick Esekwe and Sam Underhill come into the forwards. And it's Ben Youngs and, surprisingly, fullback George Furbank who slot into the backs. The latter means that Freddie Stewart switches out to the wing. The pressure very much on the visitors, who could well end up third regardless of a second consecutive championship that's been underwhelming at best. But will that be enough, I wonder, to save head coach Eddie Jones's job? That's the big story for the coming days. So much at stake, therefore, at the Stade de France. It's France against England to decide the 2022 Six Nations title.
Russ, don't go.
Okay.
Are you there, Russ?
I am, mate.
Good.
I like you. I wouldn't dive away from you.
I don't understand why you just said that that's the story of the day. The story of the day is Italy. I mean,
no. I said it's the story of the coming days.
Oh, right. Okay, well, tell us about Italy. I mean, it was an unbelievable finish to that.
This was... absolutely remarkable. No, completely. I mean, everybody thought, despite Wales's fairly lacklustre title defence, despite their injuries and so on, and 7 changes, that they would be able to still beat an Italian team who've lost 36 consecutive Six Nations games. And for a fair chunk of that game, it was ebb and flow. Italy much improved to their credit. And I think under Kieran Crowley, they are showing a fair bit more fight now. New youngsters coming through. The structure in place that Conor O'Shea helped set up over the last few years at least. But few thought that, particularly down on the clock with a minute or two to go, that they'd have the gumption, the quality, everything to pull off that brilliant match-winning try and conversion as well. Superb. They needed it so badly. And for Wales, that's their first ever defeat at home to Italy. They drew with them once. They've lost in Italy twice. But to lose to them at home is a galling blow. And for Wayne Pivac, champion of this championship last year, that's 2 fifth-place finishes either side of that. And suddenly questions about Wales here and where they're heading into the World Cup. Questions about Scotland too, for sure. And as I alluded to, looking forward from tonight, depending how England fare, certainly questions about Eddie Jones as well. It's been a fascinating final day. Big tick to the Irish, got the job done. France, I fancy to do it, and as you rightly say, story of the day so far is definitely Italy. Absolutely superb.
And what happened at the end of the game, Russ? I mean, I watched the try, one of those tries that gives you goosebumps, and then how about Josh Adams at the end?
This is so nice. So one of the Italian youngsters that was involved in the move and had a key part in it with the searing break, what did Josh Adams do? As the home team, they always award a man of the match to the best player from the home side, regardless of the result. And also at that point, with 2 minutes to go when they did it, Wales were still winning. So it flashed up on the screen, man of the match, Josh Adams. Adams, by the way, he made an unbelievable try-saving tackle a few minutes earlier to deny Ioane down the wing that was superb in itself, and he scored a try too. But Adams went over, not deliberately to catch the eye and show off. He was caught by chance by the TV camera, but he went over just after it was all finished. It had all died down, the celebrations, and he gave that man of the match medal to the young Italian player and said, "Kid, you deserve this. This is your day. You take this and need it more than I do," which I thought was a very, very nice touch.
That was a lump in the throat moment. Brilliant, fantastic, Russ. Enjoy the game. We'll cross to you during the I mean, I hope it's half as exciting as the cricket. You deserve to have some entertainment there. We'll be back with Russ Hargreaves during the course of the final Six Nations match. for many years, cricket has harboured ambitions, and I mean global cricket, ICC, international cricket, has harboured ambitions to enter the American market and to spread the game there. They see rich returns for their investment, although it doesn't seem to be that they're particularly prepared to invest a great deal, and progress has been slow. A breaking story over the last 24 hours is that Major League Cricket, which has been threatening to get up and running for I don't know for how long, but a decade at least, is now once again promising to be up and running. A T20 league in America, Jared Kimber, in 2023. There's some story about them investing over $100 million, $110 or $120 million in facilities. Will it finally happen?
It's a great question.
You don't know the answer to. I know it was an open-ended question. It just means explain it all to us.
So essentially, for those who don't know, American cricket actually does have an incredible history. They played the first ever international sporting game, which was a cricket match against Canada. Baseball obviously came out of cricket because they didn't always have the facilities available to them, and then it was sort of a variation of it. You know, we use batter now in cricket, but they used to use batsmen in baseball, and they changed it to batter, and now we're following on 100 years after them. So those sports are very, very closely linked in the way they grew. And Philadelphia had a thriving cricket scene, believe it or not, up until the early 1900s. They had one of the best bowlers in the world, a guy called Barton King. So cricket existed there, but obviously faded over modern times. Although there was a great Hollywood 11 with Boris Karloff, the man who played Frankenstein, was a wicketkeeper in that side of the Hollywood 11. But certainly faded there. Since probably the early 2000s, I think someone might have looked up on Wikipedia and found out that the USA is actually quite a big country and has a lot of money. And they've decided many different times to go and we'll just take cricket there. Morney took it there, of course, and played some games there. There's been so many occasions where people involved in cricket, and quite often some really interesting and educated people have tried to make cricket work in America. Unfortunately, of all the cricket bodies in the world, it's one of the USA cricket body is one of the few that has been suspended by the ICC for being so badly run. My favourite story was when they were having elections at one stage, they hired security guards to stop people coming in and casting their vote because they thought those people were going to vote for the opposition. Not the most democratic way of doing it. So what people have been trying to do really is come in with really good ideas and put them on top of this archaic, terrible structure of a cricket organisation, and usually what happens is they run into a brick wall. Major League Cricket is run by people who know American cricket really, really well because they got rich off American cricket, hilariously enough. They owned a TV company, or a streaming platform really originally, which has become a TV company called Willow TV. Anyone who's ever had any friends or family in America, all my friends in America have a subscription to Willow TV, or have at least once in their life. And the people who founded that are the people behind Major League Cricket. They do understand cricket. They understand the American audience very well. They're still running into all the same problems. I think within a couple of days of the new look American Cricket Board coming on board, there was a lawsuit against them. All these sorts of things happen. On top of that, as you might know, Manners, and this is what the investment is about, there's not many great cricket fields in America. In fact, the people who run Major League Cricket first are now running the minor league cricket. And one of the first things they said to me was that they were struggling to work out how to work out how talented different players were, because in one part of the country people are playing on matting. Other parts they're playing on turf wickets. The turf wickets are obviously way more variable than you would even get in normal cricket. But the intention is there. There's some really interesting team owners of Major League Cricket. There's some IPL owners involved. There's some Silicon Valley money involved. So there's a lot behind it. The fact that every other league in T20 cricket has started with, we'll just get David Warner to come and play, and we'll go to the UAE, and Jay Dernbach will come, and people will, we'll get a bunch of stars. Minor League Cricket went about it a different way. They went, let's make sure that we've got a really good structure of cricket so that people are playing a good level, and then we can pick from the best local players. And then the major league teams have already started picking some of their overseas players. So Liam Plunkett, who I think, I'm going to look at Jade, lives in Philadelphia. Yeah, lives in Philadelphia. I think his wife or his fiance is from Philly. He's over there. There's some really good young cricketers who have moved over recently for cash, and they go and they teach people cricket in schools, and they've done a lot of coaching. I think Plunkett, if we're being completely fair, where he is in his career now, might be more in the coaching end of his career than he is in the playing end. But the idea, a lot of these guys will go on to hopefully, strengthen minor league cricket and major league cricket. That's where we are at the moment with this league. It sounds great. There's Silicon Valley money and IPL owners are involved. At the moment, they don't actually have that many grounds. And it's very, very amateur, maybe the wrong word. There's a lot of money behind it, but we've heard these sorts of things before. They've got I think Major League Cricket bought the Air Hogs Stadium, which I was really disappointed, Manners, when I found out Air Hogs was not flying pigs, but it was actually something to do with fighter jets. But they bought that stadium of a team called the Air Hogs, and they've bought a few other stadiums, and what they're trying to do is there's a lot of unused baseball stadiums around America, because essentially Major League Baseball doesn't put as much money into minor league as they used to, and not as many people go and watch minor league baseball as they once did. So there's all these empty stadiums. So what cricket's saying is, well, the land's there, the stadium's there, the facilities are there. All we need to sort of do is upscale this a little bit, and we can play a lot more cricket on that. And so it's an exciting time. I think we're a long way away from knowing whether it will work and how it will work. But there are a lot of very talented people working on this very hard. I just worry that the same thing will always happen, that the way that American cricket is run, it will sort of stop this from ever going as far as it should be. But there's a lot of cricket fans. There are 38 million users of Cricinfo in the world, and I think about 3.5 to 4 million of those, actually over 4 million probably, are from the USA. There are a lot of cricket fans in the USA. The problem with that is there's a few cricket fans in Seattle, and there's a few cricket fans in Houston, and there's a few cricket fans in New York, and that's where they've had trouble. If they can tap into that with a really good local league, there is something that can be made of it. There are certainly a lot of people who love cricket in the USA, and at the moment they don't have anything to get behind. This might be their thing.
It's a story we'll keep our eye on, and I suspect, in fact, I definitely will ask you about it again in Grenada during a tea break. Right, play's about to get underway for the final session on day 4 of the second Test match, and we'll hand you over to Samuel Badri and Barry Wilkinson.
I'm just wondering, can Jared give me a bit more information about cricket in the USA? He's got everything. Well done, Jared. Yeah, look, 396 straight, and this game still very interesting. They trail by 111. It's a Nelson, but at the moment it's Mahmood, and he's bowling to De Silva, and De Silva gets a delivery that keeps it out, sideline the off stump, and there's no run. So the Barmy Army all of a sudden have woken up. Things seem a little bit livelier after a couple of wickets for England, and Samuel Badri, who's with me, is perhaps saying that this game is still pretty much open up.
Very much so, Barry. I do sincerely think that this game has a lot of life left in it, given the fact that England still have such a healthy lead, 111, and if they can knock over these two remaining wickets quite quickly and get into their stride in their second innings, then who knows, Mahmood in once again. This one is down the leg side, might be off the pad, races away down to the fine leg boundary, will be 4. Umpire Nigel Duguid reckons that it's off the bat, so it's 4 runs for Joshua Da Silva. 400 comes up for the West Indies, 400 for 8. Da Silva moves on to 28. Versamy Purmal unbeaten on 4 from 16 deliveries. But yeah, like I say, if they can get these 2 wickets quite quickly and then get 60-70 runs before the close of play, and they're ahead by 160 or so going into the 5th day, then anything can happen. Mahmood comes in once again outside the line of the off stump, watches that quite cautiously on the back foot. Joshua Da Silva pushes it to the field at backward point, no run the result. And if they're ahead by 170, they bat that first session tomorrow with some pace and get another, let's say 80, 90, maybe 100 runs. Give West Indies 260 in that final 2 sessions on a pitch that is deteriorating. I had a look at it during tea time, and there are some areas that are opening up quite nicely, good areas, particularly for the right-handers, predominantly a right-handed batting lineup for the West Indies. Then they might just be in the game. Mahmood in once again. This one is on the stumps. It keeps a little bit low. I heard 2 songs Umpire Duguid might have heard two songs as well. Might be an inside edge, shakes his head, not out the result. It was a confident appeal from Saqib Mahmood, but we're already seeing that variable bounce, Barry. One keeping a little bit low, one bouncing a little bit more. Confirmation that it was bat onto pad as I look at the monitor to see that replay, but Saqib Mahmood was absolutely convinced, as bowlers usually are, but not having any of it. Umpire Nigel Duguid. Saqib Mahmood did get his first test wicket a short while ago, the wicket of Jason Holder, who injudiciously decided to pull and was caught at mid-on. Comes in once again over the wicket. This one is on the front foot. Joshua De Silva plays it back to the bowler quite confidently. No run, the result 400 for 8, the West Indies, and they're still trailing by some 107 runs.
Yeah, still very much in the deficit, and that's one of the things about Test cricket. Sometimes we tend to forget Test cricket is 5 days, so we don't look and remember that anything is still possible once you've got the days left and the time. As Mahmood goes back to his crease, West Indies have still got to play sensibly. England will be looking to come out in a more attacking fashion. Here comes Saqib Mahmood, who teams in now, passes the umpire and bowls to De Silva, and De Silva is getting the ball on the line of the off stump defensively, pushes it into the offside. There's no run, the over ends. 400 for 8, the West Indies, trailed by 107. Promo 4, De Silva 28.
And the only concern England would have is that their bowlers would be considerably worn and torn, very tired, having spent so much time in the field. Some 179 overs they've bowled so far. So if they were to get these wickets quite quickly and were to bat just the 2 sessions, then there's not much rest in between for their bowlers, and they're asking quite a lot of them to come back on the 5th day to get those wickets in that final 2 sessions. But that's what it's all about. That's what makes Test cricket so entertaining and enjoyable, especially when we can climax on the 5th day with all possibilities still in play.
Yeah, you're right, and I think that's why we look forward to Test cricket like how it used to be. A lot of games have been so easily predictable, with after 2 days and a day, you know that's going to finish by the 3rd day or even the 4th. So it's good to get 5 days in. Joe Root is going to come on. The England captain has bowled 3 overs to 10.
Yeah, Dan Lawrence has bowled more overs than him. Lawrence has bowled 8 overs, so he's been reluctant to bowl around the wicket to Versamy Pumal outside the line of the off stump, prods towards the fielder at backward point. No run, the result. Yeah, he's been quite hesitant to bowl, and I think that should have bowled a lot more really, because of the off spin, turning back into the right-handers. This time again around the wicket, a confident appeal from in front of the wicket, not so much from behind for LBW. Versamy Pumal was on the back foot trying to turn that one to the leg side, missed it completely. Umpire Joel Wilson wasn't interested in that, going down the leg side. Comes in once again round the wicket. Joe Root worked away down towards fine leg. Jack Leach makes a diving stop, gets a single. Pumal, yeah, for the right-hander, Barry, on the surface there's considerable wear and tear outside the off stump. I haven't seen too many off spinners in this game. Dan Lawrence bowled a few, but the West Indies have only Craig Brathwaite, who isn't really considered an off spinner.
Here he comes and bowls, and this delivery is on the line of the off stump. Comes back into De Silva, who's pushing it out to the cover area, and there's no run.
Misnamed at birth, left and right hand batters.
The Barmy Army are quite satisfied at this stage in this match. They just went outside during the tea, and there's a bit of a anxiety in how they're looking at this game. This delivery again turns, spins back into Josh De Silva. He turns it into the onside, and there's no run. Josh De Silva is a fighter. He certainly does not go down without a fight. As again, this delivery is spinning quickly back into De Silva. They'll get a single, I think it is, or it's going to be a leg by. Ball going down to short fine leg off the middle of the bat, so he keeps the strike. A single to De Silva to take him to 29, and the total now to 402 for 8, with De Silva, like I said, on that score from all on 5.
Yeah, so far so good for the West Indies post tea, but there is some variable bounce for sure on the surface, some turn on offer. De Silva looking to play on the back foot more than on the front foot because of the fielders close around the bat. and so far he's kept out everything. He's well set, unbeaten on 29 from 92 deliveries. He's on strike now and will be facing up to Saqib Mahmood, who is bowling from the Malcolm Marshall end. Slip, gully, third man, point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, fine leg. The fielder's in position as he makes his way over the wicket. This one is worked over on the one side. Quick single, 2 is the call from Joshua De Silva. He gets one, and that's all it would be. A sliding stop from Dan Lawrence limits them to just 1 and brings Versamy Purmall on strike. Very cool evening here at the Kensington Oval. The sun is completely hidden, and the fielders will be quite pleased with that as the breeze blows across from the northeast of the venue.
Yeah, I think the rain is behind us for the rest of the evening, hopefully. Forecast for tomorrow is cloudy to overcast with some showers, so we'll see how that also goes and how that plays into the thoughts of England trying to push for a victory. As Mahmood comes in now, passes the umpire and bowls to Purmall, who gets a short ball, ducks under it, and is taken there by the keeper. Versamy Purmall, not known for his batting prowess. I think he's got a couple of half centuries first class level, but he's no big bat. And they're from Guyana. He would have played a lot against Versamy Purmall because he's certainly in his mid-30s. He's been playing for quite some time. He's been around Versamy Purmall. In fact, about 10 years ago when he was, I thought, in his prime, I didn't think he was being given the opportunity to play for the West Indies. And that just continued with him taking wickets, being the leading wicket taker every year to the point where the pressure was so high, you just had to give him a play. Down the leg side, taken there by the keeper. Stifle appeal for a catch at the wicket. Well taken there by Ben Foakes, but it was clearly off the pad and there's no run. What kind of player is Purmall in terms of a spin bowler? How will you describe him as a spin bowler?
Has over 500 first-class wickets, and like you rightly mentioned, gets most wickets season after season. But I've seen him a couple times now in Test match cricket. Doesn't really turn the ball that much. He's quite consistent. He has good control. But you've seen the huge disparity in first-class cricket and Test cricket, and how much more difficult it is at this level to get wickets as Mahmood comes in once again. This one is a huge appeal. Has to be given. He's given. And he reviews it immediately, Versamy Purmall. But I think that one is absolutely plumb. And it will be the second Test match wicket for Saqib Mahmood. He's been unrelenting. He's worked tirelessly throughout this Test match. And that one on the line of the stumps.
TV umpire,
a huge appeal. Purmall, I just think that he's using this review for the sake of it because they have it.
Out. Front foot check. Fair delivery established. Can we move on to frontal and spin pigeon, please?
That looks to me like it's hitting middle and leg.
Yeah, clearly
should have been a hard decision.
Involved. But I'll use Altredge to confirm that.
Altredge confirms that there's no bat.
Yeah, there's a gap between the bat and ball. Satisfied there's no bat involved. Can we move on to ball tracking when ready?
Ball tracking now coming up. Yeah, and I think
ball tracking
he's out.
It's pitching outside off. Impact in line, wickets hitting. I'm going to go back to Nigel on field. Nigel, stay with your original decision. You're on screen now, you can make your signal.
Purmall was already making his way back to the pavilion because I think he knew he was pretty plumb. He used that decision because it was available, but I don't think there was any level of seriousness about him thinking that he would have been reprieved. Perhaps he might have thought that he got an inside edge.
Yeah, I just think it was a matter of tokenism. Like you mentioned, it's available and you might as well use it, but he knew that it was absolutely plumb. But you just never know with the technology. You take a chance, you take a gamble, it's available. I don't blame him whatsoever. But in the end, a wonderful delivery from Saqib Mahmood. That one pitching just back of a length and skidding on to Purmall before he knew it. Hit plumb in front and was hitting just the top of middle stump. Very good decision from umpire Nigel Duguay. That's as plumb as they get. And the final batsman for the West Indies is out in the middle, Jayden Seales. A best of 7 in Test match cricket. Just the 6 Test matches, but he had that memorable partnership with Kemar Roach against Pakistan not too long ago in Jamaica to win that first test in that series. I think they needed some 19 runs or so. The last wicket pair, Kemar Roach and Jayden Seales, to bring that game home for the West Indies. So he can bat, he can survive, and that's exactly what he'll need to do along with Joshua Da Silva. See how further they can keep England out in the field, how much longer they can stay out there and resist this bowling. Mahmood wrong the wicket now for the left-handed Jayden Seales. Slip, gully, leg slip in position.
Here he comes now and bowls, and this delivery is just on the line of the off stump. That ball kissed the off stump as it passed it, and it went through to be taken by the keeper. Very close.
Yeah, just with the angle from around the wicket and the wind assisting him to drift that ball back into the left-hander. Jayden Seales will argue that it was a comfortable leave, confident leave. He knew exactly what he was doing there, but very close to that off stump. Mahmood just looking to finish things off and picking up 2 wickets now. A 3-wicket haul for him in his first test match would look so much better.
Here he comes again now and bowls. A delivery that's on the line of the off stump. He's on the front foot defending. Pushes the ball to the mid-off area, and there's no run. Over ends. 4:03 for 9. They trail now the West Indies by 104, with Da Silva 30 from 93, and Seales yet to score.
And I just wonder how this situation will change Joshua Da Silva, or if it will change him in terms of the way he plays. Batting with number 11 now, he's unbeaten and 30 from 93 balls, and whether or not he will try to shepherd Jayden Seales, as it were, and try to get as many runs as he possibly could, or whether he'll trust Jayden Seales and give him the strike when possible, and see how further he can get. Joe Root wrong the wicket once again on the line of the stumps. Confident push down the ground and defends that one. Back to the bowler. No run, the result. Long on, deep mid wicket for Joshua Da Silva. This one is a bit short. He's on the back foot, and again cautiously plays it to the onside. The silly mid-on fields it, throws it back to Joe Root, who in again around the wicket, outside the line of the off stump, just watches it go through to the wicketkeeper. No run.
Come on, lads.
Indeed. What do you think Da Silva would do? Is he going to perhaps just take a couple of chances and get some runs, seeing that Seales is not known for his batting prowess? Should Da Silva now form the strike and get the runs? They've got the long on, perhaps to either give him the option of the single. This delivery he's defending and playing it back to the bowler, and there's no run.
Yeah, I think he should try to get as many runs as he possibly can, especially against Joe Root. There are 2 deliveries left in the over. Just wonder if you look to get a single and maybe give Jayden Seales just the one delivery, or if you can block this one and try to get a single off the final ball. This one is well pitched on the off stump by Joe Root on the front foot. Defends it to the offside. No run. Jayden Seales just telling Joshua Da Silva, don't force anything. Believe in me. Is the message that he sent across to Joshua Da Silva. Change in field. The long on comes to mid on to cut that single. Root in once again. Push back down to the bowler. A maiden over. It means that Jayden Seales will be on strike for the next over. No chances taken by Joshua Da Silva. It seems as though he's going to trust Jayden Seales.
Yeah, it looks that way. Let's see what Seales is going to do, because they trail by 104. This is going to be a pretty big deficit. You know, we all the time we were saying, you know, the England side can do this and can do that, but when you've got a 100-run cushion, that's still pretty good. All of a sudden the sun has come back out and the conditions are good again, and we're going all the way down to 5:35 today, which is another hour and a half. So we've still got a lot of time. So Mahmood now quite excited with a couple of wickets, a brace as a matter of fact. 2 of 55, he's bowled well. Here he comes around the wicket now, bowls to Seales, and Seales this time is getting another ball passing just on the line of the off stump, and he leaves it alone and it's taken there by the keeper.
And it'll be interesting to see how England approach their second innings. We know how Alex Lees will play. He's very patient and watchful. Zach Crowley likes to score freely, likes to get after the bowling, and as you mentioned, with that cushion of around 100 runs, it just might give him that confidence to go and play confidently and play with intent. Of course, Joe Root at number 3, he usually scores quite quickly. Ben Stokes, Johnny Bairstow, Dan Lawrence, all of these guys can score relatively quickly. So if they can set things up in the first maybe 10 overs when they bat, you mentioned an hour and a half to go at least in the day's play. So much time left in this game. I keep saying that this game is still alive, especially with a deteriorating pitch at the Kensington Oval.
So here comes Mahmood with a slip and a gully. He steams in around the wicket and bowls to Seals, and Seals is on the front foot, defends it with a bit of Courtney Walsh flourish at the end too, trying to just flick that bat up in the air. Haven't seen a number 11 since Courtney Walsh that has provided so much excitement. I mean, he was the most exciting number 11 batsman in West Indies cricket. Just for one thing, it was that leave alone. It was so special. I remember in the 1999 match when Brian Lara won the game for the West Indies, the first ball he received, he left it alone like that, and he was still prancing and dancing. The crowd was going wild. Lara Hart must have been fluttering. As this delivery is short, Seals is swaying, taken there by the keeper, and there's no run. Where were you in 1999 when that test match was being played?
Sitting at home looking on and supporting the West Indies, of course, and that was such an epic performance by BC Lara to get to not only an unbeaten 153, but to win that game and that partnership along with Courtney Walsh. And I could remember every time Courtney Walsh left alone a delivery, the crowd, well, they were absolutely enjoying every minute of it. I think that has been indelibly etched in all West Indian fans across the world.
Yeah, here comes Mahmood in again and bowls to Seals, and Seals is edging, dropped by Ben Folkes. Sorry, hit in the pad. They're appealing for LBW. Ben Folkes didn't take the catch. Not sure if it came off the bat as well, but they have appealed for LBW. Umpire Duguid said not out. Folkes didn't take the catch, so if it was indeed an edge, it wasn't taken anyway. And all's well, ends well for Seals, because there's no review available for England and they won't be able to go up the series.
Yeah, that was a close one from Saqib Mahmood, and like you rightly said, they don't have any reviews left, so they'll have to take the decision of the umpire. But that would have been very close had they reviewed. Not certain if Jaden Seals got any bat on it, but it did breach his defenses. Saqib Mahmood bowling with good pace, just over 140 kph, steaming in once again from the Malcolm Marshall end. This one is down the leg side. A good take this time from Ben Folkes, just diving away to his right and collecting cleanly. Throws it to Joe Root, who is in that leg slip position. I'm looking at the monitor now. That decision of the previous delivery would have crashed into the stump. I think the impact was umpire's call, so it might have just been hit marginally outside off stump. So even if they had a review, it would have stayed not out because of that umpire's call.
Here comes Mahmood, the last ball of the over. Bowls now to Seals, and Seals is getting a slow delivery, defends it back to Mahmood. There's no run. The over ends. We're the Windies 403 for 9, trailing by 104. The silver 30, Seals yet to score. England 507 for 9 declared. As we hand it back over to Neil Manthorpe.
Thank you very much indeed, Barry. So Jaden Seals 8 balls yet to get off the mark, and Joshua De Silva 30 off 99. The burning question, we've got a couple of minutes left, another over with Samuel Badri. The burning question on the lips and minds of cricket lovers in England is, what can we expect in Grenada, Samuel?
I hope and I pray, as all of our fans do, for something that offers much more, maybe some grass, certainly some lateral movement, some seam, and that's just a hope. But in reality, it might just be more of the same, as Root comes in once again around the wicket to Joshua De Silva, plays that one to a short mid-wicket, no run, the result. But I'm not seeing too much difference in terms of the pitch we'll get there, but we can only hope.
Here's Root once again round the wicket, punched off the back foot by De Silva up towards long on, and they decline the single. So, I mean, one such pitch is unfortunate. Two is undesirable. Three could only conclude would be deliberate.
Unacceptable, if we can go as far as that, as Root comes in once again round the wicket. This one is defended to the fielder at forward short leg. Absolutely, I'm with you 100%. I think in order to get competitive cricket, entertaining cricket, you need better pitches. And when the batsmen themselves are complaining about the docile nature of the track, well, then that says a lot.
Here's Root once again, and this one is punched off his pads through square leg. There's a man in the deep on the boundary, Johnny Bairstow, but he's beaten to it by Jack Leach, who comes running in from deep backward square leg. And they go through for one. They do take the single on that occasion. Joshua De Silva moves to 31. Jayden Seales back on strike. He's got 2 balls to negotiate. The deficit is still 103. You have to say that if there were 2 days left in this match, that might be a match-winning deficit, but there's only 1 day remaining. A little flashing drive from the left-handed Jayden Seales, and he's got it away through point, and he's going to get off the mark with a boundary.
Yeah, full and wide. Yeah, full and wide from Joe Root, and competently played by Jayden Seales. Very much in control, despite the slip on the gully. He had the confidence to go after that shot, and what a way to get off the mark from Jayden Seales. Looks very comfortable at the crease, I must say. Joe Root comes in once again from around the wicket to the left-handed Jayden Seales. The defense this one back down to the bowler, no run the result. 184 overs gone. The West Indies 408, beg your pardon, for 9.
Many thanks indeed, Sam Badri. I know you were required elsewhere. Thank you very much indeed for your time and your insights, and your optimism about the pitch in Grenada, although I don't know whether it really did sound that optimistic. Right, let's time to go to the Stade de France, find out what's happening in the Six Nations between France and England. Russ Hargreaves.
Well, England were holding their own until a couple of moments ago. It's France 8, England 0. A try moments ago from Gaël Fickou, the talented outside centre. England with a good first 5 or 6 minutes, dominating some territory in possession. Scrum pen, though, awarded by Jaco Peyper to the French. Melvin Jaminet kicked that over. The try makes it 8-0 to the home side.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed, Russ. I think everybody who knows me or has just heard me during the series will know my love of a quirky statistic, and there are a few people around the cricket world who share the same interest. No way of being able to check the one I'm about to give you, but here's Saqib Mahmood, bowls to Josh De Silva, punches it wide of Chris Woakes at mid-on, but it was sent out by Nick Holt, the esteemed and highly respected cricket writer for the Telegraph. And so I'm assuming that he's done his research, or he's got it from a good source. During Craig Brathwaite's innings of 160, he faced 377 dot balls, which is more than the entire number of deliveries faced by 6 England top order batsmen in the Ashes. Flicked away behind square on the leg side, and Joshua De Silva thinks about the possibility of taking 2 and realises that he can't take 2, so refuses to take 1. Did that sink in, Jade Dernbach?
It's had a moment. I don't know whether that says more about this surface or our batters. I'm trying hard to distinguish between the two, but it's quite a phenomenal stat, really. But yeah, I think it says in equal amounts about our batting, unfortunately, down under this winter and this pitch.
The deficit is under 100. England 507 for 9 declared, and the West Indies now 409 for 9, so trailing by 98. Here is Saqib Mahmood once again, bowls a short ball pushed away by Jayden Seales. And I said that they didn't take a single. I beg your pardon, they did take a single, which is why Jayden Seales is now on strike. He's off the mark with a flourishing cover drive for 4, and Joshua De Silva has 32. 184 and a half overs in this innings so far. Alex Tudor, and you failed before tea to even imagine a way in which a positive result could be found. I mean, I was offering you hallucinogens and all sorts to try and help you with your imagination. Here is Saki Mahmood once again, and let's try and push to Wokes at mid-off, and there's no run. So still nothing? Still a blank?
I've not bowled a delivery on this pitch, and my body's hurting. Just watching it, honestly, it must be so difficult for those guys. Honestly, you go out there, you go of a positivity thinking, we're going to go out there and do something good, and then you get those wickets. It's heartbreaking, really, isn't it? And then you want to wonder why West Indians at the moment are not producing the fast bowlers that they used to. Who's going to want to bowl on that?
Who's going to want to bat on it? That's turned away behind square on the leg side, and they go through for a single. As Samuel Badri said, even the batsmen have been complaining about this surface.
Yeah, because batters want to be able to play, them sort of hard wicket shots. So, your punches through the covers, your cross bat shots. They would want to play that. You can't really do that on this wicket. You're generally waiting for a bad ball to get your runs. If the bowlers bowl, and they have, haven't they? They bowled a lot of overs to go for the runs. It's just very difficult. It doesn't conduce yourself a good stroke play.
Slipping a gully in optimistically as Saki Mahmood is in once more. Josh De Silva blocks this one up towards mid-on, and Chris Wokes does the tidying up. The West Indies are 410 for 9. Just a reminder, it feels like yesterday that this fourth day started. It's been very long. West Indies resumed on 288 for 4, and currently 410 for 9, so they have managed to lose 5 wickets. They've been collected by Jack Leach, who's bowled 68 overs, 26 maidens, 2 for 118, and Ben Stokes has got 2 for 65 from 29 overs, and presumably he won't have to bowl again, Joe Dernbach, in this innings.
No, I'd certainly hope not. We did see him take a walk off the pitch for a little while, maybe having to go and get a bit of treatment, but as you know, he's such an important part of our batting and bowling lineup, and we can ill afford to have another injury to Ben Stokes, and certainly in this situation he's more than done his job. There's plenty of other bowlers still available to be used by Captain Joe Root, and as we're just saying, that looks like Jack Leach is coming back into the attack.
What's the most number of overs you bowled in an innings?
I think it was 39. It was a game against Warwickshire. I remember, unfortunately, Mark Foote, colleague of ours, could only manage 5 or 6 overs and had to go off the park, so it was left to me and Tom Curran to pull up the rest of the slack. I also remember Graham Smith, as captain of Surrey, decided to make Middlesex follow on, and double hundreds for Buck Rogers and Sam Robson at the top of the innings. Later was not a good effort when the sun shone at Lord's and we were toiling away 200 overs in the dirt.
I bet none of you challenged him, though, because of the size of the man. He was like, all right, Skip.
He was gone after that. He got an injury and left us. Never to be seen again.
Here's Jack Leach then. He's 69th over. Big appeal for leg before wicket. Not out, says umpire Joel Wilson. England don't have any reviews left. Please tell me Graham Smith consulted you. Please tell me that you were part of the decision to follow on.
Oh, Graham Smith consulted us. He asked our opinion and went firmly against that opinion and thought better. And what do I know? This is Graham Smith, Test captain, Test extraordinaire. Let's just say he got it wrong.
Here's Jack Leach once again, and that one spins quite sharply from the rough outside the left-hander's off stump. So he's gathered the bowlers around and he said, what do you think, boys? And you've all said absolutely no way, and he said, right, we're following on.
He said, I know it's going to be tough work, but we can do this, you have to believe it. And we said, no, we don't think it's the right decision. Skipper.
Leach again, pushed away out on the onside, and there's no run.
I've got to be honest with you, I was never the biggest fan of following on at the best of times, but this was one of those moments where you just thought, we've done a good job here. Let's go off, gloat a little bit, bathe in our glory. But it wasn't to be, and like I say, there was a double hundred for both openers, and there wasn't much glory left for us.
Leach again. Strike on the pad once more. Up goes the finger. He's out, LBW. Jack Leach has a third wicket, and the West Indies are 410 all out. Hello, they've reviewed it. Do you know what? I wondered whether it was spinning too much.
Players review for it.
I really did. I thought that I'm worried about that. I may be premature with my call.
Re-establish.
It's been reviewed.
Front on, please. Front on's coming up.
He has given it.
Roll that for me.
Given it quite a turn, hasn't he? From the
no
rough outside off stump. There's definitely no bat involved.
I reckon it's going to be umpire's call.
Just clipping leg.
Ball tracking's coming up.
It's definitely hit him in line, isn't it?
Outside off. Impacts in line.
Missing.
It's missing.
It's missing leg stump.
John asks you to change your out decision to not out on screen. Now make your signature.
I don't know how many times. Actually, I do. I made a note. I said
it's 9. Is it 9? I think you. 9 when you said it last time, it was 8. This is 9, I think, Manners.
No, it was 8 that have been reviewed because the batsman hit it. It's been more. It's more like 17 overrules now in the 2 tests, Antigua and here. Full and wide outside the off stump on this occasion, and it's left alone. That's a lot. It's a lot. I mean, we go back to that old situation of, you have good wrong decisions and bad wrong decisions, and that was okay. I mean, I understand an umpire giving that one, but it just turned sharply, and I always had a concern it was turning too much. Straight on here from Jack Leach. I don't know if that was an overspinner or whether it just didn't turn, but it was left alone by the number 11 batsman Jayden Seales, and having had their last wicket reinstated, the West Indies are 410 for 9. Jack Leach for the 3rd wicket. Imagine taking 3 wickets and bowling 69 overs. Well, he did have 3 momentarily. He's back to 2.
It's a tough one, that one. I know what you're saying there. It's when the ball is turning that much. As an umpire, it's difficult. You're guessing at the best of times. At live speed, we all thought that was out. And it goes on to miss the stump. So it is tough. But as you say, there's been quite a few overturned decisions, and it's never ideal. That.
Yeah, still, I mean, the statistics, the numbers of reviews and overturns. Overrules have been very high in both Test matches. Saqib Mahmood in once again. It's clipped away behind square on the leg side, and they go through for an easy single. But there haven't been many real howlers. I mean, there's been one, I think, probably that we just thought, how on earth has he given that out? The rest have been conceivable. I mean, and I think the umpires that I've spoken to in recent years are fairly phlegmatic about it, and they're pretty relaxed and confident about giving decisions. And it's to the extent, whereas umpires always used to err on the side of caution, and they would just think, maybe, it probably is, and they would err on the side of caution and not give it out. But these days, umpires are inclined to give more decisions out in the safe, with the safety net and the comfort of the knowledge that if it's wrong, it'll be overturned.
And I get it from both sides. I just see it from a bowling perspective. You go through all those emotions of thinking you've got a wicket for it to be overturned. It's quite heartbreaking, that.
Here comes Saqib Mahmood once again, and Jayden Seales blocks it defensively. But I think if I was an umpire, I would rather have a decision overruled than not give. Well, obviously the batting side the bowling side can also review. But I think I'd err on the side of giving more.
I think it's good for the game. It's positive, isn't it? In that sense, the bowler's got to have something going in their favour. Certainly on pitches like this, you've got to have as much going in your favour as possible. And if you use your reviews badly, as potentially England have done in this innings, then it can come back to bite you. But from a West Indies point of view, they still luckily had that one review left, and here we are. They're still out there in the middle.
Here is Saqib Mahmood once more, and bowls. Jayden Seales comes forward. I said this in Antigua, and I'll say it again. Jayden Seales looks like a very organised number 11.
Yeah, you don't get many rabbits now, do you? There was a time when, sort of 10 and 11 came on, you were just sort of licking your lips, but they all sort of have decent techniques, don't they? Especially when they're defending. You know, they look astute at the crease. They look confident, especially when playing forward anyway. Obviously, no low order batsman really wants to have it round a nose hole. You know, when coming forward, they look quite comfortable. So you've got to try and mix it up, but it's hard on a wicket like this.
Here is Saqib Mahmood, who's getting some appreciable reverse swing before tea, but doesn't seem to be moving off the straight now, and that one hits the middle of a defensive bat from Jayden Seales. Do you agree with me that umpires are giving more decisions out now at international level with all the technology? It's safe in the knowledge that it'll be corrected if it's wrong?
100%. Yeah, definitely.
And that's a good thing? I mean, when technology was first introduced, umpires...
You would say people getting lazy. You would say maybe umpires are a bit lazy.
Right, okay, I get that as well. But you know, long gone are the days where there's shame and embarrassment, you know, and umpires get angry. That's pushed away defensively on the back foot by Jayden Seales. There was a very famous test match about 4 or 5 years ago where Aleem Dar, who was just... he'd been umpire of the year 2 years in a row, and he had 3 decisions in a row overturned, and he was muttering and shaking his head, and he was really furious. These days, umpires just don't care. But, yeah.
I remember Shep in, I think it was Old Trafford, England playing Pakistan, and Saqib was on one of them days going through England, but the wickets he were getting, they're all no balls, but Shep just kept missing them.
Yeah, I remember that as well. Interesting field for Saqib Mahmood now. It's a first slip, a third slip, a short mid-wicket and a short cover, or almost a short mid-off. This one is defended by Jayden Seales out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. West Indies are 411 for 9, and to take the final wicket and to get us into the second innings, Mark Nicholas for the next 20 minutes.
Manners, I'm not sure I agree with you. I think the umpires do care, and it's because they feel a bit humiliated when they give a decision and it's overturned by the third umpire, by the evidence, and sometimes you can see it on their faces. I think it's taken some of them longer than others to come to terms with it. One of the first people I spoke to about it was Marais Erasmus, superb umpire, superb man, and he said, I just want the right decision, I'm completely cool about it. But I could tell you 2 others who felt that it left them very exposed, and they were therefore at that stage, this goes back a couple of years, less likely to give a decision that wasn't blindingly obvious. They were more likely just to stand off it a bit, but maybe they've all grown into it now and understand the system better, and that is probably your point. Here's Leach. It's nicely bowled, a little bit more flight and nice and straight, probably pitching middle and leg, but pretty comfortably played by De Silva, who's fought for all his life his worth, 33 from 108 balls. I think you're nodding at me, that was your point, was it? That they've got to grips with it rather over, yeah. I think they do an amazing job, actually. I have to say, they get a staggering amount right overall throughout a year. Here's Leach again, nice and straight, and again a forward defensive by De Silva. The amount of times we've seen that little act, Leach bowling, left arm round the wicket, landing it straight and full, and a West Indian batsman going forward and blocking is well, it's amazing. So much so that I can't imagine it's ever been the case before. Back he goes this time, De Silva, and firmly pushes it back to the bowler, and Leach, who moves a few yards to his right to do the fielding. I mean, there have been so many attacking West Indian batsmen that it's hard to imagine there's ever been such a rear guard approach. A block out to straightish mid-wicket off a full ball. And by that I don't mean they haven't batted to save games, just that the lack of attacking intent has been remarkable. Hardly anybody's come down the pitch to Leach. In fact, when Brathwaite did, he missed it and should have been stumped. But that is out, LBW. I'll wager. Yep, up goes the finger. And I'm not sure, well, unless he's hit it. He thinks he's hit it. He's signalled immediately for a review. And he did point to his bat, so we'll see. Let's have a listen. It's De Silva, by the way, the batsman.
Thanks. TV umpire to director. We have a player's review for LBW. The original decision given is out. Front foot check. Fair delivery established. Can we move on to front on, please? Doesn't appear to be any bat, but I'll use Altredge to confirm that. Standing by for Altredge.
There's no batting now, I'll tell you.
Waiting on Altredge, guys. Altredge is coming up. Yeah, there's a gap between bat and ball. Satisfied there's no bat involved. Can we move on to ball track and when ready? Ball tracking's coming up. Pitch in line, impacts in line, wickets hitting. Going to go back to Joel on field. Joel, stay with your original out decision. You're on screen now.
Up goes Joel Wilson's finger, confirming what we originally thought. So Jack Leach finishes with a wicket and figures of 3 for 118 from 69 overs and 5 balls, Jade.
Quite the effort from Jack Leach there. Got some just rewards in the end, like you say, nigh on 70 overs. He's toiled away hard for the cause. Of all the wickets, I know he bowled a beauty to get one earlier against Brathwaite, but that's another good delivery. Those are when he's challenging both edges, as we spoke about earlier, I think he's a far more dangerous bowler, and he's certainly done that there to Joshua De Silva, just beating him on the inside edge, struck him on the back pad, and that's LBW and out. De Silva, good innings from him, 33 from 112 deliveries, certainly fought his cause, and Jaden Seals a not out man, 5 from 24.
Alex Tudor's here as well. England leave the field very relieved. It's over, I'm sure. The total, I think 411. Yeah, that's correct. 411 from 187 overs and 5 balls. Seals finishes unbeaten on 5, but it really is a story written almost entirely by Craig Brathwaite and Jermaine Blackwood. Brathwaite batted 489 balls for his 160, a marathon performance to keep West Indies in this game. Blackwood 215 balls for 102, and then down the order the contributions from 3 of the players, with De Silva the last one out, LBW to Jack Leach, 1 for Wokes, 1 for Fisher, 25 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 67 for Fisher on debut, and also on debut Mahmood, 27 overs, 2 for 58, a wicket for Lawrence, a couple for Ben Stokes, who bowled very well, 29 overs, 10 maidens, 2 for 65 for Ben Stokes. Chris Wokes picking up a wicket as well. The advantage here for England, 96 runs, which is valuable. There's plenty of time left this evening. We'll go on half an hour later than we would usually because of those rain delays. So, yeah, England could reasonably expect to be 150 in front by the close of play. I mean, there probably is too much to do if we're realistic to try to win the game, but I'm sure Joe Root will declare at some stage tomorrow, assuming that there isn't a disastrous batting collapse, but just waiting for my instructions. I just had my instructions there and I didn't pick up on them. Oh, right, okay, we're going to get an update from the rugby. England are playing France, of course. Russ Hargreaves.
Very exciting action so far. France 11, England 6, and the English have managed their second penalty courtesy of Marcus Smith. At the other end, it's still that try from Gael Ficou and 2 penalties from Melvin Jaminet. But the difference between the teams, England perhaps a little fortunate not to see Jack Noel sent off midway through the half. Challenge for the ball in the air was just knocked off balance by Antoine Dupont before Jaminet came crashing over his shoulder, looked at by the TV match official. No red card given. In fact, England won the penalty. What's been crucial, as well as the French largely keeping their heads under pressure as they go for the title, is the brilliance of their work at the breakdown. Gavin Villiers, Gregory Aldrit and also Anthony Gelange all at key times winning the ball back. Turnovers key. England battling hard. 11-6 down to the French, and we have played 32 minutes in Paris.
Okay, England finding it's always difficult to play in Paris, and this French side are very good, so it's going to be an uphill battle for Eddie Jones's team. One thinks that the French, of course, will win the Grand Slam if they beat England today. So, guys, let's talk about a few of the people we've seen for the first time. Well, the 2 people specifically, Saqib and Matt Fisher. What do you make? They didn't have a lot of luck, I'd say that. They had to toil on a pretty difficult surface.
Yeah, they did. Not the easiest place to come and make your debut, that is for sure, but they would have learnt a lot about the areas you're going to have to bowl on tough surfaces. They may come across another surface like this just next week. Now, for me, Saqib Mahmood looked very good, very promising. I liked what he offered. Certainly when he ran in, lifted his legs and attacked the crease, when he was at the high 130s, he certainly looked penetrating as a bowler. Matt Fisher, it was nice for him to get a wicket early on in his spell, but again at times looks a little bit tired and a bit slow and medium pace. But all in all, as a debut goes, I think he did pretty well.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you, Jade. As you said, when Darren knows him better than most, and he said, look, he's not express, but he bowls in good areas. He's an intelligent bowler. He bowls that cross the seam, wobble seam, so he'll go one way or the other. But he bowls good lengths, and as you said, he looked a little bit tired, looked a bit jaded in the field yesterday. He ran after one sort of towards the boundary at point, and he looked leggy, looked like his legs were tired. And the test arena, cameras on you, everything, it does drain you. It definitely does drain you, even though it's less overs than you would in the county game. Obviously the intensity is heightened, and obviously he just looked a little bit leggy, but he looked promising. But Saqib, as you said, when he ran in, he takes the pitch out the equation. He can bowl those reverse balls. He's trying to hit you on the legs, trying to hit the stumps, and that's what he's in the team for, especially away from home. That's how England and Joe Root are going to want to use him. So he must take that, learn from that, and as you said, his opportunity most probably come again. He'll go to Grenada and possibly he'll have another flat surface. I can't see anything changing there, Mark.
Okay, I think they look good bowlers. I don't necessarily think they look as if they'll burst open the test arena yet. I think Fisher needs a yard of pace, and I think Saqib needs to be at maximum to be firing, and certainly that older ball is of more value to him. Though quite why he wouldn't swing a new ball, I don't know, but I think they look good bowlers, and there's plenty to work with there. I think as a start, on an unbelievably flat, unresponsive pitch, it's a decent effort. They're in the shadow of two of England's greatest ever performers. Not that I'm thinking of them in that shadow particularly. I'm just trying to work through what to make of their performance. A bit like Jack Leach's performance. I mean, he's bowled very tidily in the main, but would a better bowler have taken 6?
Possibly. I think a different spinner. What spinner we're talking about? Maybe say Nathan Lyon or Ravinder Ashwin or Jadeja. You're thinking possibly they would end up getting more. But he's learning, isn't he? He's learning. He's trying to be. He wants to be that number one. He bowled a lot of overs, 69.5. I mean, those fingers will be tired. Don't know if his fingers might need a little ice bath after that effort. But that was hard. That was hard work. But he's learning. The only thing for me, my only criticism is I would just like him to flight it a little bit more, possibly come round the wicket, bowl into the footholes, just change it a little bit more. It's a little bit robotic, as you said, Mark. It was tidy. There was nothing disrespectful. He didn't bowl many bad balls, but just balls that on this wicket were very easy for especially the right-handed batsman to just sit back and play him. Just get them forward. Get those West Indian batsmen forward.
I think it's a difficult pitch to judge a relative beginner, and I think that about Alex Lees going out now. He got stuck, didn't he, really, on that first morning, but his intent was admirable. He was trying to see off the new ball so that people could play more freely later against the older ball. Equally, there are times when a new ball is an easier thing to score off because it's the only thing that comes onto the bat. The pitch is so slow. And he probably doesn't have the confidence yet to tailor-make his game for the conditions in which he's playing. He resolved to stay at the and I think it's easy to be critical of people who don't shine, but I think one should mention the fact that their attitude is right. They're looking to achieve the right thing. I'll be very interested to watch him bat here. We've got Zach Crawley going out as a natural stroke maker. Alex Lees, who was, I mean, you would have known him when I first saw him play. He was really exciting stroke maker.
No, he certainly is, and you bowled a bad ball and you got punished, and sometimes he'd go looking for those balls and create an opportunity to score. Opening the batting in the test arena is somewhat different. Got high caliber bowlers. Kemal Roach is certainly going to ask him a lot of questions at the top of the order here, and it's going to be how well can he hold his medal. He's been in the field a long time. This is the other thing to consider. These are young guys, maybe not used to spending as much time in the field, so he's going to have to be concentrating. Him and Crawley. It's a big partnership here for England.
You can hear the lively music in the background. I just saw a really annoying graphic come up on the TV about tickets for tomorrow, which obviously don't apply to us, but I thought it was a bit mean. The visitors, tourists, were being charged between $30 and $60 US. I think that's what it was, depending on the ticket you wanted. And locals 15 to 20 or something. I thought there's a bit of an imbalance there. The English supporters have been the captive audience here and have filled the ground for 4 days. I think it's a bit mean to punish them with the more expensive ticket tomorrow. I like the idea of encouraging more locals, of course I do. I think it's a great shame that Bayesian fans haven't been in the ground. Anyway, it's Alex Lees who's going to be on strike. Kemar Roach, seems a long time since we first saw this. That was the first morning, of course, after Joe Root had won the toss. England have an advantage of 96 as this They won't get those in.
They won't get those in because it'll get too
unless
dark.
it played
anyway.
at 10 o'clock. That's English time, sorry.
Yeah. I think it'll get too dark well before then, regardless.
Roach turns to face us now and runs in. Gold chain flapping Wes Hall like as he gets to the crease now, and Leach is on the back foot. Defends comfortably. Wes Hall used to have his shirt unbuttoned almost down to the lower part of his tummy, and the gold chain used to sway as he steamed in. It was a fantastic sight.
I'm always a bit jealous. I see the West Indian lads running in with these gold chains. Anytime I've tried to wear a chain and run in, smash my front teeth.
Correct, yeah. I was the same. I had a gold chain with a gold cricket bat, and every time I got into my car, it would lick me in the tooth.
Here's Roach. Oh, played that, took some watching, full and straight. Lees was on it and pushed it to mid-on. There's no run. He chews hard on his gum. He rehearses his shot again, go through the motion. Can I get that back straighter? Yes, I can. Practice it. Think it, believe it, practice it. Jay.
The other thing, I guess, to add from my point of view is I certainly don't pull it off quite as well as Kemar Roach with his very, very big and impressive gold chain. And it certainly suits him, bouncing in.
It's a thick chain, isn't it?
It certainly is.
It's a real piece of kit. Lees checks the position of his bat in the high back lift here, and now he goes to cut it, but it came off it a bit. In the end, he didn't seem to want to hit it very hard, and anyway, it went to backward point for no run. So that's the end of the first over of the innings. No run from it. We're on talkSPORT 2 and YouTube as well. The news is that West Indies have finally been bowled out by England. Jack Leach finished with 3 for 118 from just one ball short of 70 overs. So marathons from Craig Brathwaite for his 160 and 489 balls, and Jack Leach for his 70 overs. 96 runs, the difference between the teams. And, okay, West Indies are giving the new ball to Viraswamy Tamal. Viraswamy bowled okay in the first innings. He's more of an arm bowler, doesn't really use his body a great deal, but he'll like bowling at England's opening batsman with the amount of spin that there is on this pitch. He's going to bowl at Zach Crawley first. Zach Crawley's approach to him will be interesting. Mid-off is back. A few fielders are back, oddly, but there are 3 attackers. A slip, well, 2 slips I think you'd say, rather than the slip in the gully, and a short leg of the attacking fielders. Mid-off back. Right, here we go. Tamal. That was a long hop. Crawley knocked it away of his hip dead easy, so he's away, and that'll mean that Tamal gets to bowl at the left-handed Lees and has a lot of rough outside Lees' off stump to work with. This is where a left-hander who has advantages facing a right arm over the wicket seamer, because the ball often pitches outside leg stump, so we won't get LBW on those occasions. But the disadvantage of being a left-hander is exactly this. As the match moves on, the pitch gets more worn, big foot marks outside his off stump. There is a short leg slip, and short leg. Here goes Tamal now, and he does bowl it very wide. It doesn't spin, but Lees tries to leg cut it, misses it, and it's taken very cleanly by De Silva. They won't get those in.
They won't get those in because it'll get too dark.
Unless it played
anyway.
at 10 o'clock. That's English time, sorry.
Yeah. I think it'll get too dark well before then, regardless.
Roach turns to face us now and runs in. Gold chain flapping Wes Hall like as he gets to the...
whatsoever. But he's appealed against Zach Crawley and it's hit him on the hip, and we've just mentioned he's 6'5" and he was standing up tall, so it wasn't a great deal going for that appeal from Jayden Seale, and not surprisingly he was the only one that went up.
Here he comes with again now. Bowls to Crawley. Crawley doesn't tap, he just waits like a man looking to devour his prey. And that delivery's outside the line of the off stump and taken by the keeper. Rory Burns, is he going to have a chance again to play for England if he does well at the county level?
I'm sure he is. When you look at if there is room for Broden Anderson to come back, then why isn't there for Rory Burns? And he's not the only one. I think Ollie Pope's going to go back and score runs for Surrey when he gets back. There's one or two on the touring party who will no doubtedly, and even that left Australia, that wasn't.
Seals bowls again to Crawley. Turned down to the 5-leg boundary for 4. Was it pad or was it bat? It's runs. So 4 runs there to Zach Crawley. He goes now to 8. 21 without loss.
Yeah, a little bit in between here from Jayden Seales. He's bowled a foot outside off stump, which has been left comfortably, and he's gone for the straight ball, and it was straight. It was middling leg, but Zach Crawley batting where he bats, anything inside edge, and it just runs away finally. But yeah, you know, Rory Burns has got, I still think he's got a stake to claim. Dom Best didn't get any work out in Australia. He goes back and works for Yorkshire.
Again, on the line of the off stump, that had some pace and some bounce, left alone there by Crawley, but it had some great take there to the keeper to end the over where England are 21 without loss. Lees has 12, Crawley has 8. The lead is 117 with a possible 8 overs remaining. Here's Steve Hummerson.
And there's one or two more. I mentioned Broden Anderson going back. You look at the first division of the county championship, 8 teams, 10 teams in the second division. There's some strong cricket to be played in that first, I think, 2 months, first 7 games of the county season. No doubt the likes of Alex Lees and one or two others who are not century contracted will go back and go back with a better outlook about the game and more obviously games under their belt, and play with a little bit more freedom off the back of making their sort of test debuts. Matty Fisher and Saqib Mahmood.
This delivery is short or set around the off stump, forced away to the onside, and there's no run.
So what I'd say is in theory there should be some very good first class cricket played in the first 7 games. There's some big names going back to play, doubtedly wanting to stake a claim to get in the first test.
Again on the line of the off stump, pushed into the offside and no run.
Coupled with that, after a break for the likes of Ben Stokes, Johnny Bairstow's gone to the IPL, so he'll carry on. Joe Root, the last 3 or 4 rounds of county championship games, and all the England players are available, should be high quality.
Oh yes,
and who are England playing this summer?
You've got New Zealand coming over in the early part of the summer, which is not early because it's in June. And you've got that one-off test that India disappeared from the end of last season.
Oh yes,
again on the line of the off stump, pushed and poked into the onside, no run.
And then if the IPL players turn up, then South Africa will be strong. If the IPL players don't turn up, then it'll be interesting to see what South African side comes over at the end of the English summer.
Again on the line of the off stump, thick outside edge down to the third man boundary. With just 1 run taken, very well fielded there by Kemar Roach, and a strong throw, ensuring they don't get 2. They just got a single.
That's new partnership, new opening batting partnership, not used to running with each other. A little bit of trust issue, and there was there. Zach Crawley looking as though he wanted to come, thinking there was 2 there, but Alex Lees didn't turn as quickly as he would probably like, and they only get a single.
Here comes Pramod in again and bowls, and this delivery is short and punched away down to the point boundary, but there's a sweeper, just 1. The over ends as well. 13 to Leeds, 9 to Crawley, 23 without loss. The lead is 119. Let's go to Russell Hargreaves for an update in the rugby.
France 18, England at 13. England back in it with a score early in the second half from Freddie Stewart. Makeshift winger for the day, moved by Eddie Jones from fullback. Super team try, Marchant's break. Stewart down the right, converted by Marcus Smith. Fisticuffs on the touchline. England on the attack again moments later, with another fifth French turnover of the match at a critical moment has put the home team, as they gun for the title, back into strong field position. 56 gone. France 18, England 30.
All right, thank you so much. It's West Indies with the ball. It's none other than Seals, and this delivery again is played into the offside, and there's no run. The lead is 119.
Jaden Seals just having a word with Zach Crawley there. Was it interesting shot there from Zach Crawley? The minute the ball left the bat, there was an anguish you could hear through the stump microphone. Oh no. Realisation that probably wasn't in the best position to play that cross-batted shot. Could have easily gone up in the air, and I think Jaden Seals just politely reminded him about that.
Here he comes in again and balls, and Crawley gets one on the line of the off-stump, defends it into the onside. Seals has to go to mid-wicket, short mid-wicket to field his own bowling, and he does so successfully. He's very athletic, stops the single, and the total remains 23 without loss.
Good cricket this, he's ticking here, two young players, both ticking. Zach Crawley's trying to dominate the young West Indian bowler. Young West Indian bowlers, he's just getting a little bit of animation going. What are we looking at? 6.4 overs left. Just getting his tail up a little bit into his second over.
Here he comes in again, and ball to Crawley, and Crawley this time is playing along the ground out to the gully. No run for him.
Again, another puff of dust, back of a length ball from Jaden Seals. Zach Crawley, tall man, got on top of the bounce, rode it down, and there's another puff of dust off the wicket. Suggests there's obviously it's breaking up. Is it going to breaking up sufficient enough to have a look whether Joe Root can force the game and make a game and potentially win the game? I think time will tell.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Crawley, and Crawley this time is beaten with a good delivery on the line of the off stump. Good pace and good lift as well. Taken by the keeper, no run.
Jaden Seals again, just politely asking Zach Crawley, do you know where your off stump is? Are you trying to hit that ball? Are you trying to leave that ball? It's a long way outside off stump. Good seam position, great seam position. Zach Crawley takes the bat away from the ball, but I think he does it after the ball's gone past the bat. If he nicks that there, it's a long way from the stumps.
Yeah, you're right. As Seals storms in again and balls to Crawley, and Crawley gets a delivery that's wide enough for him not to play. It's taken by the keeper. One ball left in over number 11. What would you reckon will be a good score to declare on, to give West Indies a bit of a dangle to go at it but still have to fight?
It's a great question. What have we got? 90 overs left tomorrow. England 119 runs in front. Be very surprised if there's a carrot dangled, especially with England having been in the field for 187 overs. They'd need around about more than 50, I would say.
Here he comes in and balls, and this delivery is playing very uncomfortably out to the short fine leg area for one, but it was just on the line of the middle stump, had some pace, also had some swing, and he played it and dropped his bottom hand. It, I think, perhaps got a bit quicker on him than he expected. The single achieved, he's now on to 10 and keeps a strike because it's the end of the over. England 24 without loss. Leeds has got 13 and they lead now by 120.
England bat for what, 35 overs tomorrow?
More down.
Are we looking at another 140 runs, 130 runs in that time? Can they get to that to set the game up? I think if they do set the game up, it's going to be something special from Stokes. Keep going back to the same man, but something special from Stokes, I think, is the only way this game's going to be set up.
Pramod continues. Short ball that's turned into the onside. Well fielded there by Seals. That went mid-on position, because had he not fielded that, it would have definitely gone into the boundary. But he's been able to just pull it down and stopping it from going for 4. A single achieved, however. 25 without loss. Pramod in again and bowls, and this delivery is on the line of the middle stump, played into the onside, and there's no run.
I really do think the West Indies have missed a trick here. Sammy Pramod hasn't really given too much. He's not given too much away, but he's not really looked as threatening as what you'd hope. A spinner would on day 4 of a pitch which is turning, and I say that with whole due respect of Jack Leach getting 3 for 118 off 70 overs.
Here comes Pramod in again and bowls to Lees, and Lees is on the back foot and pushes the ball back to the bowler. There's no run.
I think Gasimo would cause a more of an issue on this surface rather than for Sammy Pramod.
Again, balls, and this delivery is on the line of the off stump. Well flighted, and that's pushed into the offside, and still no run.
Sammy.
The encouragement continues to come in and pour in as Pramod again bowls, and this time the batsman is on the front foot, pushing the ball to cover. The fielder is the bowler, who picks up, throws in, and the over ends. 12 gone, 25 without loss. Crawley 11, Lees has 13.
Feels very comfortable from down Vasami Pramod's end. Both Lees and Crawley really have had time. No man in front of Alex Lees' nose on catching in front. Zach Crawley's been able to use the depth of the crease and use his long limbs well against the ball, which is not turning, just skidding on. Lees getting the ball out of the rough, but there's really been no spit or venom at all. The real danger has come from Kemar Roach and Jaden Seals.
Seals bowls a short ball that's pulled in the air out to mid-wicket. Is it going to get into the boundary? No, it doesn't. Very well fielded in the boundary. They're just in front of the ropes, as a matter of fact, by the vice-captain Jermaine Blackwood. 2 runs, however, and that short ball was pulled away to take the total to 27 without loss.
Good shot from Zach Crawley, dragged down from Jaden Seals. How fast is Jermaine Blackwood? I thought that was for all day. Good piece of the bat from Zach Crawley, and Jermaine Blackwood scurrying round, dived back to his feet. 2 runs for England.
Here he comes in again and bowls, and this delivery is outside the line, the off stump, taken there by the keeper, and there is no run.
Bounce, a bit more bounce from Jaden Seals, but wide. You look back straight, and now you can understand the plan to move Zach Crawley across the stumps, Alex Lees across the stumps, to then go back in for the kill. But as the overs slowly but surely whittle down, I think as a bowler you could try and make the batsman play as much as you possibly can now. 4.4 overs left. Can you get Zach Crawley, a shot player, to use his bat as much as you possibly can?
Here he comes in again and bowls, and this delivery is short side of the off stump. Cut away, a nice attractive shot, and this means that the batsman will get 1. 28 without loss. Crawley looking a bit more positive now on 14. Lees has got 13. Bonner with the ball. As Lees gets a short ball that he's pulling with no real control. Or I shouldn't say no control, but no power, as he controlled it as he pulled it down. And there is just 1 run.
Yeah, again, another short ball. Trying to just play with the foot movement of the two English openers. Zach Crawley, he's ticking here. He's looking to hit every ball. I think if Kemar Roach or Jason Holder could just go up to Jaden Seals and say to him, look, it's a bit straighter, top of off stump, in and around fourth stump. Can you get it in there?
Here he comes in again, and Bulls down the leg side, turned into the onside, up to the short fine leg. They'll get one, they'll come back for the second. Picked up just about now from Alzari Joseph. 2 runs achieved. And this lead is building. 127 now with 4 overs remaining.
Too straight, too short. West Indian captain or one of the senior bowlers just has to have a word here with Jaden Seals. It's just ticking a little bit. I think the little confrontation, the little words with Zach Crawley in the end of that last over might just be affecting the young West Indian opening bowler.
Here he comes in again and bowls. This one is short and is pulled well. That's going to go into the boundary. 4 runs there to Zach Crawley. He's been looking for that shot in the last couple of overs. This one he timed perfectly. 4 runs to end the over. 35 without loss. He moves to 20 and leaves us on 14 with 4 overs to go in this contest today.
Yeah, that's typical Zach Crawley. That's a short ball just sitting in the pitch. Big man coming forward, hitting the ball on the up, knows that the fielder's behind square, so anything in the air and front to square on the leg side is really, he just needs to get it into the leg side, and it's a comfortable boundary, especially the way power and the timing that Zach Crawley's got. West Indies captain, he wants to bowl spin. He wants to bowl spin from the Malcolm Marshall end. Change of tact, off spin now. Craig Brathwaite himself, magnificent 100. Unbelievable innings, concentration, discipline, shot selection, shot execution. Man who's been on the field for a large proportion of this game is now going to chance his arm and bowl probably 2 overs from the Malcolm Marshall end.
Yeah, let's see if that's what's going to happen. Here comes Craig Brathwaite now, the captain and off spinner, and bowls to Lees, and Lees is getting this one on the line of the middle stump, turns it out to the backward square leg area for 1, and that's all there will be.
Again there, Alex Lees just not decisive with his footwork, planting his front foot, trying to get his bat out in front to play around. Thick inside edge. Has got to be more decisive. He goes all the way forward, smother the bounce, or he goes all the way back and lets the ball turn off the pitch and play as late as he possibly can.
Here he comes in again now as he just looks around the field. He's decided to put in a leg slip. Brathwaite around the wicket, bowls to Crawley, and Crawley is turning this one out to mid-wicket. Chance for a run out? No. I think Alzari might have been on that a little bit too late. Anderson Phillip is on the field, the 12th man. I'm trying to figure out who he's on for. I think it could be
Jaden Seals.
Jaden Seals is off.
Yeah.
Spotting.
Going to see Anderson Phillip in Grenada.
Probably with the twin party. Short, outside the line of the off stump and coming off the inside edge. Yeah, I think, to be quite honest, without being facetious, I think they would give someone like Alzari Joseph a rest. Let him get a chance to play. Keep things pretty lively. After this series here, there's a big break in cricket for the West Indies. They go back to first class cricket, and then there's 17 players in the IPL. So there's not going to be any international tours. Right after the IPL, they go to, I think it's Netherlands for a historic tour, only 3 ODIs. And then they come back home and play Bangladesh and New Zealand. I think New Zealand play against before they go to England, or after they leave England, either or.
Yeah, not a lot of international cricket, but international stars going to grace obviously the IPL, and I think the West Indies have come a long way on this tour, on these 2 test matches. Again, like England, they've shown a lot of character. Two teams who have been bowled out in recent times in Test match cricket for not very many. Brathwaite outside off stump, leaves. Quite comfortable leave. Got to try and get him to play. Got to try and get him to come forward. If you're going to bowl at the end of the day, make the batsman play.
Here he comes down. Bowls to Lees. And Lees is cutting for a quick single there for the point region. I thought that was a very adventurous run, but they took it. 3 overs remain. The over ends 40 without loss. This is some very positive batting. They're looking very good now. This opening pair. 18 to Lees, 21 to Kohli, a lead of 136. And England have been looking for an opening pair for quite some time. If they continue at this particular positivity or positive rate, I think that this could be a pair I think they can lead on.
Yeah, they're still looking. Obviously they're still looking closely for that opening partnership. At the minute it's Crawley and Lees. Going to give them time. The rest of this Test series, I do believe they should be given time, and give them the whole of the New Zealand series as well. If you're going to look at a player, I think you have to give him a chance to go with the roller coaster of international cricket, ups, downs. Find you out. If you do well, try and work it out for yourself. If you've got a weakness that is only discovered in international cricket, because I do believe a lot of players from first class cricket come to Test cricket. I don't think they realise they've got a weakness until they come up against a bowler, different nationality, who's very, very good, and then it's whether the player can overcome that, turn it round, make the weakness into not a strength, but they can make sure that to go through the next part of the phase of their career, that weakness doesn't linger and end their international career. And that's always a good sign. That's always a big sign of an international player through the first 10 Test matches.
Here comes Jason Holder now with a new over. Bowls to Lees, just kissing that off stump. It missed it by whiskers. Lees left it alone, but that was very, very close, as Holder just bowling perhaps just the lone over from that end. Well, I think he has 2 if my maths is correct. 136 is the lead. England will be happy with their position going into day 5, the 5th and final day tomorrow. Once there's play all day, we can have an interesting final day, as this delivery again is on the line of the middle stump, pushed into the onside, and there's no run. West Indies, how much would they want to perhaps think about chasing? Anything under 300?
I don't think England can get to 300. If England get to 300, I think we run out of time for there to be a victory. For England to get a 300-run lead, Stokes and Bairstow might have to come out and get one of them get close to 100 in a session. But Ben did that in the first innings.
Short ball. Actually, that was one that was just up, and he came on the front foot and pushed it back to the ball, and there's no run.
The pitch deteriorated enough to think that England can get 10 wickets in 55 overs when they got 10 wickets in 187 overs, 48 hours earlier. So I don't think there's been such a deterioration in the pitch, but you never know. 2 frail batting units.
Holder and Bowles, and this delivery is on the line of the off stump. Thoughts of a single, but sent back.
Who have history of being bowled out for obviously low totals, and whether Joe gets to a point, 45 overs to go. The West Indies, England's 5 and over in front, and think, right, we'll have a crack, see if we can make something happen like he did in Antigua. You just never know. But at this minute in time, my money is safely on the draw.
Again, this delivery is on the line of the all stump, pushed out to the mid-off, and there is no run as the shadows begin to lengthen with just 2 overs left. It's been a very, very long kind of day. It's been a long match. We've had full days every day, and we've gone past 5 o'clock on every single occasion. And today was the first day there was rain interruptions. The other days was because the overs just didn't make it to 5 o'clock. They played beyond. So we've had some very long days. As this delivery on the line of the ons, the leg stump turned into the onside, and there's the run. 40 without loss. Crawley 21, Lees 18, the lead 136. Let's go back to Russell and get a further update with rugby.
Yeah, 7 minutes to go. France 25, England 13 for all the world. The Six Nations title in Grand Slam heading to France for the first time since 2010. Ireland fans watching on, hoping for a miracle. They at least have a triple crown. One more key French score since we were last with you. The brilliant live wire Antoine Dupont waltzing through tackles from Youngs and Genge, converted by Jaminet. That looks to be the difference. 6.5 to go in Paris. France 25, England 30.
Wow, the song's really good. 40 without loss, 2 overs remain. And Craig Brathwaite is going to continue. Seems to me like he's going to be bowling in his hat. There's some kind of... something is holding up play because the umpires are asking for the light meter, it looks like. Umpire Joe Wilson is asking the reserve umpire Leslie Rifford Jr. to bring on the light meter. As I say hello to Alex Tudor. How are you doing, Alex?
Very well, thanks, Barry. How are you? You good? How's it out there?
It's perfect. You can ask your dad, he'll tell you that.
What is the light situation? Does it look dark?
Yeah, it does. It is a bit dark. But what's so funny about it is that they asked for the light meter. Joe Wilson collected it, but he hasn't used it yet. I'm not sure if he's waiting to come back to the stumps to use it. Let's wait and see. Yes, I think he's coming back to the stumps to use it. He puts it on top of the stumps, just where the bails are. And I think they'll make a decision from there as to if the light is good or not.
To be fair, the batters shouldn't be worried about Brathwaite bowling, should they? Well, they shouldn't worry about the pace.
Yeah, well, he actually said it's good enough. So hold on. They're coming off. I'm totally confused. The umpire put the bails back on and said, let's go. And then he asked Craig Brathwaite, and the batsmen decided that they're going to go off when they had enough for the day. So that's play, gentlemen. England 40 without loss at the close. It's been a very quiet kind of day. Today's play, only 163 runs for an entire day, and 6 wickets being taken, 85 overs and 5 balls. This has been an attritional day. Yes, we've had some rain, but we haven't actually seen anything flamboyant or flurry. So it was a very hard day to watch in Test cricket. Nevertheless, tomorrow promises better. England, they lead by 136 as they're 40 without loss. Lees is on 18, Crawley is on 21. It's just a matter of perhaps seeing if England will declare at some point in the day and make a game of it, or if they'll just face it out and just sort of bat till they know that there's no way that no one can win this game. To me, it's looking like that right now, but you never know what can happen in the morning. We look forward to getting a full update after the break. It's the Follow On Podcast.
You're listening to the Following On podcast in partnership with the ECB. I'm Mark Nicholas, and I'm joined by Jay Dernbach and Alex Tudor to look back at the 4th day's play in this second test match between West Indies and England in Barbados. England finished on 40 for no wicket, not without the odd moment of alarm, it has to be said, but they got through unscathed, having bowled out West Indies for 411. That's a lead of 136 in total. It was Craig Brathwaite who starred again with the bat for West Indies, almost an immovable object. That was until his 489 ball stay finally came to an end.
Relatively short spell, he's bowled him. Jack Leach has bowled Craig Brathwaite for 160.
Once his wicket fell, it didn't take long for Jack Leach and England to wrap things up, and thus that first innings lead of 96. That is out, LBW. I'll wager. Yep, up goes the finger. England eventually finishing, as I say, on 40 for no wicket. So a lead of 136. We've got a lot to look forward to tomorrow. And, you know, there are a few opportunities available, I think, for England, more so than for West Indies. I turn to Jay Dernbach first, and an overall thought of the day from your viewpoint. You've come into the match fresh, having not been with us so far. What do you make of the whole thing? I suppose the pitch is a bit of a drainer of all our enthusiasm, isn't it?
Unfortunately, that is the case. The pitch shouldn't be, but we were discussing earlier, but it's become such a big factor in this fixture, especially when you're talking about two young lads who are making their debut in this game. It's going to be overshadowed by them having to learn their trade on something that's not been particularly conducive. We did see some positive things. Jack Leach obviously bowled a ton of overs there, stayed in the game long, ended up getting his rewards with 3 wickets in the end. We wanted to see him offer a bit more flight. I think he did that to some degree today. And the two young lads, Mahmood certainly ran in and bowled with some pace and got the ball to move back in with a bit of reverse swing. So that was positive to see. And Fisher looked promising, didn't he?
He found a little bit of movement, actually, more off the seam. I don't think anybody else has made the ball go off the seam much. I thought he bowled very straight. Alex?
Yeah, he did. I think he did okay. You know, he didn't look out of his depth. Obviously, he didn't have the wicket that he can make it do a lot of talking and make the batsman look silly. But I thought he bowled in good areas. As I said, he's nice and high in his action. He bowls mid-80s, 81, 82 miles an hour. And I sort of feel in English conditions, he will cause a lot of problems for batters.
Just give you the figures of the two of them. Matt Fisher, who took the new ball, 25 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 67. Shakib Mahmood, 27 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 58. So startlingly similar figures. Ben Stokes was amazing, 29 overs, 10 maidens, 2 for 65. Bowled really well. He was the standout for England. And Jack Leach, a marathon performance, 1 ball short of 70 overs, 27 maidens, 118 runs and 3 wickets. Did we get less out of Jack Leach than we might have hoped for or expected? They both went for the microphone and stopped and waited for the other.
Listen, I just feel it was an opportunity for him. But listen, as you said on comms, Mark, you know, it's not really the wicket that he would have liked. He would have liked a little bit more bounce, possibly,
pace and bounce,
and pace. Yeah, he didn't really have that. So he was able to contain, wasn't he? He was able to contain, as you can tell by his figures. But I just felt, with the amount of runs that he had to play with, he could have just given it a little bit more air. Like Jade said, he did do that in bits, but it just wasn't the consistency. I would just like to have seen it a little bit more.
Yeah, I completely agree with Tudes in that. I just think he needs to put himself out there and take a few risks. International cricket, it's not just about containing, you know, sometimes a game, especially of this nature, somebody has to grab it by the scruff of the neck and say, I'm going to be the man today. Can I change it with this spell of bowling? And just at times, Jack Leach does the basics very well, doesn't he? And that's what we saw again from him today. But if he's going to develop his test career and he's going to be the man that Joe Root can rely on to potentially throw him the ball when things are not going our way at times, he needs to be able to stick his neck out on the line.
Yep, okay, I think that's a fair summary. The overall position, I mean, here's me optimistically saying that there's a chance for England to force a result tomorrow. You weren't quite so sure earlier. You said no, there's no chance for a result.
No, I just felt, listen, if England would have come into this series with some test wins and the positivity that the players would have had, then yes, by all accounts, yes. But, you know, as you said, they got out of Antigua with a draw. I think they'll get out of, obviously, Barbados with a tour, and they move on to Grenada. The one thing that they will want Alex Lees to look assured and get some runs behind him. Crawley again after that magnificent 100 in the first test, and go again. And then, as you say, you know, we know what Joe Root does, and as you say, Ben Stokes and all been fantastic. Lawrence with that 91 in the first inning. So, you know, the batters lower down look good. It's just for that top order now with Alex Lees.
I'm hoping we can hear from Shakib Mahmood. I'm not sure if we're ready for that. I think we're not quite yet. Okay, we're just on the brink of getting Shakib Mahmood. What would it need? I mean, it needs a sprint tomorrow morning with the bat, and then a very, very, very lucky afternoon, doesn't it?
It does, and again, we have to mention the pitch, and I just don't think it's going to be conducive to that. As much as it hasn't helped the bowlers, from a batting perspective, it's not particularly easy to just go out there and start playing shots on a surface that is offering you minimal pace. So we could find ourselves in a spot of bother when we're on the front foot. We've got a couple of young lads at the crease, give them an opportunity to score some runs, and then see what happens after the first hour.
All right, makes sense. The Saqib is ready, and Mark Butcher's with him.
Saqib, big smile on your face. What's your first taste of Test cricket been like?
Yeah, long couple of days in the dirt. My first red ball game since December, and you'll know how it'll feel after a first day in the dirt after a while. So, but yeah, glad to get off the field today.
Talk us through the emotions when you thought you had your first Test match wicket yesterday, and it turned out that you just it's probably about a centimetre over the line.
Yeah, I mean, I was fine the whole time on the front line, and then just a little bit of an effort ball trying to obviously get that Yorker in. I was mid-hug with Ruti, and I saw the umpire stick his arm out. But yeah, I was pretty gutted at the time. I thought I'd let myself down, let the boys down. But I tried to get out of my head, which was quite tough. But yeah, just tried to crack on a little bit, I guess.
You managed to get the ball reverse swinging. I mean, that's definitely a strength of yours in white ball and red ball cricket. You must have been absolutely delighted with the movement that you got and the trouble that you caused, even on this flat surface.
Yeah, I mean, obviously reverse swing came into play a little bit. It's quite slow, so both edges aren't really in play. It's more trying to obviously bring the stumps and that front pad into play. I thought Craig played exceptionally well on that wicket. To some of the other guys, tried to obviously challenge that front pad a little bit, and just tried to stay disciplined throughout. I think later on in the game, when you're sort of coming into your fifth and sixth spell, everyone's saying inexperienced and get him into that stage, but I just tried to obviously stay disciplined with it as well. If I wasn't taking wickets, I tried not to go for runs, and in the end, it was obviously a great effort from everyone trying to bowl them out.
Yep, great effort. And then talk us through the moment that you did get your first Test match wicket. Just talk us through what happened.
Well, the shot came out of nowhere from Jace, and then it was a great catch from Fish. There wasn't a massive celebration from me. I was sort of looking at the wicket to see where my foot landed and whether the umpire would say anything. But I guess it was just a feeling of relief more than anything after what happened last night.
Okay. Anything you can tell us about what the plans might or might not be for tomorrow, or is that above your pay grade?
I think they'll be discussing that there. I think as soon as I got off the field, I got in the shower, just tried to chill out as much as I could. So I think it's something we'll discuss tonight and maybe tomorrow morning. But yeah, I think it'd be good if we can have another crack at them tomorrow, try and see if we can get 20 wickets on there.
Okay, great. And the body's feeling good. You're ready for another go, another crack should the call come.
Yeah, look, it's a bit sore, but these are the days you play for. Hopefully tomorrow, if we do get another crack at them, that's the sort of day you play for as in Test cricket.
Okay, mate. Great stuff. Congratulations. Well done. You're a Test wicket taker.
Thank you.
Well, he seemed to have exactly the right attitude. That was a good interview. I mean, very fair, I thought.
Yeah, it certainly was. He'd been very well-spoken young man and spoke quite candidly and honestly. The reactions and emotions of going through potentially taking his first Test wicket, but overstepping line, but then getting his just rewards. And as we said, we think he stuck in very well for a debutant. Came back and he had spells where he looked very dangerous, certainly with that ball reversing and in the latter overs as the lacquer was off. So I think he's a good prospect.
Yep. Interestingly, the West Indies total was their highest total when they'd lost their third wicket for 101, or indeed fewer than that. So that's a heck of an effort. The previous best, 384 for 7 against England in Manchester back in 1988. That tells you a lot about what they achieved. If I add in the fact that Craig Brathwaite's innings in 710 minutes out there was the third longest ever by a West Indian. Brian Lara 778 minutes. In 2004, that was a world record-breaking innings, of course. Lara again in Antigua, another one, 766 minutes, the other world record breaker. And then Brathwaite coming in ahead of Frank Worrell and Gordon Greenwich. So a magnificent performance by the West Indies captain. Look, it wasn't a thriller minute, not by any means. It's not record-breaking, world record-breaking stuff like Brian Lara or thrilling quality from Worrell or Greenwich in terms of stroke play. But he did what he had to do. As I said a number of times, he made sure that his side stayed in this game.
Massive powers, Mark, of concentration, the application, dedication, and to lead from the front. And as you say, it gives you great powers, isn't it, when you can walk into the change room and you're showing your boys how you want it done. As you said, he's got a career strike rate of, mid 30s. So you're not going to get, crash-bound wallop from him. But what he does occupy the crease. And then what that does, it allows the stroke makers within the team to come in and play. But unfortunately, they didn't really have a wicket to be able to do that. But it was a fantastic innings from him.
Yeah, I'm going to switch the subject completely here now. We're going to go to Malcolm Marshall, because you were asking me about him. And Malcolm Marshall, grew up, learnt the game really, bowling in Barbados first in club cricket and then on this very ground. And now and there, one of the ends of the ground is named after him. He died far too young, age 41. But you asked me about if he had favourite opponents. I said Essex. He took 61 wickets against Essex at 17 apiece. But listen to this. Against Worcestershire, he took 77 wickets at 14 apiece. That is tidy, isn't it?
That is tidy. I mean, the thing about the great man is that it was on all wickets. So, yes, if it seemed around, he was going to cause you troubles. If there was pace and bounce, he was going to cause you trouble. But also, if it was flat, he had enough skill. So I remember knowing he went to India one series, and in 3 tests or however the tests, he got 39 wickets. He just cleaned up. He's just a fantastic bowler.
Interesting. Viv Richards thought he was the best ahead of Lilly because of his performances in the subcontinent. He said that, Mako is as good, if not better, in the subcontinent. Of course, it helps those low bounce pitches if they've got any pace at all. He was a skiddy bowler, not a particularly tall guy. Wow. I mean, when he skidded it into your pads, it hurt. He bust Bud Hill. Do you remember Bud Hill? He was a batsman for Derbyshire.
Yeah, know the name.
He used to play forward. Alan Hill, he used to come forward, and he got 100 against him at Basingstoke. But let me tell you, he broke his knee. He did. He shattered the kneecap by the end of the innings. Jay Dernbach, thank you very much. Alex Tudor, thank you very much. Pleasure to have you with us. A long old day here, but you've done a grand job, as everybody on this production has. Thanks for listening. We're going to look back over the next 20 minutes or so at the day. This is Following On here on talkSPORT 2 in partnership with the ECB.
Matt Fisher once again. Short, wide, cut away, down towards the third man boundary. Nobody down there.
And Brathwaite this time is driving. Coming off the outside edge. It's going to go into the boundaries, into third man boundary for 4. And the West Indies now 310 for 4. They have avoided officially the follow-on.
Positive start from the West Indian captain.
Always a good day when Arsenal win a Premier League match. And they only won this morning in terms of the only game being played, 1-0. So I'm quite chirper.
Here is Leach once again. Oh, that one spins and fizzes, and Ben Foakes has taken that one-handed. Goodness me, that looks like it's bounced out of a hole. And that's
Chopped away into the gully and caught. Dan Lawrence takes the catch, and Alzari Joseph, the night watchman, has gone. It's Ben Stokes. Who else who makes something happen?
That's a lovely stroke from Jason Holder. It's a tad over pitch by Stokes.
You can still see the menu at Lord's. Vegetable soup, racket lamb, garlic prawns, Louisiana love bite. Wow, what a menu that was at Lord's.
As Mahmood comes in and bowls to Holder. Holder's heading this in the air. This is going out to mid-on. Chance for a catch. Is he going to gift this wicket away? Yes, he does. Catch taken. The Windies have lost their 6th second ball after lunch. It's now 351 for 6.
And it's a first wicket for Mahmood in Test match cricket. One debutant to the other. Matt Fisher taking the catch.
458 balls, 648 minutes. 10 hours and 48 minutes. Well played, Craig Brathwaite. He's gone to 150.
Relatively
short spell. He's bowled him. Jack Leach has bowled Craig Brathwaite for 160. The immovable, irresistible Craig Brathwaite has finally proved to be human.
He sure has. One defensive shot too many.
And the crowd are enjoying a bit of Queen pounding out "We Will Rock You." Boom, 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 boom.
Like I say, sometimes when you're struggling for a bit of form, the best time is to come in with a few tail enders beckoning in front of you, and you get the opportunity to get a few somewhat cheap wickets and just do wonders for your form.
That's close. That is really close. In fact, it's out.
It's going to be hard to be overturned here. Umpire's raised his finger.
Pitching outside off. Impacts in line. Wicket. Umpire's call.
That's a lovely wicket for Chris Wokes.
Mahmood comes in once again. This one is a huge appeal. Has to be given. He's given.
That is out, LBW. I'll wager. Yep, up goes the finger. The total I think 411. Yeah, that's correct. 411 from 187 overs and 5 balls.
Roach balls to Lees, who's cutting beautifully. That's gone back on a point for 4. Here he comes in again and balls. This one is short and is pulled well. That's going to go into the boundary. 4 runs there to Zach Crawley.
Exclusive international cricket live on talkSPORT 2 continues tomorrow afternoon from 1:30.
This one is lobbed down, and that is an easy catch.
talkSPORT 2 brings you big-hitting live ball-by-ball commentary as the West Indies take on England in the second test. Direct from the Kensington Oval, Barbados.
No, there's a big appeal for leg before wicket. That's got to be out.
The West Indies versus England continues tomorrow afternoon from 1:30, exclusively on talkSPORT 2.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker. This is talkSPORT 2.
You're listening to Cricket Collective on talkSPORT 2 as part of the Following On podcast. I'm John Norman, bringing you an exclusive interview between 2 former England internationals, the former England bowler Steve Harmison and the former England and current Tottenham Hotspur goalkeeper Joe Hart, to discuss his love of cricket, a promising career in the game, and why he chose to play cricket in 2018 instead of watching the World Cup quarter-final. You're listening to Cricket Collective on talkSPORT 2 as part of the Following On podcast, as Steve Harmison meets Joe Hart.
Cork has got it though, taking it round Dimichelis, chip the ball into the box. Here's Babatimbi Gomez. It's another great save by Joe Hart. Decent ball in. Pele is arriving. Comes back off of Hart. Davis has got a chance to shoot. He does. It's into the 6-yard box. Tadic is there, still alive, and Hart and company smother the ball. It goes up.